Chapter 542. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. Little Jing Kong was still too inexperienced to fight with his bad brother-in-law. Xiao Heng was just teasing him. It would be a waste to throw it away since he had already picked it. Xiao Heng picked up the flower and handed it to him. "Here, I'm just teasing you. It's not poisonous." Little Jing Kong looked at the little flower suspiciously and didn't reach out to take it. His bad brother-in-law had no credibility. Little Jing Kong didn't believe what he said. Thus, Xiao Heng held the flowers for him to prevent this brat from harming other flowers. Little Jing Kong observed his bad brother-in-law all the way. He looked at his hand holding the flower and then at his face. "Why do you keep looking at me?" Xiao Heng asked. "I want to see if your glabella is black," Little Jing Kong said honestly. Xiao Heng was speechless. Little Jing Kong didn't take the flower until they entered Rinshou Palace and found that his bad brother-in-law still didn't show any signs of being poisoned. Xiao Heng was now an official in the Hanlin Academy and also worked in the Ministry of Justice. There were many people watching him, so he couldn't go in and out of Rinshou Palace as willfully as before. He could only use the excuse of sending Little Jing Kong to avoid giving others a hard time. Little Jing Kong said that he didn't want to go to the palace, but he was quite happy when he went in. "Hello, Sister Feitsue. Hello, Sister Jinju." He greeted the little maids in Rinshou Palace one by one and then went to find his grand-aunt. Empress Dowager Zhuang's condition wasn't good. Maybe she was too worried about Ning'an and her son. She looked a little haggard, especially after Huangfu Xian left. Empress Dowager Zhuang would be in a daze for a long time. That afternoon, Huangfu Xian had just come over and had something to eat before leaving. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat by the window and looked at the scenery in the courtyard. Suddenly, a small round head grew out from under the windowsill. "Grand Aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyelids twitched. "Why is it you again?" Little Jing Kong stood on his tiptoes and handed Hua Hua in from outside the window. "This beautiful Hua Hua is for my beautiful great-aunt." Empress Dowager Zhuang's mouth twitched. "Even if you were to change the wording, you wouldn't be so perfunctory." Empress Dowager Zhuang calmly took the peony. "You went to ruin Princess Xinyang's flowers again." Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and said seriously, "I got it from my brother-in-law." He wasn't lying. He had just taken it from his bad brother-in-law. Even though he was the one who plucked it. How could Empress Dowager Zhuang not understand him? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. Looking at the delicate peony, she said, "Why are you suddenly so kind to send me flowers?" Little Jing Kong sighed. "Sigh, no. My bad brother-in-law said that this flower is poisonous, so I can't give it to Jiao Jiao." Empress Dowager Zhuang was speechless. After Xiao Heng entered Rinshou Palace, he didn't hurry to find Great-Aunt. Instead, he went to see Eunuch Qin first. The Empress Dowager's condition. Eunuch Qin heard Xiao Heng asking about the Empress Dowager, so he didn't hide anything. It's not good to tell the truth. Princess Ning'an suffered so much in the frontier fortress for so many years. After she came back, she looked so pitiful. The most pitiful is young Master Xian. He suffered so much at such a young age. The more unreasonable he is, the more upset the Empress Dowager will be. After Huangfu Xian moved into the palace, he caused a lot of trouble. On the first day, he bullied Qin Chuyu. Not long after, he scared the two little commandery princesses raised by noble consort Zhuang in the palace. As for not showing respect to the empress and the imperial concubines, it was a light punishment. The point was that as long as someone complained to His Majesty, he wouldn't admit it. How did a good child become like this? In Eunuch Qin's opinion, Huang Fujing deserved to die 1,000 times over. This child's scheming. Cough, cough. Realizing that he almost said something he shouldn't, Eunuch Qin decisively stopped. Xiaoheng pretended that he didn't hear the last sentence and said, "Then I'll go and see the Empress Dowager." Xiaoheng went to Empress Dowager Zhuang's study and patted little Jing Kong's shoulder. "Go and play. I'll talk to Grand Aunt for a while." "Oh, Grand Aunt, I'm leaving." Little Jing Kong waved his little hand and turned to leave. Xiaoheng stayed in the study to talk with Empress Dowager Zhuang, while little Jing Kong went to Qianquan Palace to find Qin Chuyu. Because of the lesson last time, the two didn't go to Bixia Hall this time. "Let's go and feed the fish," little Jing Kong said. There was a tay pond in the palace, and there were many koi fish in it. Each of them was fat and cute. Qin Chuyu was not in high spirits. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" little Jing Kong asked with concern. Qin Chuyu sighed as he walked on the path full of flowers. "My puppy is gone." "Why is it gone?" Little Jing Kong was confused. Qin Chuyu said sadly, "My mother said it ran around last time and caused me to run into Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian bullied me, so my mother won't let me keep it anymore." Little Jing Kong thought about his pets and said, "Actually, my chickens and birds also get into trouble. Didn't little Nine almost peck you last time?" But Jiao Jiao didn't forbid him from keeping it. Jiao Jiao was great. Qin Chuyu was so pitiful. He comforted Qin Chuyu, "If you like puppies, you can come to my house next time. I'll lend you little 8. "I just want my dog," Qin Chuyu said sullenly. "Ha! Listen." Little Jing Kong suddenly pulled him to a stop. "Listen to what?" Qin Chuyu asked strangely. "Your dog." Little Jing Kong said crisply. Qin Chuyu looked around. "Where?" "I heard it." Little Jing Kong pointed. "Over there." The two children ran in the direction pointed out by little Jing Kong. Behind a rockery, the two of them really saw Qin Chuyu's dog. However, the scene was different from what they had imagined. Huang Fuxian was here too. Huang Fuxian sat alone in a cold wheelchair without any servants around him. His legs were covered with a thick blanket as usual, and Qin Chuyu's dog was lying on the blanket. Its entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that it had either been thrown to the ground or abused by someone. Huang Fuxian was choking it with one hand and forcing something into its mouth with the other. The puppy whimpered in pain, but Huang Fuxian didn't show any mercy. He forced the dog's mouth open. His expression was ferocious. At that moment, he was no longer a disabled young man, but a twisted devil. Qin Chuyu had never seen such a terrifying person. He was so scared that he fell to the ground and even forgot to scream. Little Jing Kong was also shocked. He stared at the man and the dog in the wheelchair with his eyes wide open. Huang Fuxian sensed the movement from the side. He slowly turned his head, revealing a pair of malicious eyes. "Ah!" Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end and he finally screamed. Qin Chuyu was so young that he couldn't bear such a terrifying shock. He trembled and almost crawled forward. "Help! Help! Someone is killing the puppy." He ran away. Little Jing Kong didn't run away. Huang Fuxian's malicious eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He asked sarcastically, "Aren't you going to run, little thing?" Little Jing Kong looked at him, and then looked at the dying puppy on his leg. He didn't know if he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he turned around and ran away. "Ha!" Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. When it was time for court, the emperor called the cabinet ministers and military officials to the imperial study to discuss the rewards for the meritorious officials at the frontier fortress. Tang Yueshan was already the grand marshal of the world. He couldn't be promoted, so the emperor planned to give him a title. Gu Changqing, as the heir of Marquis Ding, was ordered to reorganize the Gu army and go north to fight the enemy. His contributions couldn't go unnoticed. The emperor planned to promote him to a third-rank northern general. He was promoted 3 ranks from a 6th-rank military officer. He could be considered the fastest promoted general during the emperor's reign. Gu Qingfeng performed well in the Battle of Yuegu City, so the emperor decided to give him the position of military officer of the Yu cavalry. As for the other generals, the emperor also mentioned their rewards one by one. The ministers had no objections. Until now, the imperial study was harmonious. Then, the emperor began to reward Gu Jiao and Ning, and Gu Jiao still hadn't acknowledged her identity as the daughter of Marquis Ding, so the emperor planned to reward her in the name of the owner of the Miracle Hands Hall. The emperor bestowed the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor and conferred the title of Junju. The title was left to Hanlin Academy to decide. At this time, Su Sifu from the cabinet spoke up, Dr. Gu is only a medical woman. Even if she has performed meritorious deeds in saving the soldiers, she still can't bear the title of Junju, right? Su Sifu was one of Imperial Tutor Zhuang's people. Imperial Tutor Zhuang claimed to be ill and didn't come today. The emperor looked at Su Sifu with displeasure. Why can't she bear the title? Do you know how many people she saved? This official does not deny Dr. Gu's contributions. This official only feels that Your Majesty should give her other rewards. Your Majesty bestowing the plaque of the number 1 divine doctor is already very generous. If you also give her the title of Junju, it would be inconsistent with the ancestral rules. Su Sifu cupped his hands and continued, besides, compared to Dr. Gu, this official believes that another person should be rewarded more. The emperor lightly said, Oh. Who are you referring to? Su Sifu sternly said, Princess Ning, and Princess Ning placed righteousness above family and helped second Master Gu save the old marquis. She also helped Gu Shizi destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. If it wasn't for Princess Ning An's wit and bravery, the Gu family's army commander might not have been able to leave the snowy mountains. Princess Ning An's contributions are great. This official proposes that Princess Ning be conferred the title of Princess Protector. Zhao Country's Princess Eldest was not a title that could be casually conferred. That was a princess with real power. Her position was the same as that of a marquis. Chapter 543. Princess Ning was very popular among the people. Her action of putting righteousness before family spread all the way from the frontier fortress to the capital. The people all praised her for her loyalty and patriotism. Moreover, she had a son who had lost his legs. People couldn't help but feel pity for her under the praise. Therefore, when the conversation in the imperial study spread, the people received a lot of praise. Of course, the praise came from Princess Ning. They all said that she deserved to be the first princess of the Protector. Tang Yueshan heard the news in the barracks. His injury had healed, but he still needed to do rehabilitation every day. He was bored at home, so he came to the barracks to train with the soldiers. Today's Tiger Mountain Barracks was not the same as before. The Gu clan army was no longer in the Tiger Mountain Barracks after being reorganized. They went to the nearby Wolf Mountain Barracks, while the soldiers of the Wolf Mountain Barracks were transferred here. Tang Yueshan's archers were also there. 500 of them came back from the frontier fortress after fighting in the war. They were trapped in Yi City with the guards of the imperial court. Tang Yueshan used a trick to lure them out of Yi City. On the way, they were chased by the Qin army. It was Gu Jiao who stopped the Qin army's pursuit by herself. If it was the duty of a doctor to heal the wounded and save the dying, then it was not her duty to risk her life for the soldiers. But she still did it without hesitation. They didn't forget how she risked her life for them, and how she worked hard to treat them. She even gave them the last chance to enter the city. Now that they suddenly heard that she was going to be conferred the title of princess, the soldiers were quite happy for her. Then they heard that Princess Ning and was going to be the first princess of the Protector. The soldiers were a little confused. But they could accept it. After all, she was a princess of the imperial family. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager wanted to spoil her. They just needed to watch. But someone asked, how did she become the protector of the Protector? A soldier told him the news he heard. Tang Yueshan's archers grew anxious. An archer asked, when did she work with second young Master Gu to save the old duke? It was clearly Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu who had rescued the old duke. On the way, they met the Grand Marshal and worked together with him to deal with the prince consort. After that, Dr. Gu and second young Master Gu brought the seriously injured old duke to Yuegu City while the Grand Marshal went to Yi City. Save us. The soldier analyzed for him. The old marquis was locked up in the governor's manor. The governor's manor was heavily guarded and filled with experts. Without Princess Ning and holding back the prince consort and diverting their attention, how could that doctor and second young Master Gu succeed? The archer said angrily, why can't we succeed? You don't know how amazing Dr. Gu is. Back then, she alone scared off 5,000 Qin cavalrymen. The soldier waved his hand. Keep bragging. Do you think the Qin state's cavalry is made of paper? The archer was furious. You've never been there, how do you know I'm just bluffing? The soldier chuckled. Is there a need to go? Just think about it and you know it's impossible. Even if that Dr. Gu is extremely capable, it can't be as exaggerated as you say, right? In fact, everyone only had a little doubt about whether Princess Ningen was qualified to be conferred the title of First Princess Protector. They had no right to comment on it. Now that the conflict had arisen, it immediately aroused everyone's desire to win. Just like that, the two sides began to argue. As they argued, they began to fight. At first, it was just two people fighting, but as they fought, it became two rows of people fighting. One row was made up of archers who had been to the frontier fortress, while the other row was made up of soldiers who had just come from the Wolf Mountain barracks. The commotion alerted Tang Yueshan, who also found out about Princess Ning An's conferment. Tang Yueshan was the Grand Marshal. At his current height, he naturally saw the problem from a different perspective than the soldiers below. He knew very well why things would change when they reached the capital. It was because this was the officialdom. It didn't matter whether Princess Ningen had really made those contributions. She was the favorite of the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang, so there would be people rushing to flatter her. Wasn't that what the civil officials were best at? They talked as if they knew more about all the things that had happened in the war than the soldiers on the battlefield. Compared with a little female doctor, it was obvious that the spirit of sacrifice and national integrity of a princess was more convincing. But then again, if Tang Yueshan hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed that Gu Jiao had risked her life like that. How could anyone fight to that extent? She fought on the city tower for an entire night with her own strength, just to keep the flag of the Zhao kingdom from falling, just to protect the border fortress from being broken. Just this alone made Tang Yueshan's chest surge when he thought of it. This didn't mean that the other soldiers didn't contribute, or that whoever contributed more or less had contributed less. Every soldier had done a good job. But the claims about Princess Ning An's contributions were indeed exaggerated. Tang Yueshan wouldn't be so surprised if Gu Chongqing had destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. Forget it, he was an old general. This kind of thing was commonplace. The merits of the subordinates were meant to be taken by the superiors. Besides, Gu Jiao wasn't anyone to him. He wouldn't admit that she was a henchman. He wasn't angry. He didn't care. He wouldn't stand up for her. In the afternoon, Tang Yuxian received a summons from the emperor, ordering him to go to the palace immediately. Tang Yuxian guessed that the emperor wanted to confer the title of Princess Ning'an. He was the grand marshal of all the troops and an important minister in the war at the frontier fortress. If he came forward to ask for the title of Princess Ning'an, he believed that the title of Protector Princess would be more justified. But the emperor also asked him to bring his Tang Bao. He couldn't figure out what the emperor wanted to do. He followed the eunuch to the palace and found that the emperor didn't summon him to the imperial study, but to a meadow near the imperial garden. Princess Ning'an was there. "Your Majesty, Princess Ning'an," he carried the Tang Bao on his back and saluted. There were tables and chairs in the meadow. The emperor and Princess Ning'an had already sat down. The emperor pointed to a chair and said to Tang Yuxian, "Minister Tang, sit down." Tang Yuxian sat down in confusion. About 5 feet in front of him, Eunuch Wei and a few guards set up 10 targets. Did the emperor want to see him shoot? "How is Minister Tang's injury?" the emperor asked in an amiable manner. Tang Yuxian belatedly realized that the emperor had changed his title to minister. She was really overwhelmed by this favor. A few months ago, he was still a thorn in the emperor's side. He said respectfully, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." What was the emperor trying to do? Just then, Eunuch Wei strode over. He greeted Tang Yuxian with a smile, "Lord Tang, you're here." Eunuch Wei. Tang Yuxian saluted back. Eunuch Wei smiled and turned to the emperor and Princess Ning'an, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, the targets are ready." "Bring the bow," the emperor said. "Yes." Eunuch Wei walked to the side, took a heavy bow from a guard, and personally handed it to Princess Ning'an. Tang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. Princess Ning'an grabbed the bow without saying a word. The guard immediately handed her a quiver. She took out an arrow, knocked it on the bow, took aim, and shot. She hit the bullseye. Tang Yuxian was shocked. "Good archery, Your Highness." Eunuch Wei praised with a smile. The emperor looked at Princess Ning'an lovingly. "You haven't lost your archery skills. In fact, you've improved a little." Tang Yuxian remembered that Princess Ning'an had learned archery from him years ago. Otherwise, why would Empress Dowager Zhuang want to marry Princess Ning'an to him? It was just his father's voice that broke the silence. He went to tell the Empress Dowager that he and Princess Ning'an seemed to be in love with each other. To be honest, he didn't have that kind of feeling for Princess Ning'an. He liked mature and gentle women, not a childish girl like Ning'an. Wait, the emperor suddenly called him here and made him watch Princess Ning'an shoot an arrow. Could it be that the emperor wanted to marry Princess Ning'an to him again? He didn't want to marry just any married woman. The emperor smiled and asked, "Minister Tang, what do you think of Ning'an's archery skills?" It was good enough that an ordinary person could shoot like this. Tang Yuxian wanted to say that, but instead, he said, "She's terrible." The emperor was stunned. So was Princess Ning'an. She didn't expect Tang Yuxian to be so sharp-tongued. Tang Yuxian broke out in cold sweat. What did he just say? Was it because he had been bickering with Gu Qingfeng in the ward for too long that he didn't know how to control his mouth? Is it terrible? Princess Ning'an asked awkwardly. At this distance, it was good enough for a woman to hit the edge of the bullseye. Unexpectedly, Tang Yuxian's head heated up. He vented the anger he had been holding in all the way. Don't you know whether it's terrible or not? Even a blind man can shoot better than you. Fortunately, you don't have to go to war. Otherwise, you'll kill your own people before the enemy dies. And you call yourself the princess protector. Look at you. Do you deserve it? Have you ever killed an enemy or shed blood? Have you ever saved a person or cured a plague? Just because you're a princess, you think you can take all the credit? Bah! You're nothing. Chapter 544. Novels with deep content that can't be found online are available here. His words were simply deadly. What was worse was that Tang Wuxian actually said the last two sentences. The entire field fell silent. The sparrows in the forest stopped moving. Tang Wuxian finally realized what he had said. He felt as if a few crows were flying over his head. Tang Wuxian had never been so sharp-tongued. It wasn't that he was big-hearted or that he was a general. It was just that there weren't many generals who were sharp-tongued. He wouldn't lose a fight, and he couldn't win an argument. However, ever since he became Gu Qingfeng's roommate, he had been getting scolded from time to time. After getting scolded so many times, he had gotten used to it. Just now, he couldn't hold back and blurted out whatever was on his mind. It was all Gu Qingfeng's fault. He would never admit that he was standing up for Gu Jiao. Impossible. Impossible. The atmosphere was so awkward that one could dig out a house with one's toe. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Ning Hen and then at His Majesty. Both of them looked terrible. It's over. Marshal Tang, you're finished. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend Princess Ning Hen. Don't you know that Princess Ning Hen is His Majesty's favorite? Tang Yueshan wanted to cry but had no tears. He was telling the truth, but was it too late to regret? What's going on? A cold voice came from behind them. Eunuch Wei turned around in surprise. He bowed to the newcomer and said, Miss Gu. Why are you in the palace today? I'm here to see my grand-aunt, said Gu Jiao. She had been so busy taking care of Mo Qianxue that she hadn't been in the palace to see how her grand-aunt was doing. She was passing by the imperial garden when she heard the general's roar. She came to see what was going on. The emperor glared at Tang Wuxian coldly. He suppressed the urge to drag him away and beat him to death. He said gently to Gu Jiao, Jiao Jiao. Your Majesty, Princess Ning Hen, Grand Marshal Tang. Gu Jiao greeted them one by one. Her tone wasn't very enthusiastic, nor was it as polite as Xiao Heng's deliberate attitude after he became an official. It was just cold and cheerless, sounding as if she didn't care. If it was anyone else who said this, the emperor would be angry. But Gu Jiao's personality was like this, so the emperor didn't think she was being rude to him and Princess Ning Hen. Are you shooting arrows? Gu Jiao saw a target not far away. Judging from the distance, it was about 50 steps away. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, Yes, Miss Gu, do you know how to shoot an arrow? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Yes, I know a little, but I'm not very good at it. Eunuch Wei was a shrewd person. He quickly asked with a smile, Miss Gu, do you want to try it? Okay. Gu Jiao nodded. Eunuch Wei glanced at Princess Ning Hen awkwardly. He had only prepared one bow. Princess Ning Hen handed the bow in her hand to Eunuch Wei. Thank you, Princess. Eunuch Wei reached out with both hands and respectfully handed the bow to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was holding the bow in her right hand and an arrow in her left hand. This made Eunuch Wei and the emperor both look askance. Gu Jiao didn't look like a left-handed person, so how could she use her left hand to draw the bow? Could it be that she wasn't very good at it, so she didn't know which hand to use to draw the bow? Gu Jiao, who wasn't very good at it, took 3 arrows from the guard's quiver, knocked them on the bowstring, took aim, and shot. 3 arrows were shot at the same time. Each arrow hit the center of the target and went through the center, directly piercing through the bullseye. The emperor was so shocked that he held on to the armrest of his chair and sat up straight. This is called not very good at it. Yes. Gu Zhao nodded and said seriously, the Tang family's archers can shoot 4 arrows at the same time, and each arrow can hit a willow tree from 100 paces away. This bullseye is so big and only 50 paces away. A Tang family archer can hit it with his eyes closed. But she still had to open her eyes. If it were 100 paces away, she wouldn't be able to hit it with such accuracy even with her eyes open. The emperor looked at the target that had been shot through by Gu Zhao, and then looked at Princess Ning An's arrow that had only hit the edge of the bullseye. In a trance, he felt that Tang Yueshan's words, "Even a blind man can shoot better than you," were not offensive words, but an incomparably cruel truth. Is it really that good? The emperor asked Tang Yueshan seriously. I wouldn't dare. Although Tang Yueshan said that he didn't dare, he drew his Tang bow, knocked 4 arrows, and shot them out. He didn't seem to have hit anything. However, when Eunuch Wei brought the guards to retrieve the arrows he had shot, they found that each arrow had hit the root of a flower and nailed it firmly to the branch. This was much more difficult than shooting a willow tree from 100 paces away. At least the leaves of the willow tree were not so thin. Eunuch Wei took the flowers back. The emperor was completely speechless. Princess Ning'an said, Miss Gu and Marshal Tang look very similar when it comes to drawing a bow. Did Miss Gu learn archery from Marshal Tang? No. Gu Jiao and Tang Yueshan denied it in unison. In the next second, the emperor and the others saw the two of them take out handkerchiefs to wipe the bows in their hands. Their movements were so synchronized that they even habitually flicked the handkerchiefs on the bowstrings. The emperor was speechless. Everyone was speechless. The emperor was so angry at Tang Yueshan that he almost forgot about the important matter. He only remembered it now when he saw him wiping the bow. The emperor said, Princess Ning'an admires Minister Tang's archery very much. If Minister Tang has the time, please give Princess Ning'an some pointers. Generally speaking, the emperor was a benevolent ruler. This benevolence was a double-edged sword. It allowed him to be loyal to those around him, but it also allowed him to be merciful to those who offended him verbally. If the late emperor were here today, Tang Yueshan would have been skinned alive, no matter how useful he was to the emperor. When Tang Yueshan heard the emperor's words, he knew that his life was saved. He secretly sighed in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He cupped his hands and said, In response to your Majesty's words, this humble subject is a boor and doesn't know any etiquette. I'm afraid I've offended Princess Ning'an. If Princess Ning'an really wants to learn archery, this humble subject can recommend 1 or 2 candidates. The emperor had just experienced Tang Yueshan's sharp tongue and was worried that Tang Yueshan would offend Princess Ning'an again. He looked at Princess Ning'an unexpectedly. Princess Ning'an didn't mind at all. She said, It's fine. Marshal Tang is straightforward and outspoken. He's much more comfortable with us compared to those petty people who only pretend to obey. Tang Yueshan was very unhappy. The Tang family's archery skills couldn't be taught casually. Years ago, Princess Ning'an went to the Tang family to learn some archery skills because her father drank too much. He was too embarrassed to go back on his word, but he didn't teach her for too long. A few months later, Princess Ning'an finished her apprenticeship. Is Marshal Tang not happy? Princess Ning'an asked. This was a fatal question. Tang Yueshan coughed and said, This humble subject just thinks, he can't teach. Gu Zhao said, he was injured at the frontier fortress and needs to go back to the capital for rehabilitation. Archery will affect the results of his rehabilitation. The atmosphere became awkward again. Eunuch Wei's eyes wandered back and forth between his masters. Princess Ning'an was His Majesty's favorite, but the little magic doctor was also very favored. Who would His Majesty listen to? Would it be his little sister who had been doting on him since childhood, or the little magic doctor who had saved his life? Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze, little fatty Qin Chuyu rushed over, wailing like a ghost. "Father! Father! Help me!" He threw himself into His Majesty's arms without a care. His chubby little hands grabbed His Majesty's clothes, and his body trembled. His behavior was too unbecoming of a prince. His Majesty frowned, but he also felt sorry for his chubby little son. "What's wrong?" His Majesty asked in a deep voice. Qin Chuyu cried until he was out of breath. My dog, His Majesty frowned. "Speak properly. What happened to your dog?" Qin Chuyu cried out, "Huangfu Xian killed my dog." Everyone's expression changed. Huangfu Xian's strange temperament was no secret in the palace. But killing a dog, especially a prince's dog, was too much. His Majesty frowned and tried to help the chubby little fatty up from his arms. "Are you mistaken? Why would your cousin kill your dog?" Qin Chuyu didn't get up from his father's arms. He buried his head in his father's arms. "I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it in Jing Kong too. He's right there. He's right by the supreme liquid pool. If you don't believe me, you can go and see for yourself." Ning'an stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I'll go and see." His Majesty said, "I'll go with you." Qin Chuyu grabbed His Majesty's clothes. "Father, don't go." His Majesty said, "Didn't you ask me to go?" Qin Chuyu cried, "What will happen to me if you go?" "I'm scared." His Majesty sighed and said, "Let Eunuch Wei send you back to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility." Because of this sudden change, His Majesty didn't have time to deal with Tang Wishan teaching archery to Princess Ning'an. He went to the supreme liquid pool with Princess Ning, and Tang Wishan watched them leave and muttered, "These delicate princesses can't be beaten or scolded when they practice archery. Whoever teaches them will be unlucky." After he said that, he suddenly saw Gu Jiao staring at the Tang Bao in his hand. Her eyes were shining. Tang Yueshan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly held the Tang Bao in his arms. "Don't even think about it. I won't let you touch it. If you touch it, I'll be a donkey." Chapter 545. The Emperor and Princess Ning'an quickly rushed in the direction of the supreme liquid pool. Sure enough, they saw Huangfu Xian covered in blood on the grass behind a rockery near the pool. The scene was unforgettable for the Emperor. Huangfu Xian's legs were not covered with a thick blanket as before. His legs were covered in blood. A pair of empty trousers fluttered in the cold wind. His hands were also covered in blood. Even his cheeks, the corners of his eyes, and his neck were all splashed with blood. A drop of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were empty and gloomy. His figure was lonely and broken. The Emperor's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It seemed to be cold and also seemed to be horrified. A thought flashed through his mind. How could there be such a terrible child in the world? Huangfu Xian was only 13 years old, 1 year younger than Gu Shaoshan. However, the coldness he showed was not something a normal person should have. The Emperor's eyes fell on his empty trousers and his throat suddenly choked. "Xian, what are you doing?" Princess Ning'an roared as she ran over. She grabbed Huangfu Xian's shoulders tightly and shook his frail body. "What have you done?" Huangfu Xian expressionlessly allowed her to rock him back and forth in the cold wheelchair. Princess Ning'an said with red eyes, "Speak. What have you done? Why did you do this?" The emperor came back to his senses and walked forward to pull Princess Ningen away. Princess Ningen covered her face and cried in the emperor's arms. "It's all my fault, it's my fault." The emperor looked and didn't see the dog's body. He didn't know if the child threw the dog into the supreme liquid pool. Thinking that a 13-year-old child could be so cruel, the emperor couldn't help but close his eyes and gasp. Because he was Ningen's son, he had to endure. Ningen had suffered too much. He couldn't let her suffer any more harm. "You go back first. I will talk to him," the emperor said to Princess Ningen. Princess Ningen cried and looked at Huang Fuxian. The emperor patted her shoulder comfortingly. "I won't do anything to him. I just want to have a good talk with him." With the emperor's words, it would be inappropriate for Princess Ningen not to return. Princess Ningen sobbed and said to Huang Fuxian, "Don't make your uncle angry." Huang Fuxian leaned lazily against the back of the wheelchair, looking as if he didn't care about anyone. Princess Ningen turned and returned to Iridescent Cloud's hall. The emperor looked at Huang Fuxian and hesitated for a moment before taking 2 steps towards him. He stopped beside his wheelchair and sighed. "Xian, I know you're suffering. You've lost your legs and your father. I understand your pain." "Ha!" Huang Fuxian sneered disdainfully. He snorted at the emperor's words. Ever since the emperor ascended the throne, no one except Empress Dowager Zhuang dared to speak to him like this. He didn't want to argue with a child. "Yes, I didn't lose my legs. I can't understand all your pain. But I also lost my father. I understand the pain of losing a father." Huang Fuxian said sarcastically, "Your Majesty's situation is different from mine. Your Majesty's father died of an illness, while mine was killed by someone." The emperor frowned. "Your father betrayed the court." Huang Fuxian said calmly, "His court is the Li dynasty." The emperor clenched his fists and gasped again. He couldn't be angry at his nephew. The emperor looked at him and said, "If you want to blame someone, blame me. Don't blame your mother. Don't do these things to make your mother angry." Huang Fuxian didn't look at the emperor. Instead, he looked at the calm surface of the imperial liquid pool and said coldly, "She betrayed my father. I want to blame her. I will never forgive her. Of course, I won't forgive your Majesty either. Your Majesty better kill me as soon as possible. Otherwise, when I have the power, I may continue my father's great cause of restoring the country. I am a member of the imperial family of the Li dynasty. My father's blood flows in my body. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. Your Majesty, your Majesty, your Majesty." Eunuch Wei's voice sounded from afar. The emperor's consciousness returned. He realized that he had returned to the imperial study and had been in a daze for a long time. He had almost strangled the child's neck. He had almost killed him. It was the child's appearance that was too similar to Ning An's that pulled him back to his senses. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would give an order to cut off his head. So, he left him alone. "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Eunuch Wei looked at His Majesty worriedly. The emperor wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and shook his head. "I'm fine. How is little Qi?" Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "I sent the 7th prince to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and handed him over to the Empress. The Empress doesn't seem to be happy." Who would be happy about this? The Empress was bullied twice, and it was by the same person. Empress Xiao was not a weak person who could be bullied. The Palace of Earthly Tranquility and the Palace of Earthly Tranquility had become enemies. The emperor pinched his sore eyebrows. "Send someone to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility and tell them that I will be there for dinner tonight." This meant that he was going to appease Empress Xiao. Eunuch Wei understood. Yes. Eunuch Wei left. However, the emperor's worry did not dissipate. It was easy to appease Empress Xiao, but it was not so easy for him to get over the hurdle in his heart. His mind was full of Huang Fuxian's words. As long as I am alive, the Li dynasty will not perish. The remnants of the previous dynasty were too good at causing trouble. They even left a terrible shadow in the emperor's heart. In fact, Huang Fuxian was only a 13-year-old cripple. How could he restore the country? However, another voice floated in the emperor's mind. He had the blood of the previous dynasty in his body. He had inherited his father's wisdom and means. He was a child without any sympathy or pity. If he grew stronger, there would be endless trouble in the future. There was a memorial on the table requesting to confer Princess Ning in the title of Elder Princess Protector. The emperor had made up his mind. No matter how the court objected, he must confer the title of Elder Princess Protector to Ning'an. But now he was not so sure. Was he really going to confer Ning'an the title of Duchess? In that case, after Ning'an passed away, her fief and dukedom would be inherited by Huang Fuxian. Would Huang Fuxian, who had real power, not become the second King Yi or the emperor's son-in-law? There were two choices in front of him. First, he could confer Ning'an the title of Elder Princess Protector, which was the same as that of Duchess. But he had to kill Huang Fuxian to prevent future trouble. Second, he could not confer Ning'an the title of Elder Princess Protector. Let Ning'an be an ordinary princess, and Huang Fuxian would be an ordinary playboy. He would never have the capital to restore the country. On the other side, Huang Fuxian pushed his wheelchair back to Iridescent Cloud's hall. Princess Ning'an was waiting for him in his room. When she saw him, she dismissed the servants. Only the mother and son were left in the room. Princess Ning'an looked at his legs darkly. "Where's your blanket?" "It's dirty, so I threw it away," Huang Fuxian said lightly. Princess Ning'an took a deep breath. Huang Fuxian smiled and interrupted her. "Don't you want to know what I said to His Majesty?" "What did you say to His Majesty?" Princess Ning'an asked. Huang Fuxian smiled. "I said, I hate you, and I hate him. You killed my father, and I will avenge my father one day. As long as I don't die, the Great Li dynasty will not perish." Slap. Princess Ning'an gave him a cold slap with the back of her hand. This slap was merciless. Huang Fuxian fell to the ground with his wheelchair. He rolled out of the wheelchair, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at her with a cold smile. "Mother, is this all you've got?" Princess Ning'an's chest rose and fell violently. She angrily glared at him, and even her body was trembling. Huang Fuxian laughed so hard that he was shaking. The dried blood on his cheeks and the fresh blood on the corner of his mouth merged into one, making him look very strange. "Mother, take a guess. With a son who wants to rebel, will His Majesty still let you be the elder princess?" Princess Ning'an's nails dug into her flesh. "From today onwards, you're not allowed to take a step out of your room." After saying this, Princess Ning'an turned and left. No one went into the room to help him up. Huang Fuxian lay paralyzed on the cold floor, staring blankly at the carved beams above him. The world seemed to be silent. Cold wind poured in through the cracks in the window. Huang Fuxian was so cold that he lost all feeling in his legs. He didn't move or make a sound. Suddenly, there was a squeak on the windowsill, as if a large bird had landed. Huang Fuxian didn't care. He just lay there like he was waiting for death. Then, a cute little figure climbed in from the windowsill and fell to the ground with a thud. Huang Fuxian raised his eyes. Unfortunately, he was frozen and couldn't move his eyes, so he couldn't see anything. until that small figure ran over and came face to face with him on top of his head. Little brother. Little Jing Kong greeted him. What are you doing here? Huang Fu Xian closed his eyes and asked angrily, is this a place where you can come? Little Jing Kong ignored his coldness and went to him. He asked curiously, why are you lying on the ground? Huang Fu Xian said sarcastically, for fun. Oh. Little Jing Kong also lay down beside him. Huang Fu Xian was speechless. Little Jing Kong lay for a while and crossed his little hands on his belly. But I feel so cold. Huang Fu Xian thought, isn't that obvious? Little Jing Kong sat up and took out a small porcelain bottle from his purse. For you. Huang Fu Xian asked calmly, what is it? Little Jing Kong explained, golden sore ointment. It's for healing injuries. Huang Fu Xian said coldly, the dog is dead. Little Jing Kong said, it's for you. Isn't your hand injured? Huang Fu Xian's eyelashes trembled slightly. His hand was indeed injured, but no one noticed it. They all thought that the blood on his hand was from the dog. Little Jing Kong saw that he didn't take it, so he grabbed his hand and tried to stuff the ointment into his hand. Little Jing Kong grabbed his hand and found that his hand was frighteningly cold. Your hand is so cold. You can't lie on the ground anymore. Huang Fu Xian said, it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong looked around and saw that his wheelchair was overturned. He thought for a while and said, did you fall? Huang Fu Xian said coldly, I said it's none of your business. Little Jing Kong got up and used all his strength to straighten the wheelchair that was bigger than him. Then he went to help Huang Fu Xian up. Huang Fu Xian was frozen, so it was not easy to help him up. Little Jing Kong thought for a while, then he grabbed one of Huang Fu Xian's hands and began to rub it. He rubbed it and exhaled, it won't be cold anymore. It'll be warm soon. Huang Fu Xian hated being close to people ever since he lost his legs. Even Princess Ning'an couldn't touch him, but the little guy was rubbing his hand. Huang Fu Xian was angry. Let go of me. Little Jing Kong rubbed Huang Fu Xian's forehead like how Gu Jiao usually did. It'll be warm soon. Don't worry. He even rubbed his head. Huang Fu Xian was about to explode. Little Jing Kong rubbed his left hand and then rubbed his right hand. Soon, his right hand was warm. Next, he was going to rub his legs. It was a taboo that he couldn't touch. It was incomplete and ugly. Even his biological father would feel disgusted and instinctively avoid it. Don't touch there. He would go crazy. Huang Fu Xian stared at little Jing Kong. Fortunately, little Jing Kong didn't touch his legs. After warming his hands, little Jing Kong tried to help him sit up again. He didn't know if it was because of the excitement at that moment, but his body was not as stiff as before. He sat up. Little Jing Kong pushed the wheelchair in front of him. He grabbed the armrests of the wheelchair with both hands and gritted his teeth to sit on it. Are you in pain? Little Jing Kong asked him. This time, he was referring to his legs. Huang Fu Xian's Adam's apple moved, and he said calmly, not really. Little Jing Kong bent down. Huang Fu Xian thought he was going to lift up his trousers, and his face changed. Unexpectedly, little Jing Kong just stopped above his broken leg and blew gently with its little mouth. It won't hurt anymore after I blow. There was no fear or disdain in his clean eyes. Chapter 546. Master. Lian pushed the door open and entered. Why are you sitting by the window alone? The wind is so strong, you'll catch a cold. Huang Fu Xian stared at the scenery outside the window and didn't answer Lian. Little Jing Kong was no longer in the room. There was no trace of him being here. Lian quickly walked over and closed the window across the table. "Don't close it," Huang Fuxian said. Lian hand paused in the middle of closing the window. She turned to look at her master in confusion. "But it's cold." "I'm not cold," Huang Fuxian said indifferently. "Then, okay, I'll turn it down a little." Lian closed the window halfway. Huang Fuxian looked out through the gap in the window. His expression was indifferent and gloomy. It wasn't Lian first day serving Princess Ning'an, so she wasn't surprised by Huang Fuxian's appearance. However, she still felt sorry for him. She looked at Huang Fuxian, whose blood had already dried up. She didn't ask how he did it because she had already heard that her family's young master had killed the 7th prince's dog. She said in a low voice, "I'll go get some water for you to wash your face." Lian quickly fetched hot water. It took her 2 basins of water to wash Huang Fuxian's face. When she washed Huang Fuxian's hand, she was surprised to find that the back of his hand was scratched and there was a long cut. Her face turned pale. "Master, you're injured. Why didn't you say anything? This blood on your hand, don't tell me it's yours." Of course, it wasn't all Huang Fuxian's. That cut couldn't have bled that much. Huang Fuxian frowned impatiently. "You're so annoying. Get out, I don't want to see you." Lian said, "I'll tell the princess to call the imperial physician." Huang Fuxian said, "I don't want to see the imperial physician." Lian said worriedly, but Huang Fuxian said coldly, "If you say any more nonsense, get out." Lian could only shut her mouth resentfully. Perhaps it was because this wound caught Lian attention. She looked at Huang Fuxian again. This time, she found a few faint finger marks on Huang Fuxian's cheek. "Did the princess hit you?" Lian asked weakly. Huang Fuxian ignored her. Lian lowered her head sadly and continued to wipe Huang Fuxian's hands. "Sir, can you not make the princess angry in the future? It's hard for the princess to be alone." Huang Fuxian mocked, "What's so difficult about her? Is it hard to raise a useless son like me?" Lian was rendered speechless. After that, Lian didn't dare to say another word. She wiped the blood off Huang Fuxian's face, hands, and neck and helped him change his clothes. However, she had only helped Huang Fuxian change his shirt. Huang Fuxian had changed his pants himself. Ever since his crippled leg scared a servant to the point of vomiting, he no longer allowed anyone to change his pants for him. When Princess Ning'an arrived, Huang Fuxian was already dressed and sitting quietly in the wheelchair by the window. "I heard that your hand was injured." Princess Ning'an walked over and closed the window. She wasn't Lian who had to listen to Huang Fuxian's orders. On the contrary, Huang Fuxian was her son. He should listen to her. "Let me see," she said to Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian didn't move. Princess Ning'an picked up his left hand. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's such a long cut." Huang Fuxian turned his face away and ignored her. Princess Ning'an opened the wound medicine she had brought. She dabbed a little with her fingertip and applied it to the wound. After that, she applied it to his swollen cheek. Huang Fuxian tilted his head slightly and avoided her hand. "You still don't like others touching you." Princess Ning'an's fingertip still landed on his cheek. After applying the medicine to Huang Fuxian, Princess Ning'an said, "I'll come and apply it again before bed. I'm going to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. Do you want to come with me?" Huang Fuxian's lips curved and he sneered. "Are you sure you want the Empress Dowager to see my swollen face?" Princess Ning'an pinched her fingers and took a deep breath. She placed the wound medicine on the table and turned to leave. Rinshou Palace. Xiaoheng had official business to attend to. After visiting his grandaunt, he left the palace. When he arrived, it was only him and little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao also came later. Little Jing Kong already had Jiao Jiao. How could he still remember his bad brother-in-law? He waved his little hand and sent his bad brother-in-law away. Then he began to uncover the roof tiles in Rinshou Palace. As he grew older, his energy became more vigorous and his destructive power became stronger. However, Gu Jiao would basically fix it for him. When Princess Ning walked into Rinshou Palace, she happened to see Gu Jiao repairing little Jing Kong's swing. Princess Ning had seen this swing many times. She just didn't ask about its origin. Prince Ning had 2 young princesses. Naturally, people who didn't know would think that the swing was prepared for the 2 young princesses. Jiao Jiao, is my swing ready? Little Jing Kong stood behind the swing and asked Gu Jiao cutely. Gu Jiao said, not so fast. The seat is worn and the rope needs to be reinforced. Little Jing Kong thought for a while. Then I'll go find my grandaunt first. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. Grandaunt. I'm coming. Little Jing Kong waved his little arms and bounced away. Gu Jiao squatted down and seriously repaired little Jing Kong's swing. He didn't notice Princess Ning at the door. Princess Ning stopped in her tracks and stared at Gu Jiao without blinking. After entering the palace, Princess Ning wore the gorgeous clothes of a royal princess. Occasionally, she would put on makeup. She no longer wore plain clothes and didn't wear makeup like she did in the frontier fortress. Especially today, she even put on the begonia makeup on the scar on her left cheek. At first glance, the red birthmark on Gu Jiao's cheek was similar to her begonia makeup. It was just that the begonia makeup was done by hand. It was small and delicate, and the birthmark paled in comparison. Before Princess Ning got married, she was a lively and active princess. However, when she was quiet, Yi had a quiet and gentle side. Gu Jiao's temperament was similar to Princess Ning's when she was quiet. However, it was more otherworldly and cold. Princess. A palace maid saw Princess Ning and bowed respectfully to her. Gu Jiao turned her head. Princess Ning smiled at her. Gu Jiao nodded. None of the palace servants present found it strange that Gu Jiao did not bow to Princess Ning in the imperial palace. Actually, in front of the emperor just now, Gu Jiao did not bow and scrape, and the emperor and eunuch Wei still looked as if they were used to it. Although Princess Ning traveled with Gu Jiao, they didn't interact much. After Gu Jiao fell asleep in the snow mountain, she was protected by Gu Chongqing on his back. When they returned to the army camp, he immediately isolated her. On the way back to the capital, Princess Ning sat in her carriage. Gu Jiao was at the front of the group, riding side by side with the Gu brothers. The two didn't know each other well. Princess Ning walked around the corridor and through the drooping flower gate to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She couldn't help but look back at Gu Jiao. At that moment, a young eunuch rushed over, holding his finger. Miss Gu. Miss Gu. My finger is broken. He was a young eunuch with no rank. Let me see. Gu Jiao put down the tools in her hand and took out a clean handkerchief to hold his finger. She examined it carefully and said, "It's not broken. How did you do it?" Hearing that, the young eunuch was relieved and whispered, "Just now. I hit a walnut." The maids who were sweeping nearby covered their mouths and snickered. The young eunuch scratched his head in embarrassment. Gu Jiao said, "Wrap it in a handkerchief and ice it. If the swelling doesn't go down tomorrow, apply it again." 2 days later, apply a hot compress. The young eunuch quickly thanked her. Thank you, Miss Gu. I will remember. Princess Ning and looked away and continued to walk towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. She didn't expect to meet the young eunuch again. The young eunuch was new and didn't know the rules. He rushed out from behind the corridor and almost bumped into Princess Ning and didn't say anything, but he was scared out of his wits. Eunuch Qin was indeed not by the Empress Dowager's side, but after that, Eunuch Qin had learned the ins and outs of the matter from the Empress Dowager. He didn't tell Princess Ning'an because he felt that he shouldn't be the one to tell her. Princess Ning'an said, if Dr. Gu asked Qin Gonggong how Imperial Mother met me for the first time, would Qin Gonggong also let Dr. Gu personally ask Imperial Mother? Eunuch Qin choked. Princess Ning'an smiled faintly. I was just joking. Ah. Eunuch Qin secretly broke into a cold sweat. He thought that her joke was a bit too much. Princess Ning'an said again, would Miss Gu pretend to be me to make Imperial Mother happy? Eunuch Qin choked again. He smiled and said, Princess, you are of noble birth. How can Miss Gu really be like you? She can't pretend to be you, and she can't pretend to be you. Princess Ning'an said softly, it seems that she can't. I thought that Imperial Mother spoiled her so much because she saw the shadow of my past in her. Eunuch Qin, Princess, don't tell this servant everything that's in your heart. This makes this servant feel very pressured. Fortunately, Princess Ning'an didn't say anything that would make Eunuch Qin speechless for the rest of the journey. Eunuch Qin sent Princess Ning'an to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber. Little Jing Kong couldn't stay any longer. He didn't sit for long in his great aunt's bedchamber before he ran out of sight. At this time, the bedchamber was exceptionally quiet. Eunuch Qin pushed open the half-closed door. A little palace maid walked out quietly. She bowed to the two and whispered, Princess, Eunuch Qin, Empress Dowager Zhuang is resting. Princess Ning'an asked worriedly, so early? Is Imperial Mother not feeling well? The little palace maid shook her head. Dr. Gu just checked the Empress Dowager Zhuang's pulse. She's fine. She's just tired. Princess Ning'an's expression cleared a little. She nodded and said, then let Imperial Mother rest well. I won't disturb her. I'll come back tomorrow. The little palace maid curtsied. See you off, Princess. Princess Ning'an turned and left Rinshou Palace. On the other side, Gu Jiao finished fixing the swing and went to the bedchamber to say goodbye to Empress Dowager Zhuang. Princess Ning'an looked back and saw Gu Jiao enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedchamber as if there was no one around. She didn't need to report and wasn't stopped. Eunuch Qin looked at Princess Ning'an and then looked at Gu Jiao who just entered the bedchamber. He was embarrassed. He didn't know how to explain that he didn't treat the two masters differently. It was the Empress Dowager who didn't use the palace rules to restrict Miss Gu. Miss Gu was the same here as she was in Bishui Alley. When she was with Miss Gu, Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't the powerful Empress Dowager. She was just a grand aunt in Bishui Alley. Unlike when she met Ning'an, Ning'an was the princess and she was the empress. The rules were set from the beginning. Princess Ning'an murmured, it seems that Imperial Mother really loves Dr. Gu. Eunuch Qin hurriedly said, the Empress Dowager loves you the most. You follow the rules. Dr. Gu grew up in the countryside and doesn't understand some palace rules. The Empress Dowager is old and doesn't like to argue with little girls. Princess Ning'an smiled faintly. Eunuch Qin doesn't need to rush to explain. I won't make things difficult for her. Eunuch Qin smiled. That's right, that's right. You're a princess. You're magnanimous and won't argue with a little girl. Princess Ning'en nodded. Eunuch Qin, please. Eunuch Qin bowed. Princess, take care. After Princess Ning'en disappeared into the night, Eunuch Qin returned to the small pond where he raised the tortoises. Empress Dowager Zhuang had been extremely benevolent to him. She even dug a pond for him to raise tortoises. In the palace, no one's mouth could be trusted. If he had anything on his mind, he would only tell this pond of little tortoises. He touched the little tortoise on the edge and sighed. Why do I feel that the princess is a little jealous of Miss Gu? He had a tortoise on his left hand. Miss Gu. He had a tortoise on his right hand. Princess Ning'en, they were all little masters that he had to be loyal to. He had to be fair and not be partial to anyone. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. I watched you grow up. When you peed your pants, I changed your clothes for you. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. You saved the Empress Dowager's life. The Empress Dowager doesn't have to live so tirelessly with you. You take care of everything for the Empress Dowager. He looked at the tortoise on his right hand. Since you were young, the Empress Dowager loved you the most. She didn't let you suffer any grievances. He looked at the tortoise on his left hand. Thank you for protecting the Empress Dowager so well. You let the old lady have someone to rely on. Alas, as a loyal servant, he should be more loyal to Princess Ning'en, who he had brought up single-handedly. But why did he like the tortoise on his left hand more? Jiao Jiao. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong sat beside Gu Jiao obediently and pulled Gu Jiao's hand. Aren't you sleepy? Gu Jiao held his little hand. Little Jing Kong shook his head. Gu Jiao said, That's strange. You didn't take a nap today, but you aren't sleepy. Are you scared by the little dog? No. The little dog was very pitiful, but little Jing Kong was not a child who was easily frightened. He opened his dark eyes wide, and his long eyelashes flickered. He pointed at the big trees by the roadside and said, Jiao Jiao, the branches of those trees are broken. Are they in pain? Gu Jiao thought for a while. Maybe, but their branches will grow back in spring. Then, what about Hua Hua? Little Jing Kong asked again, Can Hua Hua grow back even if it's cut off? Yes. Gu Jiao nodded. Little Jing Kong stretched out his little head and shook it. What about my little head? Can it grow back too? Gu Jiao's delicate body trembled. That's not possible. Oh. Little Jing Kong sat upright again. He shook his pair of short legs. What about legs? Jiao Jiao. If there are no legs, can they grow back like branches? Gu Jiao touched his little head. It was a pity, but she had to tell him cruelly, they can't grow back. Little Jing Kong lowered his head. Oh. He had just met Huang Fuxian, and he asked such a question. Of course, he was not speaking without thinking. Her Jing Kong was the warmest child in the world. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. Although they can't grow back, they can stand up again with the help of external forces. Little Jing Kong's dim eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Can he really stand up again? Gu Jiao curved her lips. Yes, as long as he works hard enough. I would know if you did it or not. The doctors in the clinic had all learned it, and it was quite useful for patients. Minister Xing choked and thought to himself, Can I not come to your clinic next time? Dr. Song saw that Xiao Heng had something to say to Xing Shangshu. After telling him all the precautions, he said, I'll go and see how the pills are doing. Then, he turned around and went downstairs. Minister Xing pointed at the table opposite him. Lu Lang, pour me some water. Xiaoheng poured a cup of hot tea for Minister Xing. Minister Xing drank a large cup in one breath, again, another cup. After drinking a total of 3 cups, Minister Xing felt that his throat was not so dry. Am I the one talking, or is he the one talking? Minister Xing thought of being nagged by Dr. Song for the whole afternoon. His head hurt. Xiaoheng didn't answer this question. Minister Xing shook his head and threw Dr. Song to the back of his mind. Then, he talked to Xiaoheng about business. You went out just now, what did you find out? Xianla House's Hua Kuei is not dead. On the way here, Xiaoheng had already thought about what information he could say and what information he couldn't say. Minister Xing was shocked. What? That girl named Mo Qianxue is not dead. Then why did they all say? Xiaoheng speculated, the maidservants of Xianla House should have recognized the wrong person. As for Hua Xiao, she should be acting. Minister Xing frowned, deliberately. So, the two of them are in the same group. Xiaoheng, Minister Xing slapped his thigh. I said that there is something wrong with Xianla House. They cooperated to put on such a play. What's their purpose? To deal with me, to deal with Gu Jiao. This trap was set up for him, and it was also set up for Gu Jiao. The mastermind behind the scenes could be Immortal Music House, or it could be some other power. Xiaoheng didn't tell Minister Xing about this for the time being. Minister Xing asked, where is that Hua Kuei? Xiaoheng said, in the medical center. Medical center. Minister Xing lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Which room? Xiaoheng said, in a wing room in the backyard. She was seriously injured at that time and was picked up by the doctor in the medical center. She is an important witness, so we shouldn't alert the enemy for the time being. Minister Xing was puzzled. Why was she picked up by the doctor in the medical center? Did she do it on purpose? Is there something wrong with this medical center too? As expected of someone from the Ministry of Justice, his logical reasoning was too strong. However, Xiaoheng didn't intend to tell him that Mo Qianxue came for Gu Jiao. It wasn't that he didn't trust Minister Xing's character, but that the time wasn't right. Now was definitely not the best time to investigate Mo Qianxue. Xiaoheng said without changing his expression, there is nothing wrong with the medical center, but it is too famous. Even you, Minister Xing, came here. Other nobles will also come here when they have a headache or fever. Maybe she is waiting for someone here. Minister Xing said thoughtfully, what you said makes sense. Or maybe she just wants to fake her death to hide her identity, so that she can act in secret. After all, who would suspect a dead person? Then I am puzzled, is the owner of Xianla House dead or not? If he is not dead, where is he? If he is dead, who are they working for? There is also a young owner, Xiaoheng thought in his heart. Xiaoheng said, my wife also works in this medical center. I will tell her later and ask her to send someone to keep an eye on Mo Qianxue. As long as we keep an eye on her, we can always find some clues. Minister Xing thought about it and said, okay, we will do as you say. Tell your wife to be careful. Mo Qianxue is good at fighting. Xiaoheng nodded, I know. Minister Xing asked again, who else knows about this except you? Empress Dowager. In the bedroom of Rinshou Palace, eunuch Qin called Empress Dowager Zhuang softly, who was sitting by the window. Empress Dowager Zhuang came back to herself and lightly pinched the 2 candied fruits on the plate. What's the matter? Little Jing Kong was good at complaining, but whenever Empress Dowager Zhuang ate candied fruits, he was always the first one to complain to Gu Jiao. However, the little guy also felt Empress Dowager Zhuang's low mood and secretly gave her 2 candied fruits. Eunuch Qin said, nothing. Before Miss Gu left, she asked me to make some ginseng soup for you. When the soup is ready, I will serve it to you. Bring it up. Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently. Eunuch Qin turned around and took the ginseng soup from the tray carried by the little eunuch. He walked over and gently put it on Empress Dowager Zhuang's table. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not move. Eunuch Qin smiled. It is not hot. Drink it while it is hot. It will be cold soon. Empress Dowager Zhuang lazily took a sip of the soup. Eunuch Qin said embarrassedly, Miss Gu asked me to reduce the salt. Will it be a bit bad? Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, I have not eaten Liulang's food. I am not qualified to say it is bad. Eunuch Qin, but to be honest, it was really bad. If she had not been poisoned by Xiao Heng's cooking skills, Empress Dowager Zhuang would not drink it. Although Empress Dowager Zhuang disliked it, she still forced herself to drink it. Eunuch Qin smiled from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, no matter how bad the food was, as long as it was Miss Gu's order, the Empress Dowager would accept it. You were there when Ning'an was young, right? Empress Dowager Zhuang suddenly asked. Qin Gonggang didn't know how the topic had turned to Princess Ning'an. He stilled and replied, yes, yes. When the Empress Dowager just entered the palace, this old servant came to serve you. Princess Ning'an was only born a few years later. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked out the window at the crabapple tree covered with a layer of snow and said, Do you remember Ning'an's temperament when she was young? Yes, yes. Eunuch Qin said as if he was familiar with her. She was sweet, lively, active, and couldn't calm down. Otherwise, how could she have bumped into your phoenix carriage in the imperial garden? Empress Dowager Zhuang said indifferently, it was concubine Jing's plan. How could she have bumped into my carriage? It was a pity that I was young and did not understand the dangers of the palace. I mistook her for a friend. Eunuch Qin observed her expression and asked, Do you regret it, Empress Dowager? Empress Dowager Zhuang tapped the table. Eunuch Qin's sharp eyes poured a cup of hot tea. Empress Dowager Zhuang picked up the cup. What do you regret? Do you regret befriending concubine Jing or treating her two children well? His Majesty was not concubine Jing's flesh and blood, but since he was under her name, he was indeed her child. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued, there is nothing to regret. The Emperor and Ning'an were indeed doted on when they were young. I lost my son, and it was thanks to them that I was able to walk out of the shadows. Rather than saying that it was concubine Jing's plan, it was better to say that we each took what we needed. Then now you. What did she mean by saying all this? Eunuch Qin was a bit confused about what Empress Dowager Zhuang was doing. He felt that something was strange. First, Princess Ning'an was strange. Now, the Empress Dowager was strange as well. Empress Dowager Zhuang took a sip of tea and said, Ning'an is a paper tiger. Usually, she relies on me to support her and is fearless. But in reality, she is very timid. She is afraid of the dark, of thunder, of pain, and of death. At the mention of this, Eunuch Qin seemed to see little Ning'an crying in front of him. He smiled and said, Princess Ning'an has to light a lamp when she sleeps. This habit is the same as His Majesty. Both siblings are afraid of the dark. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at little Zhou, who was flapping her wings and sweeping away the snow on the crabapple tree. She said, but one night, she suddenly became fearless. I remember very clearly that it was when I was banished to the cold palace by the late emperor. You were punished to do hard labor in the dungeon and weren't by my side. I was sick for a few days. That night, there was a thunderstorm, and Ning'an came to the cold palace alone to see me. There was such a thing. Eunuch Qin was surprised. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to drink the tea in her hand and said what was in her heart. Usually, it is the two siblings together. If only one person came, it would be Hong. So I was very surprised at the time. I asked her why she came. She said, "Mother, I came to see you. You are sick." I didn't tell anyone that I was sick. I didn't know how this child knew, so I asked her, "Are you not afraid of the dark?" She said, "No." Eunuch Chin smiled and said, "The princess is sincere to you. For you, she doesn't even care about being afraid." Little Gio accidentally fell down while sweeping the snow. It flopped twice in the snow as if it was wronged. It flew over and squatted down by Empress Dowager Zhuang's hand. It seemed to be waiting for Empress Dowager Zhuang to touch its feathers. Empress Dowager Zhuang pushed little Gio away with a cup with a look of disgust. Little Gio, who was rejected, Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, "I also think so." So I was really moved. I swore in my heart that I would love this child for the rest of my life. The more Eunuch Chin listened, the more confused he became. There was nothing wrong with the Empress Dowager's words, but the Empress Dowager's expression didn't seem right. Did Xiao Darren come over today and say something to the Empress Dowager? Xiao Heng sent Minister Xing to the carriage to return to the residence before heading back to Jishui Alley. The alley was filled with the sounds of little Jing Kong. "Are you that excited?" Xiao Heng shook his head and stepped over the threshold. When he entered the room, he found that Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng had come over. Gu Chongqing came to buy hair growth medicine, and Gu Qingfeng came to see his younger brother and sister. Gu Chongqing and Gu Jiao went to the frontier fortress, leaving Gu Yan alone here. Baby Yan expressed that he was very angry, but he couldn't bear to be angry at Gu Jiao. So Gu Chongqing endured all of his little temper. Gu Chongqing took Gu Yan to ride a horse and accompanied Gu Yan to shoot arrows. Finally, he managed to coax Gu Yan. Then came Gu Xiaobao. When Gu Xiaobao was born, Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital. After the war broke out, he rushed to the frontier without stopping. So today was the first time he met Gu Xiaobao. However, Gu Xiaobao seemed to be very afraid of him. His little body trembled in his arms. Gu Qingfeng rarely saw his big brother in a good show. He laughed mockingly. "Big brother, you can't do it. Xiaobao doesn't like you." Gu Chongqing said coldly, "If you can do it, then do it." "I'll do it." Gu Qingfeng took Gu Xiaobao without any pressure. As expected, Gu Xiaobao stopped trembling. Gu Chongqing's face darkened. "Ha! I knew it." Gu Qingfeng laughed loudly. The next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Gu Xiaobao suddenly burrowed into his arms and opened his mouth to suck on his, Gu Qingfeng shuddered. "I'm not a nanny." Chapter 549. The novel was updated at a faster rate. Millions of novels were free to read. Novels with a deeper meaning that couldn't be found online were all available here. For the entire night, whenever Gu Qingfeng hugged Gu Xiaobao would snuggle into his arms and drink milk. Gu Qingfeng, who had just ridiculed his eldest brother, finally understood what it meant to be, "A man can't be arrogant or he'll get stabbed." The Gu brothers had dinner in Bishui Alley before returning home. Before they left, Gu Chongqing taught little Jing Kong a set of boxing techniques. Little Jing Kong learned with relish and practiced tirelessly in the backyard. He didn't even go to take a bath when Gu Chongqing asked him to. "Forget it, let him play for a while. There's no school tomorrow anyway." Gu Jiao said to Yuya, Yuya said, "Then I'll send the hot water to Xiaoshan and Xiaoshuan's room first so that Xiaoshan can take a bath first." The order of bathing at home was from young to old. Gu Xiaobao had already taken a bath. "Go ahead," Gu Jiao said. Yuya went to take the hot water. Gu Jiao went to the kitchen to help Nanny Fong tidy up, but Nanny Fong didn't let her do it. I'm not so old that I can't move. I'm doing this and that all day long. I'm just doing nothing. This wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone in the family was lazy. Even Gu Yan, who was the laziest, knew to peel corn and water the vegetable fields. Most of the chores at home had been shared, so Nanny Fong really wasn't tired at all. Gu Jiao didn't insist on going to the kitchen. She went back to the east room to pack up. She still had to go to the medical center later, so she wanted to say goodbye to her family before she left. Everyone else saw Xiaoheng, but he was neither in the study nor in the west room. Gu Jiao said, "That's strange, where did he go?" Xiaoheng went next door. In fact, Gu Chongqing was there as well. It was impossible for Gu Chongqing to not be alarmed when such a big thing happened at Immortal Music House. After Gu Qingfeng got on the carriage to return to the residence, he lied to Gu Qingfeng that he was going to the military camp, but in fact, he was going next door. "Lu Quan, go and guard outside. Don't let anyone hear you," the old chancellor said to Lu Quan. "Yes, master." Lu Quan stood guard at the door. The three of them sat down in the study. The old chancellor said, "Speak, what is it?" Gu Chongqing glanced at Xiaoheng and said, "Something happened at Immortal Music House." "Is there any news from the Ministry of Justice?" "Yes." Xiaoheng was even more honest with Gu Chongqing than Xing Shangshu. Other than the fact that Imo Qianxue mistook him for someone else, he almost told Gu Chongqing everything, including the young master of Immortal Music House. He didn't say that Imo Qianxue was the one who told him about young master. Gu Chongqing thought that he found out through the means of the Ministry of Justice. Gu Chongqing was silent. He really didn't expect there to be such a shocking thing. "I thought it was just a rumor. What is the purpose of Immortal Music House?" Xiaoheng thought seriously and said, "The ultimate purpose is not clear, but Jiao Jiao seems to be blocking the path of young master of Immortal Music House." Immortal Music House made a move on Jiao Jiao. Gu Chongqing's face suddenly became cold. Xiaoheng said, "However, Immortal Music House made a mistake this time. The people they sent can't make a move on Jiao Jiao. For the time being, there is no need to worry about Jiao Jiao." Gu Chongqing's eyes were still cold. "Is there anything I can help with?" Xiaoheng said, "Investigate the background of young master of Immortal Music House. All of her past, all of the people she knows, all of the things she has done. The more detailed, the better. Also, investigate in secret. Don't let anyone find out." Gu Chongqing pondered for a moment and said, "I will tell His Majesty that I will leave the capital to comfort the families of the soldiers who died in the line of duty in the Gu army." The old chancellor nodded approvingly. This was a good reason. After Gu Chongqing left, the old chancellor said to Xiaoheng, "Is there anything you haven't said?" The old chancellor knew Xiaoheng too well. Others couldn't see through Xiaoheng's emotions, but he wouldn't be so easily fooled. After all, Xiaoheng's black-bellied skills were taught by him. That group of people might be coming. That group of people. The old chancellor twisted his white brows and tried hard to think about who Xiaoheng called that group of people. After a while, he frowned. "You mean, the people of Yan Kingdom?" Xiaoheng nodded slowly. He didn't block the path of the young master of Immortal Music House. If he was the young master of Immortal Music House, he would definitely try to subdue him. If he couldn't subdue him, then it wouldn't be too late to kill him. The one who wanted his life must be someone else. For him to sit in his current position, there were many people who were jealous of him, but there were too few who had the guts to touch him and the strength to enter the eyes of Immortal Music House. It could be said that there were almost none in the entire Zhao country. didn't Grand Tutor Zhuang want to touch him? But Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the guts to challenge Empress Dowager Zhuang's bottom line. At most, Grand Tutor Zhuang used a bit of power to suppress him. Those who weren't as strong as Grand Tutor Zhuang, Immortal Music House, looked down on them. Those who were favored by Immortal Music House had no enmity with Xiaoheng. After thinking about it, there was only one last possibility left. The old chancellor heaved a long sigh. Alas, now I finally understand why Princess Xinyang would rather let you wander among the common people and ignore you than bring you back to the capital. The power of Shengguan wasn't something that ordinary people could contend against. They hid it so well, but the other party still smelled Xiaoheng's scent. The old chancellor said earnestly, Princess Xinyang isn't in the capital these days, so you have to be more careful. Xiaoheng said, for the time being, they don't have the guts to touch me in the capital. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big scheme to lure him out of the city. There was a problem that the old chancellor couldn't figure out. The power of Shengguan wants to kill you, but they don't dare to do it too openly. What are they afraid of? Marquis Xianping. The royal family of Zhao country. The old chancellor carefully analyzed the course of events and found that those people were becoming more and more careful. At first, when they assassinated Xiaoheng's mother, they dared to sneak into Marquis Xianping's residence. More than 10 years later, when they assassinated Xiaoheng, they only dared to borrow Prince Ning's hand. As for now, they didn't even dare to act rashly in the capital. There must be some reason behind this. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I always feel that your mother isn't a female slave. Xiaoheng didn't have this knot in his heart. Whose blood flowed in his body? To Jiao Jiao and his family, he was Xiaoheng. He didn't care about his own situation and said, it's not important. What's important now is to solve the big problem of Immortal Music House. The old chancellor hesitated for a moment and asked, did you tell Zhuang Jins about Immortal Music House? What's her attitude? Is she partial to Jiao Jiao or partial to that person? The next day, at the first glimmer of dawn, Ning'an woke up early. She first went to Huang Fuxian's room. Huang Fuxian was still sleeping. She looked at the injuries on his cheek and the back of his hand and took out the golden sore medicine from the drawer to apply some on him. The golden sore medicine seemed to be different from the bottle she gave, but she didn't care too much about it. After that, she went to Rinshou Palace to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhuang and accompanied her for breakfast. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't need to attend morning court now, so she had a lot of free time. While Empress Dowager Zhuang was washing up, Princess Ning'an quietly waited in Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. After a while, someone from the Imperial Household Department came and handed a tray covered with a silk cloth to Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin then sent the tray to Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. What is this? Princess Ning'an asked softly. It's something sent by the Imperial Household Department. Eunuch Qin said. Let me see. Princess Ning'an took away the silk cloth covering it. She saw that on the tray was an imperial purple gold token, engraved with the 2 words Protector of the country. Next to the token was a purple gold phoenix crown. This is the token and phoenix crown of the Protector Princess. Princess Ning'an was shocked speechless by this exquisite and peerless object. Not everyone could have the title of Protector of the country. It could be said that no princess in this dynasty could bear this title. And now, Princess Ning'an was going to be crowned with the title of Protector Princess. How could this not make Ning'an happy? The calmness she had tempered in the frontier fortress completely disappeared at this moment. She excitedly reached out, picked up the phoenix crown, and put it on her head. Then she grabbed the token on the tray and turned to look at herself in the bronze mirror. However, before she could see her majestic appearance, a figure wearing a royal blue phoenix robe walked over with a majestic aura. The owner of the figure took off the phoenix crown on her head. Everything happened so fast that Princess Ningen didn't have time to react. She sat in the chair, her body and hair violently pulled. The originally exquisite bun was scattered. There was no pity in Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked down at her condescendingly, a powerful aura bursting out. This is something that Aijia prepared for Jiao Jiao. Who gave you the courage to touch it? Princess Ningen looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in disbelief. She didn't know whether to be surprised by Empress Dowager Zhuang's appearance or her words. Clearly yesterday, how come today? This attitude really caught her off guard. Ningen looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang in shock and hurt. Mother. Empress Dowager Zhuang snatched the protector of the country token from her hand and said with a cold face, "Don't call Aijia mother. You don't deserve it." Chapter 550. Ningen wasn't the only one who was stunned by this sudden change. Even eunuch Qin, who had just cut a plate of fresh fruits, was stunned. What was going on? Why did mother and daughter suddenly turn against each other? To be exact, it was the Empress Dowager who turned against Princess Ningen. The Empress Dowager had watched Princess Ningen grow up, and she was no different from her own daughter. Princess Ningen looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang as if she had been struck by lightning. Confusion, surprise, fear, and many other emotions flashed through her eyes. Just as her emotions gradually gathered and something seemed to be about to come out of her mind, her tears fell first. Imperial Mother, this son doesn't know what wrong this son has done to make Imperial Mother so angry. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at her coldly. You don't know. Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? Princess Ningen's eyes flickered slightly. Empress Dowager Zhuang was unable to restrain her anger. Let me ask you, did you secretly pay respects to your mother? Princess Ningen opened her mouth, and the flickering light in her eyes slowly settled down. She slowly relaxed her body, then stood up and took a step back. Kneeling in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang, she lowered her head and said, "Please forgive me, mother." Empress Dowager Zhuang clenched her fingers and looked at her with disappointment. So you admit it? Princess Ningen admitted in a low voice, I did go to the nunnery, and I did remember mother there. Eunuch Qin sighed inwardly. He knew about this as well. It was the night Princess Ning and returned to the palace. She secretly went to the nunnery where old concubine Jing used to live and stayed there for an hour before coming out. No matter what, concubine Jing was Princess Ningen's birth mother. It was reasonable for Princess Ningen to remember her. Didn't the Empress Dowager know about it early on? Didn't she say anything? Why did she suddenly bring up old scores today? Empress Dowager Zhuang's body seemed to tremble slightly from her suppressed anger. If I hadn't heard someone mention it last night, I wouldn't have known that you were constantly thinking about concubine Jing while calling her mother. Do you really not know how much I hate her? Ningen kowtowed and placed his hands on the cold ground, his forehead pressed against the back of his hands. This son knows his mistake. Mother, please calm down. Eunuch Qin was even more confused. Did the Empress Dowager know the night Princess Ning and went to the nunnery? How could he tell Princess Ningen that he had just heard about it? Empress Dowager Zhuang's tone was cold. Since you want to recognize that poisonous woman as your mother, then don't recognize me as your mother. After saying that, she flicked her sleeves and left. Eunuch Qin didn't dare to stop her. It wasn't until she was far away that Eunuch Qin stepped into the bedchamber. He placed the fruit platter on the table and helped Princess Ningen up with his other hand. Princess Ningen looked at Eunuch Qin, her eyes full of hesitation and guilt. Eunuch Qin, alas. Eunuch Qin sighed again. So many things have happened. Can't the princess see how deeply concubine Jing hurt the Empress Dowager? She caused the Empress Dowager to fall out with His Majesty and took away the only princess the Empress Dowager loved. You are concubine Jing's own flesh and blood. I can understand that you can't hate her, but to remember her and pay respects to her. Aren't you throwing the Empress Dowager's heart into a millstone? Princess Ning blamed herself. Eunuch Qin, I know I was wrong. Eunuch Qin said, forget it. The Empress Dowager was angry because she loved you too much. If it were someone else paying respects to concubine Jing, the Empress Dowager probably wouldn't care. You know the Empress Dowager's temperament. People she doesn't care about can never hurt her heart. Princess Ning said, what should I do to make mother forgive me? Eunuch Qin paused. The Empress Dowager is angry now. You should avoid her for now. Once she's calmed down, you can find a way to ask for her forgiveness. Princess Ning lowered her eyes. It seems that's the only way now. I can't be filial in front of mother. I'll have to trouble you to take care of her for me. Eunuch Qin smiled. I will. Don't worry, princess. Princess Ning said softly, then I'll leave first. I'll see you out. There's no need. Eunuch Qin should go serve mother. Yes, Eunuch Qin agreed. Watching Princess Ning's receding figure, Eunuch Qin suddenly said, Princess. Is there something else, Eunuch Qin? Princess Ning looked back at Eunuch Qin. Eunuch Qin said sincerely, the Empress Dowager deliberately used Miss Gu to anger you. Princess, please don't take it to heart. Princess Ning was stunned. Is that so? I thought. Imperial Mother really prepared those things for Dr. Gu. Eunuch Qin smiled and said, I serve the Empress Dowager. How can I not know who those things are made for? Princess Ning revealed a knowing smile. It was as if spring had returned to the earth. Eunuch Qin, thank you. Eunuch Qin smiled and bowed. Take care, princess. Princess Ning left Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin's smile disappeared. How would I know who those things are for? But he understood that he shouldn't draw any hatred for Zhao Zhao. Eunuch Qin went to the study. Empress Dowager Zhuang was sitting calmly on a chair. In front of her was the protector's token and the purple and gold phoenix crown. Empress Dowager. Eunuch Qin honestly recounted his conversation with Princess Ning without missing a word. This old servant doesn't know if it's right or not. He had served the Empress Dowager for so many years. The Empress Dowager didn't inform him of everything in advance. As a capable confidant, he couldn't drag his master down under any circumstances. What should be said, what shouldn't be said, what should be dealt with, he handled it clearly. In particular, he did an excellent job of erasing Gu Jiaojiao's hatred. There was a tacit understanding between Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. She knew that if she stabbed the sword, Eunuch Qin could pull it back and put it back into the scabbard. Eunuch Qin was puzzled. But Empress Dowager, why did you do this? Empress Dowager Zhuang said lightly, when it's time for you to know, I will tell you. Eunuch Qin replied. Yes. As the saying went, don't guess the emperor's intentions. But the cruel thing was that if you couldn't guess the emperor's intentions, you might not be able to survive in the palace. Eunuch Qin thought about it carefully. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't tell him. Was it because she didn't trust him enough, or was it because she didn't want to talk about it? He thought it was the latter. It was too painful. Every time it was mentioned, it was like 1,000 arrows piercing through the heart. Empress Dowager Zhuang could wrap herself up in cold armor, but the heart under the armor was no different from a normal person's heart. It could be hurt and hurt. But the Empress Dowager had too many burdens on her shoulders. She couldn't wallow in her pain and could only endure it and move forward. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "Keep an eye on her and find out what she took from the nunnery that night." Eunuch Qin was shocked. What? Princess Ning'an took something from the nunnery. Didn't she go to pay respects to concubine Jing? Could it be that her act of paying respects to the dead was fake and taking something was real? Then it would explain why she went to the nunnery where concubine Jing lived, despite knowing that Empress Dowager Zhuang hated concubine Jing. Of course, the information revealed by this sentence wasn't as simple as Princess Ning'an going to the nunnery to take something. It also revealed why Princess Ning'an took it and why the Empress Dowager wanted to investigate. If it was an ordinary relic, the Empress Dowager didn't need to investigate. If it wasn't an ordinary relic, then it was a big deal. Eunuch Qin was someone who had followed Empress Dowager Zhuang through the wind and waves. After experiencing so many storms, his mental endurance had naturally become stronger. What could startle him? Right? But at this moment, he couldn't help but want to curse, "I've lived long enough to see it." On the other side, little Jing Kong entered the palace again. He came by himself again this time. He sat in Lu Quan's carriage. He came to find Huang Fuxian. Because of the conflict with Huang Fuxian, his grandaunt didn't allow him to go to Bixia Hall again. So he could only go there secretly. Huang Fuxian sat by the window in a daze. Lian was tidying up his clothes in his room. Lian looked at him strangely and thought, ever since the young master was injured that day, he liked to stare at the window in a daze. It's such a cold day. Isn't he afraid of freezing? He was obviously a person who was afraid of the cold. Young master. Lian asked him, "Do you want me to close the window a little?" "No need." Huang Fuxian said indifferently. "Then I'll pour you a cup of hot tea." Lian put down the half-folded clothes and poured a cup of hot brown sugar ginger tea. Then she turned and walked toward Huang Fuxian. At this moment, a small round head suddenly popped out of the window. Huang Fuxian's eyes trembled. He reached out his hand and pressed the little round head down. "Lian, What's wrong, young master?" Huang Fuxian said calmly, "I'm hungry. Hurry up and get me something to eat." Lian looked at the cup in her hand, then this tea. Huang Fuxian said impatiently, "I don't want to drink it. Pour it out." Huang Fuxian was always so temperamental. Lian didn't find it strange and didn't suspect anything. She put down the ginger tea and walked out of the room. After making sure that she was far away, Huang Fuxian took back his hand that was pressing down on a certain someone's head. The small mushroom head really grew out like a mushroom. "Little brother." Little Jing Kong tilted his head to kill, "Cute." Huang Fuxian looked away, "So ugly." Little Jing Kong looked up and down and picked up little Joe, who was playing with snow on the ground, and said regretfully, "Little brother said you're ugly." Little Joe, who took the blame for no reason. Chapter 551. The windowsill was a little high, but little Jing Kong was a smart kid. He moved a flower pot and stepped on it. He supported himself with both hands and stepped on the windowsill with one of his short legs. Then, he slid up the windowsill. Huang Fuxian looked at Little Mushroom with disgust. Little Mushroom, who didn't know that he was being despised, turned around on the windowsill. He aimed his little butt at Huang Fuxian and slid down the windowsill. It was too high. He would get hurt if he jumped down, so he had no choice but to do so. Huang Fuxian looked at the little butt that almost hit his face. It took him a lot of effort to suppress the urge to poke him out of the windowsill. After landing, little Jing Kong turned around and greeted Huang Fuxian politely again, "Little brother." Huang Fuxian snorted. Ordinary people would find Huang Fuxian annoying and unreasonable when they came here. However, little Jing Kong didn't feel that way at all. On the contrary, little Jing Kong felt that he was very amiable. After all, Gu Yan always gave people a hard time at home. However, Gu Yan wasn't as vicious as Huang Fuxian. Gu Yan was spoiled and had a small temper, but Huang Fuxian had always been living in the dark. His heart was very obscure. He was motionless and lifeless for the whole afternoon. Sometimes, he was no different from a corpse. No one liked him. Or more accurately, no one was not afraid of him. Children would cry out loud when they saw him. As for his father and mother, as long as he showed his legs, he would always see an unexpected expression on their faces. That was really an expression that made him want to laugh ferociously. "Little brother, are you waiting for me?" Little Jing Kong pointed at the place where he was sitting. It was very close to the window and he could see the movements in the courtyard at a glance. "What are you waiting for? Can you eat or drink?" Huang Fuxian asked angrily. "I have food. Here you go." Little Jing Kong took out a small paper bag from his purse and opened it to reveal a few shiny candied fruits. "These are candied fruits made by my granduncle. They're really, really delicious." Huang Fuxian, did this child not understand human language? Huang Fuxian hated eating such sweet and greasy things. He also hated beautiful children. Of course, he hated ugly people even more. In short, he didn't like anyone. "Little brother, here you go." Little Jing Kong stuffed a paper bag of candied fruits into his hands. The child had just played in the snow. His fingertips were cold, but his palms were sweaty and soft. It was a wonderful feeling. Little Jing Kong retracted his little hand after giving him the candied fruit. He leaned on the armrest of his wheelchair and looked at him. "Little brother, have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes," Huang Fuxian replied indifferently. "Let me have a look." Little Jing Kong was a strict kid. Seeing was believing. "Why are you so troublesome?" Huang Fuxian muttered impatiently. He wouldn't take the initiative to show his injury to others. However, when little Jing Kong stretched out his soft little hand to grab his hand again, he didn't resist. He felt the soft touch of a cat's paw again. Little Jing Kong looked carefully. After a while, he nodded seriously. "Yes, you're recovering well. The scab will fall off in a few days. Don't scratch it." Huang Fuxian snorted coldly. "I don't need you to tell me that. Little brother, your hands are so beautiful." Little Jing Kong grabbed his clean and slender hands and didn't hide the admiration in his eyes. Huang Fuxian's hands were indeed beautiful. The joints were distinct, slender, and fair. They were as delicate as jade carvings. This was the first time someone praised his good looks, even though it was only his hands. He was handicapped. Everyone who saw his legs would have a look of disbelief. He knew that his legs were ugly when he was young. Gradually, he felt that his whole body was ugly. He was an extremely ugly person. He wasn't qualified to be a disgrace. "You're really beautiful." Little Jing Kong held Huang Fuxian's hand with his two chubby hands and looked at it over and over again. It was said that children didn't know how to lie. In fact, it wasn't true. Children would even believe their own lies. However, no child would tell such an unnecessary lie to a handicapped person like him. He wouldn't be able to trick him into giving him food and toys. Little Jing Kong played with his hand. He watched as little Jing Kong played with his hand. At this moment, Lian came back. Lian was shocked to see the little guy who appeared out of nowhere in the room. Huang Fuxian wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Princess Ning and was nearby. She was alerted by Lian Er's cry. What happened? Princess Ning and stood at the door and asked. Lian Er pointed into the room. A child. Princess Ning and stepped into the room and took a closer look. She recognized little Jing Kong. Huang Fuxian subconsciously withdrew his hand that little Jing Kong was playing with. His face returned to its usual indifference. However, no one knew a son better than his mother. The moment Princess Ning and entered the room, she saw a different Huang Fuxian. Princess Ning and smiled and walked over. Are you Jing Kong? Do you know me? Yes. You are. Little Jing Kong had been to Rinshou Palace before. Of course, he had seen Princess Ning and knew that she was Huang Fuxian's mother. He rolled his eyes and greeted her politely. Princess Ning and Princess Ning and smiled gently and raised her hand to touch his cheek. Huang Fuxian said, Mother. Princess Ning An's hand that was about to touch little Jing Kong paused. She turned to look at him and smiled. What's wrong? Huang Fuxian said coldly, I'm tired. I want to rest. Princess Ning and smiled helplessly and said to him, That's your fault. Why didn't you tell me that you have a new friend? Your friend just arrived. You can play with him for a while. There's no need to hurry to rest. I'm tired. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered after he said that. He quickly added, He's not my friend. His bird flew to my courtyard. He just came in to look for his bird. Little Zhou, who was teasing Huang Fuxian on his pillow, was speechless. Princess Ning and smiled faintly. Since you're already here, there's no harm in making friends. Jing Kong is Dr. Gu's younger brother. The Empress Dowager loves him very much. It's not wrong for you to be friends. As she spoke, she bent down slightly and looked at little Jing Kong gently. Jing Kong, are you willing to be friends with Brother Xian Er? Little Jing Kong nodded. Princess Ning and reached out to rub his little head. Little Jing Kong stepped back and held his head with his two little hands. He patted his palms gently and said, I can't let other women touch my head. Only Jiao Jiao can touch it. Princess Ning and chuckled. Okay, I won't touch it. She turned to look outside the door. Lian Er, go get the chestnut cake from my room. Yes. Lian Er turned and left. Not long after, she came back with a plate of exquisite chestnut cake. Princess Ning and took it and personally took a piece to little Jing Kong. This is the chestnut cake I made myself. It tastes different from the ones in the palace. Jing Kong, try it. Little Jing Kong hesitated. But Jiao Jiao said that I can't eat other people's food. Princess Ning and smiled. I'm not other people. I'm your grandaunt's daughter. We're family. Little Jing Kong thought about it seriously. Then you and I are family too. Princess Ning and nodded. Of course, you're family. It should be edible if it's family's food, right? Little Jing Kong swallowed his saliva and took the cake that Princess Ning and handed to him. Unexpectedly, before he could put it into his mouth, Huang Fuxian slapped the back of his hand. He felt the pain on the back of his hand and loosened his grip, dropping the cake. Huang Fuxian said coldly, Who allowed you to eat our food? I'm not giving it to you. Princess Ning and said, Xian Er. Huang Fuxian seemed to be very angry. In a fit of pique, he knocked over the plate in Princess Ning An's hand and all the cakes fell to the ground. Princess Ning An's face darkened. Xian Er. Huang Fuxian roared at Princess Ning An, You can't let other people eat my food. I hate it when you're nice to others. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fu Xian with hurt and said sullenly, "I won't steal mother from you. I have Jiao Jiao." Huang Fu Xian didn't seem to hear his explanation at all. He said with a disgusted face, "Go away. I don't want to see you. In the future, if your bird dares to fly into my yard, I'll kill it and make a pot of eagle soup." Little Joe, who was tearing down the house, suddenly felt that it wasn't delicious anymore. Little Jing Kong hung his head and pulled on Little Joe's wing as he left pitifully. Little Joe, who was sitting on the ground and being dragged around like a mop, was speechless. Princess Ning and looked at Huang Fu Xian without blinking. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became strange. Lian felt that a storm was about to come. However, Princess Ning only took a few deep breaths in the end. She slowly exhaled, turned around, and walked out. "You go out too," Huang Fu Xian said. Lian who had just stepped over the threshold, resentfully retracted her foot. Huang Fu Xian was the only one left in the big room. He looked at the quiet courtyard, as if no one had ever been there. It was as if he was the only one in the vast world from the beginning to the end. This was good. This was the best. He didn't need friends. He didn't need pity. He didn't need happiness. They approached him with pity and sympathy, but in the end, they all abandoned him with fear and disgust. He was already tired of it. Little brother. That little mushroom actually grew out from under the windowsill again. Huang Fu Xian was so shocked that he staggered and rolled out of the wheelchair. Chapter 552. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Huang Fu Xian fell to the ground in a very embarrassing way. When little Jing Kong slid down from the windowsill to help him, he was rejected mercilessly. He supported himself with both hands and sat back in the wheelchair with difficulty. His cheeks were red, not knowing if it was because of anger or embarrassment. There was a strange feeling in his heart, like a surging tide. He didn't know what was wrong with him. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back, tilted his head and looked at him cutely. "Little brother, are you shy?" "I'm not." Huang Fu Xian's face was red and he said angrily. Little Jing Kong said, "Oh." Huang Fu Xian thought, what's with that tone of disbelief? Huang Fu Xian said coldly, "What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" "No, didn't the little guy leave already? Why did he come back after saying such hurtful words?" Little Clear Sky said honestly, "I did leave, but I remembered that there is something I forgot to tell you." Little Jing Kong was a child with a lot of plans. He would definitely do what he planned. Otherwise, sure you wouldn't have been troubled every day because Gu Yan didn't follow his lunch plan. "What's the matter?" Huang Fu Xian said coldly. "Your leg." Little Jing Kong pointed at his stump under the blanket again. Huang Fu Xian's pupils shrank. His leg was his taboo. No one could touch it, no one could look at it, and no one could mention it. Huang Fu Xian's aura became cold. Little Jing Kong finished his words without being affected. "Jiao Jiao has a way to help you stand up again." Huang Fu Xian's eyes moved slightly. There was a very short moment when his heart suddenly tightened, but it was only for a moment. Soon, his heart returned to the state of still water. He had heard such words too many times. There were countless witch doctors, and even legendary doctors in the frontier fortress who could cure him. It was laughable that the young him actually believed it. In the end, without exception, he was just coaxing him. In the end, he came to terms with the fact that his legs were not twigs. If they were broken in the winter, they would grow back in the spring. He would never have a pair of legs again in this lifetime, let alone the opportunity to stand up. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Zhao Zhao said that as long as you work hard, you will definitely be able to stand up again. Huh, hard work. Huang Fuxian smiled coldly. Even if he could stand up, it must be in a dream. The funny thing was that he had been disabled for so long that he had even forgotten the feeling of standing up. He could not even dream of that kind of realistic feeling. Huang Fuxian did not seriously consider whether the Zhao Zhao mentioned by little Jing Kong was a swindler or not. Perhaps he was just trying to deceive a child. He said indifferently, "Don't waste your time, little brat. I can't stand up." Little Jing Kong said confidently, "If Zhao Zhao says you can do it, then you can. Next time, I will bring Zhao Zhao to see you." After saying that, he jumped over the windowsill and skipped away. Little Jing Kong returned to Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Qin went to do some errands and Empress Dowager Zhuang was alone in the bedroom. Little Jing Kong walked in energetically and looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang. He put his hands on his hips and said, "Great aunt. You stole food again. I am going to tell Zhao Zhao." Empress Dowager Zhuang almost choked to death with a mouthful of candied fruit. Little Jing Kong came over and confiscated her candied fruit. Empress Dowager Zhuang grabbed the candied fruit box tightly. "I saved these candied fruits these days." Little Jing Kong said seriously. Zhao Zhao said that candied fruits can't be saved. You can't eat what you didn't eat before either. Anyway, you can only eat 5 candied fruits a day. Great Aunt has already eaten 5 candied fruits. Empress Dowager Zhuang insisted on defending her candied fruits. Was it easy for her to save so much? "Give it to me," Empress Dowager Zhuang said majestically. "No," Little Jing Kong said without showing any weakness. The old woman and the young man each grabbed the 2 ends of the box and stared at each other. It seemed that an invisible contest had started in the bedroom. "Empress Dowager, His Majesty has sent some snacks over." At the door, a little palace maid reported. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Jing Kong fiercely. "Let go." Little Jing Kong also looked at Great Aunt fiercely. "No." Empress Dowager Zhuang took a deep breath and slowly let go. "Okay, I will give it to you. I will give it to you." Little Jing Kong raised his eyebrows and showed a victorious smile. "Go and see what snacks are there," Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Little Jing Kong. "Okay." Little Jing Kong put the box on the table and ran to the door to take the snacks. Empress Dowager Zhuang looked at Little Nine, who was sweeping the snow with his wings on the crabapple tree, and hid the candied fruit box. "Ah!" Little Nine took the candied fruits away. Little Nine, who took the blame for no reason, was speechless again. After the 15th day of the first lunar month of the Zhao nation, the imperial court would begin. For the upcoming imperial court, the emperor made meticulous preparations in the imperial study. He flipped through the memorials presented by the cabinet, as well as the various voices he had his spies gather from the people. Among them, there were many people who wanted to confer Princess Ning'an as the first princess of the protector of the state. The people praised Princess Ning'an as if she had become an indispensable force in this battle. The emperor doted on Ning'an, so he naturally wouldn't dislike the people's praise of her. However, the emperor was hesitant when he thought of the ambitious Huang Fuxian. A little eunuch came to the door. Eunuch Wei went out quietly and heard the eunuch whisper a few words. He waved his hand and let the eunuch leave. Then he turned and went into the imperial study. "Your Majesty, Prince Gu wants to see you." "Let him in," the emperor said. Gu Chongqing had made a great contribution, so the emperor thought highly of him now. Gu Chongqing entered in a plain brocade robe. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The emperor said pleasantly, "No need to be so polite. Do you have something to report to me?" "Yes." Gu Changqing said seriously, "This humble subject wants to leave the capital for a few days to visit the families of Deputy General Zhao and General Qi. They made a great contribution in this battle and could have lived, but in order to save the soldiers under their command and the people of Lingguan City, they chose to die together with the generals of the state of Qin. This humble subject wants to personally bring their military plates back. Wrapped in horse hide, traveling 1,000 miles without returning, the only thing they could bring back to their hometowns was a military plate that could prove their identity. This was originally Gu Changqing's plan. However, because of the incident at Immortal Delight Residence, this trip was brought forward. After he paid his respects to the families of the two, he wanted to investigate the background of the young master of Immortal Delight Residence. The emperor couldn't refuse such a request. The emperor sighed and nodded. "You can go. We will reward you when you return to the capital." Gu Changqing cupped his hands and said, "This humble subject doesn't ask for a reward. I only ask that the state of Zhao be prosperous and the people be at peace, that the government be harmonious, that the people have enough food and clothing, that the men plow and the women weave, and that they no longer have to suffer the flames of war and be homeless." How could this not be the emperor's wish? The state of Zhao was a lower country. Whether it was its economy or military strength, it was far inferior to the three upper kingdoms. Don't look at how the people in the capital lived in peace. In fact, in such a bitter and cold place like the frontier, the people had to live frugally. It was not easy to even fill their stomachs. On the other hand, the state of Yen, which also had a cold ice field, was able to achieve a prosperous and populous life. The people did not suffer the pain of hunger and cold. If he could, he really wanted to go to the state of Yen to learn. He wanted to see how the emperor of the state of Yen managed to turn a lower country into the strongest country in the 6 countries in just a few decades. After Gu Changqing obtained the emperor's permission, he left the capital on the same day. Accompanying him were 2 generals from the Gu army. Therefore, no one suspected that he had other motives. Gu Changqing's visit today set off a big wave in the emperor's heart. He suddenly felt that his reward was not enough. After thinking about it, the emperor called Eunuch Wei over. "How is the old marquis's injury?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "I heard that there are no major problems. He can get up and walk, but he is not as nimble as before." Miss Gu said that he would be completely healed in the future. The emperor made a sound of acknowledgement and said, "Send someone to the Marquis Ding in Manor and bring the old marquis to the imperial palace. Shen has something to discuss with him. Remember, the carriage should move slowly. Do not jolt the old marquis." "How about this servant go personally?" Eunuch Wei asked. "That is also fine," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei then personally went to the Marquis Ding in Manor and brought the old marquis to the imperial palace. Although the old marquis could get up and walk, he could not walk for too long. His 4 limbs had been broken. Although they had grown back, they still needed to be nursed back. The emperor had him sit in the palanquin all the way to the imperial study. This was a supreme honor. After he entered the imperial study, the emperor immediately gave him a seat. "Your Majesty." The old marquis was overwhelmed by the favor and was about to stand up to reply. The emperor pressed his hand down. "Beloved official Gu, please sit. You are Zhen's right-hand official. At the border fortress, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." The emperor was very clear on the role the old marquis had played in this battle. If it was not for him, Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng would not have gone to the border fortress. And if the 2 of them did not go to the border fortress, Zhao country would have lost an outstanding general. The border fortress would have lost another city. The plague would have killed countless citizens. The emperor would also have lost Ningnan, this younger sister, forever. In short, it was all thanks to Gu Chao. Moreover, Gu Chongqing and the Gu family army were so brave. How could it not have been because Gu Chao had been captured? This official does not dare. The old marquis cupped his hands. The emperor said with emotion, Gu Chao, ah, Gu Chao. You are blessed. Your grandchildren are all outstanding. There was no need to mention Gu Chongqing. This child had never disappointed anyone since he was young. Gu Qingfeng and Gu Jiao were pleasantly surprised. Your Majesty is too kind. The old marquis said modestly. All right, you have been my monarch for many years. There is no need for such formalities. Today, I have summoned you to the palace to discuss with you the matter of awarding your grandchildren. Although the old marquis was a general, he was quite sensitive to numbers. But clearly, only 2 of his grandsons had gone to the border fortress. I intend to promote your eldest grandson, Gu Chongqing, to 3rd-level Dingbei General, and your second grandson, Gu Qingfeng, to 6th-level Yuqi Commandant. Hearing this, although the old marquis felt that the reward was a bit too big, he also understood that returning from battle was a way to pacify the soldiers and boost their morale. It was also a strategy to win over the hearts of the people. However, the emperor's next words puzzled the old marquis. Your granddaughter is also not bad. I intend to confer her the title of Junju. The title will be decided by the Hanlin Academy. Wait, Your Majesty, you just said this old official's granddaughter? Why is Your Majesty conferring this old official's granddaughter? The emperor wanted to confer rewards to the Gu family's grandsons who had no merit. Shouldn't he start with Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yin? That girl was only a woman. What was the point of conferring her? The emperor smiled and said, the little divine doctor has made great contributions to the border fortress. Of course, I want to reward her. The old marquis was dumbfounded. She made great contributions. That girl went to the border fortress. The old marquis expressed that he did not understand at all. Yes, the people from the medical center had gone to the border fortress. She must have gone there with the medical team. What was Gu Chao's reaction? The emperor frowned slightly and said seriously, she and Marshal Tang defended Yueqing City and waited for the Gu family's army to come to the rescue. Also, she saved you. The old marquis said excitedly, that was clearly my little brother's credit. It was my little brother who fought for several days and nights in Yueqing City. It was also my little brother who went to the governor's office to rescue me. That's right, even my injuries were treated by my little brother. Just because the people from her medical center changed my medicine a few times, the credit can't be given to her. Your Majesty, if you want to reward someone, you should reward my little brother. No one could steal his little brother's credit. Not even his own granddaughter. Whoever made his little brother suffer, he would be angry with them. This time, it was the emperor's turn to be confused. What little brother? Speak of the devil. Gu Jiao originally entered the palace to pick up little Jing Kong. Knowing that she was going to enter the palace, the old chancellor asked her to bring a memorial to the emperor. She was here to deliver the memorial to the emperor. Of course, Eunuch Wei would not stop her. After all, they were not talking about any important military matters. Eunuch Wei led her to the door of the imperial study. Your Majesty. The emperor turned his head and saw Gu Jiao at the door. He smiled and waved at Gu Jiao. Come in quickly. We were just talking about you. Gu Jiao stepped in. Gu knew that as soon as she stepped into the threshold, she saw the old marquis sitting on a chair. She froze on the spot. The old marquis turned his head. He wanted to see who it was. At the critical moment, Gu Jiao took out a mask and put it on her face. However, Gu Jiao forgot that this was not the border fortress. She was wearing a woman's dress. Chapter 553. Strictly speaking, Gu Jiao couldn't be blamed for this. People have conditioned reflexes. Gu Jiao had spent several months with the old duke in the frontier fortress and on the way back to the capital. She was used to it and had long equated seeing the old duke with wearing a mask. It was too early to wear it. If she didn't wear it, could she still be Gu Jiao? If she wore it, she couldn't explain it clearly. Gu Jiao looked at the emperor in the room with hidden bitterness. He couldn't do anything, but he was the best at removing disguises. Why did he call her? If he didn't call her, her big brother wouldn't look back. She could still have some time to think. She was too careless. The emperor looked at Gu Jiao strangely. Gu, little brother. The old duke stood up and walked towards Gu Jiao with a blank and uncertain face. He recognized this mask. It belonged to his little brother. The feathers on the mask fell off in a battle. He personally asked someone to get 2 peacock feathers for his little brother's mask. The person's figure was similar to his little brother. The only difference was that he was wearing a woman's dress. Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and held the old duke's hand. She was in character in a second, big brother. The old duke looked at the hands. This was how they recognized each other in the frontier fortress. He looked at Gu Jiao's eyes again. It was a familiar look. The old duke suddenly became excited. Little brother. Is it really you? Gu Jiao nodded. Big brother. The emperor was even more confused. Who can tell me what happened? Why did Gu Jiao call his granddaughter little brother? Why did the little magic doctor cast a kind look and expression at him, the emperor? The emperor was in a complete mess, all right. Gu Jiao held Gu Jiao's hand tightly and asked, Little brother, why are you dressed like this? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes and pulled her hand back. She took out a small notebook that she always carried with her and scribbled, Someone is after me. I need to disguise myself so that I won't be targeted. Filled with righteous indignation, the old marquis said, Who dares to chase after my younger brother? Could it be that his little brother's military exploits were too great and he was an eyesore to some people? How about this, little brother, you move to the marquis's estate, and big brother will protect you. Gu Jiao thought to herself, that won't do. If you move to the marquis's estate, how can you still secretly stir up trouble? Gu Jiao wrote solemnly, Don't worry, big brother. Everything is under control. The old marquis thought about his brother's skills and nodded thoughtfully. In the capital, unless it was against the dragon's shadow guard, no one could hurt his little brother. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run. The emperor stared blankly at this scene of brothers reuniting with each other. The old marquis thought of something and asked puzzledly, That's right, little brother. Why did you enter the palace? Gu Jiao finished writing without changing her expression and raised the small notebook, His Majesty summons me. The emperor, how can you fake an imperial edict in front of me? The old marquis pulled Gu Jiao's hand into the imperial study and cupped his hands to the emperor, Your Majesty, you summoned this subject's little brother to reward him, right? This subject knows that Your Majesty is a wise ruler and has always been clear about rewards and punishments. The one who brought my unfilial grandson to sneak into the governor's estate to save me was this subject's sworn little brother. The one who fought a bloody battle with Marshal Tang and defended the Zhao country's flag and the border fortress was also this subject's sworn little brother. The one who cured the plague was this subject's little brother. The one who went to destroy the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty was also this subject's little brother. I hope that Your Majesty won't wrongly give the credit to others. The emperor. The reason why the old marquis knew that those things were done by his little brother was mainly because he asked Gu Qingfeng every day where his little brother went. Gu Qingfeng couldn't fabricate things out of thin air, so he could only tell him about Gu Jiao's whereabouts. For example, Gu Jiao went to Lingguan City, Gu Jiao saved the plague victims, and Gu Jiao accidentally destroyed the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. However, Gu Qingfeng didn't use your granddaughter, but your brother. The old marquis was seriously injured and had been lying in the ward. His information basically came from Gu Qingfeng. In addition, Tang Yuishan and Gu Changqing didn't say anything, so Gu Jiao's little identity was tightly covered. Your Majesty, this subject has heard a little about the rumors in the cabinet and among the people. They say that Princess Ning and made great contributions at the border fortress and should be conferred the title of Princess Protector. This subject doesn't mean to be disrespectful to Princess Ning Han, but this subject really doesn't understand where the word contribution comes from. This subject was imprisoned in the governor's residence at the time, so this subject is clear about the situation there. Princess Ning and didn't cooperate with this subject's second grandson. It was he who fearlessly barged into the governor's residence. It was he who took this subject's second grandson out of Lingguan City. It was also he who joined forces with Marshal Tang to fight off the pursuers. This subject was able to return safely to Yuelu City all thanks to this subject's sworn little brother. The one who guarded the city and fought the enemy was my sworn brother. The one who saved the princess and me was also my sworn brother. Princess Ning and placed righteousness before her own family. This subject has no objection if your Majesty wants to confer the title of Princess Protector. However, the title of Princess Protector is not something that anyone can bear. As the old marquis spoke, he didn't care how dark the emperor's face was. He lifted his hem, endured the pain, and knelt down on one knee. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "This subject requests your Majesty to confer little brother Gu the title of Princess Protector." The emperor. What the hell is this? The emperor spent a lot of effort to resist the urge to pull off Gu Jiao's little vest. Perhaps it was because he was old, he was more talkative. The old marquis rambled on for a while, but it didn't deviate from the original point. He wanted to confer the title of marquis on his sworn brother. The emperor's mouth twitched. You guys really share blessings and bear the burden of marquis together. After the old marquis left, Gu Jiao remained in the imperial study, blinking her big eyes. The emperor drank a mouthful of tea to calm the fire and glanced at her. Don't be delusional. I won't confer the title of marquis on you. Gu Jiao, oh. The emperor put down the teacup. I said I won't. Gu Jiao spread her hands. Oh. The emperor took a deep breath and asked, "Why did you come to find me?" Here. Gu Jiao took out a memorial from her arms. The emperor saw the handwriting and knew it was written by the old chancellor. He casually flipped through it and put the memorial on the table. Gu Jiao said goodbye and turned to walk out. The emperor looked at her small back, clenched his fist, and gritted his teeth. I am the emperor. My words carry weight. I won't confer the title of marquis. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Oh. In the medical center. Mo Qianxue was still not allowed to get out of bed. She leaned against the bed and weaved a red rope. Little Jiangli came to the medical center to work. She looked at the red rope in Mo Qianxue's hand and said, "Sister Mo, this is not how you weave a red rope." Mo Qianxue choked and said, "Why not? I think you made it up like this." Little Jiangli showed her the red rope she made. Your middle finger has to hook this line, then your index finger has to wrap it inwards, not outwards. Mo Qianxue muttered, "Why is it so complicated?" It was much harder than practicing martial arts. Little Jiangli said considerately, if Sister Mo doesn't want to make this, we can do something else. Mo Qinshue said stubbornly, no, I want this. Little Jiangli sighed. Okay, I'll take it apart and weave it again for you to see. God knew that this was the 11th time little Jiangli had taken it apart. Mo Qinshue's hands were clearly praised by the lodge master as the god of hidden weapons, but she couldn't even weave a single rope. Mo Qinshue was angry with herself. Sister Mo, watch carefully. Little Jiangli didn't sit on the stool anymore. Instead, she lay on the bed and raised the red rope with 2 fingers. However, as soon as she tied a knot, a hidden weapon broke through the window and shot toward little Jiangli's shoulder. Mo Qinshue's eyes trembled, and she caught the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, there was knockout powder on the hidden weapon. Little Jiangli breathed it in and fell asleep on Mo Qinshue's body. This amount was useless to Mo Qinshue. Mo Qinshue threw the hidden weapon back out the window. There was a muffled sound. The hidden weapon hit something. Soon, the window was pulled open from the outside, and Hua Xiao rushed in. She pulled out the hidden weapon on the handle of her fan and smiled slowly. I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? If I really wanted to kill her, I wouldn't use knockout powder, but poison. Why are you here again? Mo Qinshue asked coldly. Hua Xiao waved her fan and smiled charmingly. I'm here to tell you that the 3-day deadline is up. When are you going to kill her? Mo Qinshue's expression didn't change. Go and tell the young master that I'll have the strength to kill her after I recover. Hua Xiao sneered. It takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury. Do you want to recover until next year? Don't tell me you're too soft-hearted to kill her. You're living a good life here. You don't have to be a courtesan, and you don't have to please those stinky men. You must be addicted to such a life, right? Mo Qinshuo said rudely, when did I please those stinky men? Don't use your Hua Xiao's tricks on me. Hua Xiao's face darkened. The young master asked me to tell you that the plan has changed. Within 3 days, get her out of the capital. Chapter 554. The novel will be updated more quickly. In the medical center, Xiaoheng was chatting with the second boss in the study. Recently, Gu Jiao stayed in the medical center, so Xiaoheng came here more often. Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Outside the door, little Jiangli waved at Xiaoheng in a low voice. Xiaoheng looked outside the door and said to the second boss who was making tea. Excuse me, I'll go see if Jiao Jiao is back. The second boss hurriedly said, go. The two of them were really loving. In the past, he and his wife were also like this. However, as time went by, he couldn't afford to pay the public anymore, so he didn't dare to get close to his wife. Xiaoheng went out of the study and went to a storeroom downstairs with little Jiangli. Little Jiangli looked outside and made sure that no one was approaching before closing the door. He whispered to Xiaoheng, Brother Xiao, someone came to Sister Mo's room. Little Jiangli was a medicine boy of the Immortal Music House. On the surface, he was there to relieve Mo Qinshue's boredom, but in fact, he was a little spy sent by Xiaoheng. After all, Xiaoheng wasn't the person Mo Qinshue really knew, so he was a little wary of Mo Qinshue. Who was it? He asked. Little Jiangli shook his head. I didn't see her face clearly. From her voice, she was about the same age as Sister Mo, maybe a little older. Her voice wasn't as young and pleasant as Sister Mo's. Xiaoheng had seen the file of the Immortal Music House case and knew that Mo Qinshue was 17 years old this year. Xiaoheng first thought of a woman who was older than her. Hua Xiao was 19 years old and was from Fu City. Of course, birthplace could be faked, so could age. However, Minister Xing had seen Hua Xiao before, so he judged that Hua Xiao was less than 20 years old. Little Jiangli said, "She drugged me as soon as she came." Xiao Heng frowned. "You were drugged. Are you alright?" Little Jiangli shook his head again. It felt good to be cared for. Little Jiangli patted his chest happily and said, "Those drugs are useless to me." "What do you mean it's useless?" Xiao Heng was puzzled. Little Jiangli scratched her ponytail. It's because I'm in good health and am especially resistant to drugs. That's what my brother said. I can hold my liquor well. Xiao Heng. You're only 9 years old and you can already drink. Xiao Heng said, "You're still young. Don't drink in the future." Okay. Little Jiangli felt that this suggestion wasn't unacceptable. She didn't like drinking anyway. Xiao Heng said again, "Tell me what happened after you were drugged." Little Jiangli recalled, "After I was drugged, I was a little sleepy, so I pretended to be asleep." He held Gu Jiao's hand and jumped into the inner hole. Empress Dowager Zhuang was secretly eating candied fruits in her bedchamber. When she heard little Jing Kong's small voice, she quickly hid the candied fruits. "Great Aunt." Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang seriously opened the booklet on the desk and pretended to read it. Although she no longer held court, some booklets would still be sent to her. It was just that recently, the number of booklets sent to her had decreased. Presumably, Grand Tutor Zhuang was slowly becoming estranged from her. Little Jing Kong had stayed in Rinshou Palace before, so his clothes were kept here. Gu Jiao found a set of clothes for him to change into. When he was changing, little Jing Kong said to Gu Jiao, "Jiao Jiao." Little brother agreed. "When will you go see him?" Gu Jiao said, "Any time is fine." "Is he in Bixia Hall now?" Yes. After little Jing Kong finished speaking, he was suddenly a little stunned. Jiao Jiao, how do you know that little brother is in Bixia Hall?" Gu Jiao curved her lips and pointed at his shiny forehead with her fingertips, "Because I have a spell that can see the thoughts in your head." Little Jing Kong hugged his little head. "I didn't want to play truant." No. Gu Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiao rarely laughed, and the time when she laughed out loud was even rarer. Her funny point was always very strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't laugh when she heard little Jing Kong's words. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Jiao laughing. When Gu Jiao was done laughing, little Jing Kong's face was also completely red. "I really didn't want to play truant," he said guiltily. After learning that Gu Jiao wanted to treat Huangfu Xian's legs, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't object. She asked Eunuch Qin to go to Bixia Hall. After a while, Eunuch Qin came back and reported with a look of embarrassment, "Young Master Xian didn't want to come. He said he didn't want to be treated." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He said it himself." Could it be that Princess Ning'an had spoken on his behalf? Eunuch Qin said, "Yes, he said it himself. He was very determined." Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed, "Then let him be. If he didn't want to, they couldn't kidnap him. It wasn't a minor illness. They could just force a bowl of medicine down his throat. If he didn't cooperate, the doctor couldn't treat him. They couldn't use the Empress Dowager's imperial edict to pressure him. That child was obviously someone who would resist the edict." "Serve the meal," Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Eunuch Qin. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong didn't say a word. He was in low spirits. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort him. She touched his little mushroom head and whispered, "Do you want a hug?" Little Jing Kong turned around and threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao held his soft little body and stroked his little back. "Why don't you want to treat your legs?" Maybe he was desperate about life. He couldn't find the motivation to live. He didn't care whether he had legs or not. He didn't care whether he was standing or sitting. He even didn't care whether he was kneeling or crawling. Little Jing Kong was sad and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took him back to Bishui Alley. When she was about to get off the carriage with little Jing Kong, Xiaoheng walked out of the courtyard first and reached out his hand. "Let me." "Okay." Gu Jiao handed the sleeping little Jing Kong to Xiaoheng. When he left Gu Jiao, little Jing Kong struggled for a moment, but when he fell into Xiaoheng's arms, he rested his head on Xiaoheng's arm and continued to sleep. Xiaoheng put the little guy back in the west room, took off his coat and shoes, and pulled the quilt over him. Gu Jiao was about to go to the clinic when Xiaoheng came out and stopped her. "Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you." The two went to the east room. Gu Jiao lit an oil lamp. Xiaoheng adjusted the wick to the brightest and lit another oil lamp. Gu Jiao actually liked a brighter room, but she didn't tell anyone. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and looked at Xiaoheng, who was adjusting the wick seriously. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Chapter 555. Gu Jiao also noticed that there was a charcoal brazier in her room. It must have been lit early, as the room was very warm. She had been staying in the medical center for the past few days, and if she wasn't mistaken, she would stay here tonight as well. Did he specially light the charcoal brazier just because she wanted to talk to him in this room? Was he worried that she would be cold? Although Gu Jiao's body wasn't afraid of the cold, she still couldn't help but smile. Xiaoheng finished adjusting the wick and turned around. He was caught off guard by her infatuated look with her hands on her cheeks. Xiaoheng calmly sat down opposite Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him openly. "What do you want to talk to me about?" Xiaoheng automatically ignored her burning gaze and said seriously, "It's about Imo Qinxue." Gu Jiao nodded. "How do you know about Imo Qinxue?" She didn't remember introducing Imo Qinxue to him. Xiaoheng said lightly, "How can I not care about a patient who is staying in my wife's room?" Gu Jiao blinked and rested her cheeks on her hands. "Are you jealous?" "No." Xiaoheng flatly denied. "Sleeping with you every day." Gu Jiao smiled and stood up. She leaned across the table and put her face in front of him. At this distance, she could see his thick and long eyelashes trembling slightly. She could also hear his nervous breathing because of her sudden proximity. Xiaoheng was very thick-skinned in the yamen, but in front of people close to him, especially Gu Jiao, he was easily shy. He lowered his eyes to avoid her gaze, but he couldn't avoid her seductive breath. She didn't do anything, but she could still seduce him. "Kiss." Gu Jiao kissed him on the cheek. Xiaoheng's body stiffened, and he instinctively looked at Gu Jiao. He met her burning gaze. His heart skipped a beat as if it had been struck by something. "You look so good when you're jealous." After saying that, she sat back down with a slight smile. Xiaoheng's cheeks were burning, and the places she had kissed felt like they were on fire. They were husband and wife in name, and had done more intimate things than this. However, for some reason, this unexpected kiss still teased him to the point where he almost lost control. He almost forgot what he was talking about. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and forcibly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He calmed himself down and said, "Mo Qinxue is a member of Immortal Music House." "Yes, I know." Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Heng wasn't surprised. If it was a normal patient, she wouldn't have brought her back to her courtyard. It was very likely that she already knew Mo Qianxue. Xiao Heng continued, her injuries were intentional. Her goal was to get close to you and gain your trust. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, no wonder. Mo Qianxue's injury wasn't that big of a flaw. It was indeed the kind of injury that could have killed her. The strange thing was that Mo Qianxue had collapsed on her way back from Immortal Music House. It wasn't that she didn't suspect anything, but she didn't feel any malice from Mo Qianxue, so she didn't take it to heart. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, if Mo Qianxue really wanted to kill me, she should have had many opportunities to do so. But she didn't. How did you two meet? You met on the street. She refused to admit that she had visited a brothel. Xiao Heng, forget it. Even a fool would be able to guess that this lass had been to Celestial Music Abode before, probably when she was investigating Grand Concubine Jing. Women weren't allowed to enter Immortal Music House. Was this girl dressed in men's clothes? Then Mo Qianxue, Xiao Heng suddenly felt that he was being cheated on. Gu Jiao's instinct was to protect her. She blinked and said sincerely, husband, you're so handsome. You're the most handsome. Very good. She was guilty. Xiao Heng made a mental note. He decided that he would deal with her later. Right now, he had to deal with the young master of Immortal Music House. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, it snowed again in the capital. The emperor went to court, and the matter of awarding meritorious officials was a hot topic. Almost no one objected to the awarding of Tang Rishan and Gu Chongqing. However, the awarding of Princess Ning'an was met with many different opinions. The officials in court were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Su Sifu, who wanted to reward Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The other faction was led by the Minister of War, who objected to awarding Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The Minister of War, Su Yuan, was the father of Su Kongji. Su Sifu's argument for awarding Princess Ning'an was that Princess Ning'an had made great contributions in the frontier fortress. Su Yuan's objection was that Princess Ning'an was the widow of the previous dynasty and she had a son with the royal family of the previous dynasty. She didn't know the right person and led the wolf into the house. She also gave birth to the child of the previous dynasty. She was not qualified to be conferred the title of Protector of the State. The emperor's subordinates suppressed the memorial presented by the old chancellor. The memorial said that someone might make an issue of Huang Fuxian's identity and asked the emperor not to fall out with the officials in court. The people had always sympathized with Princess Ning'an, not Huang Fuxian. If the emperor fell out with the officials because of Huang Fuxian, the people's hearts that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be in vain. The emperor had no choice but to withdraw from court. But he loved Ning'an. The more people objected, the more he felt sorry for Ning'an. Why did everyone in the world bully his Ning'an? What did his Ning'an do wrong? Wasn't it the fault of the previous dynasty? His Ning'an was also a victim. Why couldn't she be compensated? On the way back to Pure Flower's palace, the emperor almost had the impulse to insist on conferring Ning'an even if all the civil and military officials opposed it. But when he thought of Huang Fuxian's child, he endured it. The night before the deadline of 3 days, Hua Xiao came to the medical center again. Mo Qianxue could already walk a little. She sat by the window and looked at Hua Xiao with disgust. Can you not always come here? You will expose me. Hua Xiao waved the round fan and said with a smile, I just came to remind elder sister that tomorrow is really the deadline. Has elder sister thought about how to lure her out of the city? Mo Qianxue said indifferently, if I don't lure her out, what will happen? Hua Xiao said with a smile, then elder sister will die. Mo Qinchue said coldly, can you kill me? Hua Xiao's lips curved. I can't kill you, but there will always be someone who can. Elder sister should know the consequences of betraying the young master. Mo Qinchue turned her face. Do you still have poison? Hua Xiao asked with a smile, what kind of poison is elder sister talking about? Mo Qinchue said coldly, like the kind of cartilage powder. Hua Xiao covered her face with the round fan and smiled. Ah, 7 days drunk. Yes, I brought it. I was afraid that elder sister would not ask me for it. 7 days drunk, as the name said, one pill could make one drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Mo Qinchue paused and asked, she is a good drinker. Will it be ineffective? Hua Xiao handed the bottle to Mo Qinchue, then patted the bottle with the round fan and said, no, it will be my poison. Elder sister, don't worry. I am the best drinker in the capital, but I will be drunk after 1 pill. Just in case, there are 3 pills in here. Elder sister, take your time. At night, Gu Jiao came over and checked Mo Qinchue's physical condition as usual. You are healing well, Gu Jiao said. Mo Qinchue nodded absent-mindedly, poured a cup of flower tea and handed it to Gu Jiao. Drink some water. Look, your lips are dry. Really? Gu Jiao touched her lips, took the teacup, and drank all the water in the cup. Mo Qinchue looked at her nervously. Gu Jiao did not respond at first. When she was packing the small medicine box, she fell down with a thud. At dawn, a carriage sped out of the city. The coachman was from Xianlu House. Mo Qinchue was sitting in the carriage. No one in the clinic noticed that she left. When they found out, they would not be able to catch up with her. Hurry up. Mo Qinchue urged the coachman. But miss, where are we going? The coachman asked. I don't know. Hua Xiao did not tell her where to take Gu Jiao, only that they were going out of the city. She was already out of the city. Did the young master's people find her? There is a post house in front, the coachman said. Mo Qinchue said, don't worry about it, just go straight. Yes. The coachman waved his whip, and the carriage went away on the cold road. Just as they were about to reach the relay station, a group of experts dressed in gray suddenly rushed out from the side path on their horses. They lined up in a row on the official road, instantly blocking Mo Qinchue's path. The coachman hurriedly stopped the carriage. Miss? There is nothing for you to do here. Go quickly. Mo Qinchue ordered, go to the post house in front. Go quickly. Yes. The coachman got out of the carriage in confusion. He always felt that the aura of that group of people was too scary. When he walked past them, he did not even dare to raise his head. Fortunately, that group of people did not stop him. He quickened his pace and rushed into the post house. Mo Qinchue waited until he had gone in before she parted the curtain slightly. Who are you? The leading man in gray said, the young master asked us to pick you up. Did you bring the person? Mo Qinchue lifted the curtain slightly, revealing the unconscious person inside. I've brought him. He said, give her to us. Wait. Mo Qinchue pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. He frowned. What are you doing? Mo Qinchue said, I think, I might not be able to keep my life. To prevent you from killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, I need to go to a safe place first. The leading man in gray narrowed his eyes dangerously. Mo Qinchue said coldly, the young master needs her life. If she dies now, you will not be able to answer to the young master. As for me, it is my own business that I escaped. The young master will hunt me down in the future. It will not be your fault. The leading man in gray tightened his grip on the reins. Okay, where are you going? Mo Chinchua said, Feng County. It is 30 miles from here. An hour should be enough. The leading man in gray gestured to his subordinates. They surrounded the carriage. One of them jumped off the horse and became Mo Chinchua's coachman. They rushed to Feng County at top speed. Halfway there, Mo Chinchua suddenly shouted, Wait! Stop! She is going to vomit. She is poisoned by the 7 days of intoxication. It will be troublesome if she chokes. Those who practiced martial arts naturally understood that vomiting while unconscious was very dangerous. They had no choice but to stop the carriage. The leading man in gray rode on the horse and said to his coachman, See what is going on. The coachman turned around and lifted the curtain. A silver needle glittering with cold light flew out with a whoosh. The distance was too close and the speed was too fast. He wanted to dodge it, but it was already too late. He screamed and fell from the carriage. It's a trap. The leading man in gray drew his saber. Another row of silver needles shot out. The coachmen blocked them with their sabers. Mo Chinchua quickly cut off the reins on the carriage and rode away on a fine horse. The leading man in gray was about to order his men to stop her when the carriage suddenly burst into flames. Hostage! The leading man in gray flew up, split the carriage with his saber, and carried the unconscious hostage to the snow not far away. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He pulled down the veil on the face of the hostage, but it was not the hostage, but Hua Xiao. Yes, Mo Chinchua knocked Hua Xiao out and made her drink the 7 days of intoxication the night she came to find her. The reason why she also made Gu Jiao drunk was so that she could leave. She betrayed the young master. She could not escape the fate of death. But she did not want to die in front of her. Mo Chinchua raised her speed to the extreme. However, she did not escape far before an arrow hit her horse. The horse screamed and fell forward. She also fell into the snow. She was in severe pain all over, including her chest. She turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Chinchua. The leading man in gray got off the horse and came to her with a saber in his hand. Mo Chinchua raised her hand to use the silver needle, but he kicked her acupoint. She instantly froze in the snow. The leading man in gray squatted down, grabbed Mo Chinchua's clothes, and pulled her in front of him. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent the anger in his chest. His gaze fell on Mo Chinchua's slender white neck, and a trace of wickedness appeared in his eyes. Immortal Music House's #1 courtesan, it is said that no man has taken her virginity. Why don't you submit to us brothers today, and let you have a good time before you die? Mo Chinchua could not speak, and could not move. She could only stare at him fiercely. The leading man in gray tore Mo Chinchua's clothes, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed to the cold air. The leading man in gray originally just wanted to humiliate and intimidate her. He did not really want to do anything to her, but this body was too seductive. Perhaps even a eunuch would be able to act like a real man if he saw her. The leading man in gray tore off Mo Chinchua's skirt. Tears of humiliation and despair fell from the corners of her eyes in big drops. She trembled, desperate, but could not help but think. Fortunately, it was me. Fortunately, it was me. The moment Mo Chinchua closed her eyes, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above her head. Immediately after, a cold and threatening red-tasseled spear pierced through the air. With the force of thunder, it shot from the side of the leading man in gray, piercing through his head from his temple. Chapter 556. The man in the gray robe who had his head pierced fell sideways into the snow, his brain and blood splattering all over the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Being shot in the head by an arrow was enough to make one tremble in fear, not to mention a long and heavy red-tasseled spear. All the gray-robed men felt as if their heads had been pierced as well. Their heads felt cold and their bodies froze. They had killed countless people, but they had never seen such a method of murder. It was too cruel and too horrifying. How much killing intent did one have to possess to be able to shoot such a spear? Who was it? Who did it? Everyone sensed that the situation was not good. The snow-covered official road was suddenly filled with tension and fear. Another man in the gray robe took over from the previous man and began to give orders. "Draw your swords. Draw your swords," he shouted loudly. Everyone was pulled back to reality by his voice, and they all drew the scimitars at their waists. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves that seemed to be able to break through mountains and rivers came from afar, and the snow seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young man in green riding a vigorous horse galloping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the few people. With a leap, he flew over their heads. The moment the horse's hooves landed on the ground, the young man reached out his hand and pulled out the red-tasseled spear that had pierced through the man's head. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he took off his cloak and used it to cover Emo Chinchua's body. Emo Chinchua lay in the cold snow, watching the young man galloping towards her. He was not wearing a mask, and his eyebrows were cold. The eye-catching birthmark on the left side of his face was not ugly, but had a hint of coldness and evil. The young man was full of killing intent, but he covered her body with a cloak. Gu Jiao's horse did not stop. She pulled out her red-tasseled spear and immediately attacked the remaining 5 people. This group of people was not weak. Together, they were as strong as Sky Wolf. However, Gu Jiao was not the Gu Jiao from 2 months ago. Her strength had recovered a little. Even if she fought Sky Wolf again, she would be invincible. Gu Jiao dismounted, and the 2 sides began to fight fiercely. One of the gray-robed men suddenly thought of something and pointed at Gu Jiao. "Her. She is the hostage we want." Gu Jiao clenched her red-tasseled spear and said coldly, "Come and catch me if you have the ability." The 5 of them attacked Gu Jiao with all their might. What was surprising was that Gu Jiao's power was not as described in the letter. Logically speaking, the strength of the 5 of them should be enough to control him, but to be on the safe side, they added one more master. However, they were completely unable to gain an advantage over her. Gu Jiao hated trouble, and she also hated fancy attacks. Shadows were bloodthirsty. Her killer move was her most powerful move. The gray-robed masters fell one after another. With Gu Jiao's last stab, the last gray-robed master fell into a pool of blood. However, she did not kill this one. She left him alive. Gu Jiao stabbed her red-tasseled spear into the snow and bent down to wrap Emo Chinchua in her cloak. Her arms went around Emo Chinchua's back and knees, and she picked up her cold and stiff body. At this moment, the Ministry of Justice's carriage arrived. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and glanced at Gu Jiao and Emo Chinchua. He glanced at the scene and understood what had happened. He hurriedly got off the carriage and called the coachman to the side. Gu Jiao carried Emo Chinchua into the carriage. Xiaoheng asked through the curtain, "Are you all right?" Gu Jiao looked at Emo Chinchua. Emo Chinchua's face was pale as she shook her head, indicating to Gu Jiao that she was fine. Gu Jiao replied, "I'm fine. Your face is covered in blood." "It's not my blood." Xiaoheng's expression relaxed. Emo Chinchua's body was shivering. The cloak was clearly not enough to keep her warm. Gu Jiao took off her winter coat and gave it to Mo Qianxue. There was no charcoal in the carriage. It was as cold as ice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, a slender hand handed in an official's robe and winter coat. It was Xiao Hang's. There was only one carriage from the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Hang could not get on the carriage with Mo Qianxue in her current state. This meant that he had to ride back. In a world of ice and snow, how could a civil official like him withstand it? Moreover, he was going to enter the city later. How could he, the Secretary of the Ministry of Justice, walk around in his underwear? Gu Jiao did not reject all of them, but also did not accept all of them. She only took the winter coat and let Xiao Heng put on the official's robe. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and took the red tasseled spear back to the carriage. She said to Xiao Heng, "Oh right, I left one alive. See if you can get anything out of him." "That one." Xiao Heng pointed at the expert in gray who was lying alone on the side. That expert was pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, he could not fool Xiao Heng's eyes. "Okay, you guys go back first. Leave the rest to me." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The coachman received Xiao Heng's orders and sat on the outside seat. He turned the carriage around and headed back to the capital. In the carriage, Mo Qianxue leaned against the wall. She gradually regained her body temperature and consciousness. She looked at Gu Jiao, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. She whispered, "Are you asleep?" "No." Gu Jiao opened her eyes and looked at her calmly. "How do you feel?" Mo Qianxue lowered her eyes and whispered, "It's like a nightmare." Gu Jiao reached out to her. Mo Qianxue understood what she meant. She slowly raised her hand and handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her pulse. From the pulse, she could see that she had suffered a little internal injury and her vitality was greatly damaged. "Are you hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "No." Mo Qianxue said. "That person did not manage to reach the last step." "Why are you here?" Mo Qianxue asked. "Xiao Jiu brought me here. Otherwise, she would not have been able to find her way." Mo Qianxue opened her mouth. "I mean, weren't you drugged by me? How can you still wake up? Is your alcohol tolerance better than Hua Xiao's?" Hua Xiao was the best drinker in the Immortal Music House. So far, no one could drink more than her. 7 days of intoxication was her unique knockout drug that could even knock her out. Mo Qianxue realized something and stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "You didn't drink it, did you?" "Yes." Gu Jiao admitted generously. That night, Xiao Heng told her about the Immortal Music House and mentioned Mo Qianxue's purpose and the young master's order. When Mo Qianxue handed her the glass of water, she drank it on the surface but did not swallow it. She wanted to see what Mo Qianxue would do next. Mo Qianxue first put her on the bed and then dragged out a person from under the bed. It was Hua Xiao. Mo Qianxue changed Hua Xiao into her clothes and put on a veil. At this point, Gu Jiao could almost guess what Mo Qianxue would do. The reason why she did not immediately stop Mo Qianxue was that Mo Qianxue's drug was really too strong. Even if she did not swallow it, she still absorbed some of it after holding it in her mouth for a long time. She slept for an hour. Fortunately, Mo Qianxue did not walk too fast. Otherwise, when she arrived, the tragedy would have already happened. Killing the man would not help. Mo Qianxue did not ask Gu Jiao when she began to suspect her. She was too embarrassed to ask and there was no need to ask. She approached her for another purpose. Now that the matter was exposed, she still came to save her. "Next time, take me with you." Gu Jiao said, "Don't do stupid things alone." Mo Qinshue stared at her. After a long while, she lowered her head and answered in a low voice, "Yes." Gu Jiao took Mo Qinshue back to the medical center. On the other side, Xiao Heng and the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice brought the survivor back to the Ministry of Justice, together with Hua Xiao, who fainted nearby. Hua Xiao was drugged with 7 days of intoxication and would not wake up for 7 days and 7 nights. Xiao Heng temporarily put her in a separate cell. The man in the gray robe was taken to the torture room. There was a poison sac in his mouth, which was found by Xiao Heng and taken out. After that, he tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue several times. Xiao Heng simply gave him a little bone-softening powder. Xiao Heng was the head of the Ministry of Justice, so interrogating prisoners was not within his authority. However, when he personally applied to Minister Xing to be interrogated by him, Minister Xing readily agreed. The man in the gray robe sat weakly on the iron chair in the center of the torture room. Behind him was a scaffold for holding the prisoner, and on the walls on both sides were hung all kinds of torture instruments used for torture. The torture room was dim and there was no candlelight. There was only a stove half the height of a person on the right side of the door. On the stove was a red-hot iron. Xiao Heng sat opposite the man in the gray robe. The stove was only a few steps away from him. The light of the fire reflected on the right side of his handsome face, making half of his face look dark and half of the fire. For no reason, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. "You leave first," Xiao Heng said to the 2 bailiffs in the torture room. "Yes, Lord Xiao." The bailiffs were under Minister Xing's orders. They listened to Xiao Heng's orders. Xiao Heng changed his image of a good official. His expression was cold and even carried a trace of ruthlessness. He looked at the man in the gray robe and said, "Who ordered you?" The man in the gray robe was someone who had seen many storms and could be considered calm. He lay weakly on the chair, his head tilted, and his body unable to move. When he heard Xiao Heng's words, he laughed coldly. "When your yamen investigates a case, don't you start by asking the identity of the prisoner? Won't you ask who I am?" Xiao Heng looked at him indifferently. "Your name is Bai Kuan, from Fu City. You are 25 years old this year. Your parents passed away 3 years ago. You have no brothers or sisters and no family. When you were young, you studied at Mr. Lu's private school in Fu City for 2 years. Because of your naughty nature, you were expelled from the school. Later, your parents sent you to a blacksmith shop as an apprentice. After 2 years of studying, you were expelled by the blacksmith shop owner for stealing. You moved from place to place and finally caught the eye of a martial arts teacher. Your talent was not bad. In just a few years, you were able to practice martial arts. When you were 22 years old, your parents passed away one after another. After you buried them, you left Fu City. Since then, there has been no news of you." The man in the gray robe looked at Xiao Heng with a face full of shock. Xiao Heng walked step by step in front of him. That excessively handsome face had a pair of sinister eyes. "How is it? Am I right?" No. No. I am not Bai Kuan." The man in the gray robe shook his head with all his might. However, the effect of the bone-softening powder made him unable to move at all. Xiao Heng bent down slightly and looked at him closer. He said indifferently, "Is it important that you are Bai Kuan?" The man in the gray robe was shocked again. Xiao Heng took out a confession letter from the wide sleeve of his official's robe. He also took out a box of cinnabar ink. The man in the gray robe suddenly had an ominous premonition. What do you want to do?" Xiao Heng flicked the confession letter. His slender fingers opened the box of ink and then grabbed the man in the gray robe's hand. The man in the gray robe tried to struggle, but he had been drugged with the bone-softening powder. How could he have any strength? His eyes were as big as copper bells. He roared, "You are an official of the imperial court. If you do this, you will be beheaded." Xiaoheng said, "Oh, is that so?" The man in the gray robe said, "You are crazy. I want to see your official. I want to see the Minister of Justice. You can't beat me into a confession." Xiaoheng said, "I didn't beat you. I don't confess. I didn't confess. I didn't confess. It wasn't me. You. The man in the gray robe was so flustered that he spoke incoherently. Xiaoheng ignored his struggle and complaints. He was not the kind of person who was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. His heart was black. However, there was no need for him to disguise himself in a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see. Xiaoheng expressionlessly grabbed his hand. He first pressed the ink, then pressed a bright red handprint on the confession letter. The torture chamber was a place where important criminals were tortured. Ordinary criminals would not be sent here, and those who were sent here would basically have a layer of their skin peeled off. In order to isolate the screams of the criminals, the door of the torture chamber was made to be extremely soundproof. The yamen runners in the corridor did not hear the commotion inside. About an hour later, Xiaoheng came out of the torture chamber with a tired face. His forehead and neck were covered in sticky sweat. His chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was short. He pretended to be calm, but there seemed to be a trace of reluctance in his eyes. When the yamen runners saw this, they hurriedly went to inform Minister Xing. Minister Xing hurriedly rushed over. "Lulang, what happened to you?" Xiaoheng looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression. "I'm fine. However, the criminal committed suicide out of fear of punishment." Minister Xing was stunned. He was somewhat surprised that the other party would commit suicide out of fear of punishment. "Then did he confess?" Minister Xing asked. Xiaoheng presented the document in his hand as if relieved of a heavy burden. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Bai Kuan confessed. This is Bai Kuan's confession letter." Minister Xing hurriedly took the confession letter and carefully read it from top to bottom, from right to left. The more he read, the more dignified his expression became. This person was indeed related to Immortal Music House. At the end of the confession letter, the young master of Immortal Music House was mentioned. It was written in black and white: "Immortal Music House's young master, Xiao Country's princess, calls the present emperor elder brother." Minister Xing felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 557. Minister Xing had absolute trust in Xiao Lulang. Firstly, Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar. He couldn't kill a vicious criminal to silence him. Secondly, Xiao Lulang had always given people the impression that he stood aloof from worldly affairs and was honest and upright. Anyone could fake a crime, but Xiao Lulang wouldn't. Minister Xing wasn't worried that Xiao Lulang would fake a crime. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Lulang would feel guilty if he saw a living person die in front of him. That would leave a shadow in his heart and prevent him from solving the case. Minister Xing didn't remember that Xiaoheng used to be a coroner. He had even dissected corpses before. Why would he be afraid of a dead person? The main reason was that Xiaoheng looked like he had suffered a blow. If I had used a heavier dose, he wouldn't have been able to recover his strength so quickly and commit suicide out of fear of punishment. I would have been able to get more information out of him. That's right. That person only told him about the imperial princess, but didn't say which princess it was. This was where Xiao Heng was smart. Sometimes, it was this little bit of regret and incompleteness that made things seem more logical. Minister Xing patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. You've already done very well. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to get any clues. I'm just trying to reason with him. Xiao Heng was halfway through his sentence when a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Minister Xing said to the two bailiffs, "You two go in and clean up. Lu Lang, come with me." Yes. Xiao Heng followed Minister Xing to his duty room. Do you have something to say? Minister Xing asked. Xiao Heng said, Bai Kuan didn't commit suicide out of fear of punishment. He didn't dare to say who the mastermind was, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Minister Xing looked strangely at the document that had just been placed on the table. Then this confession, Xiao Heng nodded. The confession is true. I used some acupuncture on him, but that's all he dared to say. He was very secretive about that person's name and refused to say it no matter what. This was more reasonable. Minister Xing was puzzled just now. Why would an assassin commit suicide for fear of punishment? If he had such awareness, would he still be an assassin? Minister Xing said thoughtfully, it seems like that person's methods are impressive. That's why the assassin didn't dare to say her name. But who could it be? Since she called Jin Shang imperial brother, she must be Jin Shang's younger sister. The previous emperor had many children and 7 princesses, but only 4 were younger than the emperor. They were Princess Ning'an, Princess Xinyang, Princess Diqing, and Princess Huiqing. Among them, Princess Diqing died of illness 2 years ago. Princess Huiqing's birth mother was the previous emperor's cousin and was given the title of Ling Jiaoyi. Ling Jiaoyi was favored in her early years, but after giving birth to Princess Huiqing, she was a fool. Later, both mother and daughter lost favor. So, was this young master of Xianlu House a fool for Princess Huiqing, Princess Xinyang, or Princess Ning'an? I'll go to the imperial palace. In addition, Bai Kuan committed suicide for fear of punishment. Yes. Torture easily made people think of torture. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Xiao Heng, Minister Xing decided to punish Bai Kuan in the name of committing suicide for fear of punishment. As for whether he could convince others, it was up to Minister Xing's ability. Minister Xing reminded, His Majesty may summon you. You only need to remember that you didn't use torture. You used reason and emotion to persuade him to confess. Yes. Xiao Heng said, Darren, there's one more thing I forgot to say. Minister Xing asked, what is it? Xiao Heng said seriously, Hua Xiao is in cahoots with them. She is also an important witness. I think she should know something. Regarding what happened before returning to the Ministry of Justice, Xiao Heng also wrote a letter explaining the details. In the letter, he said that Mo Qianxue was still alive and approached Gu Jiao as a patient. However, he omitted the fact that the two knew each other. He only said that Gu Jiao didn't know that she was a courtesan of Xianlu House and thought that she was just an ordinary patient. As a benevolent doctor, she picked her up halfway and brought her back to the medical center for treatment. During this time, the assassins of Xianlu House came to assassinate Mo Qianxue once. In fact, they wanted to confuse her and let Mo Qianxue take the opportunity to kill Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao, who didn't know the truth, risked her life to protect Mo Qianxue and even got injured. Mo Qianxue was moved by Gu Jiao's actions and gave up the idea of assassinating Gu Jiao. 3 days ago, Hua Xiao of Xianlu House found Mo Qianxue and urged her to lure Gu Jiao out of the capital. Mo Qianxue knew that Gu Jiao would be in danger this time, so she couldn't do it. Therefore, Mo Qianxue thought of a way. She drugged Gu Jiao and Hua Xiao and let Hua Xiao disguise herself as Gu Jiao and abscond in the name of sending Gu Jiao out of the capital. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had their eyes on her and chased her out of the city. After that, they killed the masters and captured Hua Xiao and took them back to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing knew about Gu Jiao. She was the miraculous doctor of the medical center and Xiaoheng's wife. The mastermind behind the scene seemed to have a grudge against Gu Jiao or had a conflict of interest with Gu Jiao. Princess Huiqing could be ruled out. Putting aside the fact that she was a fool, she didn't live in the capital and had never seen Gu Jiao. She had no interest with Gu Jiao. Then, only Princess Xinyang and Princess Ninghan, who had returned to the capital in the past year, were left. Sir, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lu Lang, go ahead. The prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. Minister Xing was stunned in the duty room for a long time. This was a serious matter that involved the royal family. Minister Xing had to report to His Majesty first. Xiaoheng knew that Minister Xing would go to His Majesty. With concubine Jing's example, Xiaoheng wouldn't leave the decision to His Majesty alone. He wanted the whole world to know and all the officials to know. It was best if His Majesty wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. If he didn't, then let the whole world force him to do it. Minister Xing's carriage ran into Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage halfway. His official rank was lower than Grand Secretary Yuan's, so he naturally had to get off the carriage and salute him. He didn't expect the old Chancellor to be in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. In terms of official rank, Minister Xing was 1.5 ranks higher than the Chancellor of the Imperial College. However, everyone knew that the old Chancellor was an important official of 2 dynasties and His Majesty's trusted aide. He was someone who could compete with Grand Secretary Yuan in seniority. Both sides greeted each other politely. Grand Secretary Yuan gave him a look and asked, Minister Xing, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? This. It wasn't convenient for Minister Xing to divulge the details of the case, so he only said, it's the case of Immortal Music House. There's a bit of progress, so this humble official is planning to report to His Majesty. The old Chancellor asked with a puzzled expression, what kind of progress needs to alarm His Majesty? Could this case be related to His Majesty? Minister Xing smiled in embarrassment. This humble official can't say too much. I hope Grand Secretary Yuan and Chancellor Hua can forgive me. It's fine. Grand Secretary Yuan nodded in a reasonable manner and raised his hand to indicate for him to return to his carriage. Minister Xing cupped his hands in salute. Then, this humble official will take his leave. The moment he turned around, the old Chancellor suddenly cried out in pain and fell out of Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. His fall was too technical, perfectly avoiding the coachman's hand to catch him. Minister Xing's expression changed, and he hurriedly reached out to catch him. Although he did catch him, his sleeves were also torn, and 2 documents fell out in a voluminous manner. Let me pick them up, let me pick them up. The old Chancellor didn't wait for himself to stabilize his body and bent down to pick up a confession letter as well as the case file Xiaoheng wrote. He pretended to look at the documents in his hands carelessly. How could this be? Minister Xing hurriedly took the documents and folded them before stuffing them back into his other sleeve. He said with a flustered expression, farewell. The old Chancellor returned to Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. The old Chancellor looked as if he was struck by lightning as he said in a daze, Old Yuan, guess what I saw? Grand Secretary Yuan frowned. Am I that familiar with you? Why did you call Old Yuan? Even though Grand Secretary Yuan and the old chancellor had both served the imperial court for many years, their relationship wasn't that close. The only relationship was that the two of them were friends with Elder Feng at the same time. It was just that Elder Feng and the old chancellor were closer. The reason why the old chancellor was in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage today was because Grand Secretary Yuan had met the old chancellor whose carriage had broken down. The old chancellor had asked him shamelessly if he could give him a ride. Could this Grand Secretary Yuan refuse? Even if he was unwilling, he had to let him get on the carriage. This was what happened after that. The old chancellor said with a terrified expression, "I saw the confession letter from the Ministry of Justice. It said that the young master of Immortal Music House was actually the princess of Zhao country's imperial family, His Majesty's younger sister. Was the confession letter what you were holding there?" Grand Secretary Yuan exposed him in a second. "Old Chancellor, Grand Secretary Yuan, also, you purposely fell down and tore Lord Xing's sleeve. Do you think I'm blind?" Old Chancellor, the Master of Tea Arts had finally met his match. "Old Chancellor, anyway, I saw it. I also told you that when news about this case appeared in the capital, I will say that it came from your Yuan family. The highest realm of a Master of Tea Arts was flipping the teacup and spilling the tea. Then there was no need to pretend anymore." The corner of Grand Secretary Yuan's mouth twitched. "Can you still be a little more shameless?" The old chancellor stretched his legs and lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage. "I can't. Grand Secretary Yuan, how did the late emperor accept such a shameless thing?" Chapter 558. Minister Xing entered the palace to see the emperor. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Hearing eunuch Wei's report, he let someone bring him in. "This humble subject kowtows in salute to your majesty." Minister Xing respectfully saluted. The emperor sat behind the desk and put down a memorial that he had reviewed. He picked up another one and asked, "Why did Minister Xing suddenly enter the palace?" Minister Xing hesitated and said, "This subject has something to report." The emperor opened the memorial. "What matter can't wait until the morning court?" Minister Xing thought, "It can wait until the morning court, but I'm afraid you won't be happy if I say it in front of the civil and military officials. Speaking of which, I met the old chancellor and Grand Secretary Yuan on the way." The old chancellor shouldn't have seen the contents of the document clearly, right? He only glanced at it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have seen it clearly. Even if he saw it clearly, as an old subject, he wouldn't publicize it. Thinking of this, Minister Xing secretly felt relieved. Minister Xing cupped his hands and said respectfully, "It's a case. This humble subject can't decide whether to say it in the court or not." The emperor asked, "What case?" Minister Xing answered truthfully, "The case of Immortal Music House." Immortal Music House. The emperor frowned, "The most famous brothel in the capital. Your Majesty also knows about it." Minister Xing was surprised. No wonder he was so surprised. Immortal Music House's reputation seemed great, but in the end, it was just a brothel. The imperial city had a clear hierarchy. Crossing the hierarchy barrier was harder than ascending to heaven. As long as the emperor wasn't interested in visiting a brothel, he wouldn't pay attention to it. "I've only heard of it." The emperor didn't care much. "Does a brothel case need to be mentioned in the court?" Minister Xing said with a complicated expression, "This case involves a lot of people and is related to the imperial family." The emperor said indifferently, "Which prince went to the brothel and had an accident?" "It's fine if it's a prince, but I'm afraid you won't be so embarrassed." Minister Xing understood that if he stuck out his head, he would still be stabbed. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. The courtesan of Immortal Music House died on the 7th day of the new year. The emperor had an impression of the 7th day of the new year. That was the day the army returned, and it was also the day he saw Ningen again. Why did something happen on such a good day? The emperor frowned. At first, Minister Xing thought it was just a civilian murder case. There was no need to alarm the emperor, so he didn't mention it in court. Minister Xing continued, but after this humble subject investigated, I unexpectedly discovered that the courtesan of Xianlu House was actually not dead. She had faked her death and found a substitute to escape. Her real purpose was to get close to Dr. Gu of the medical hole. The emperor did not have much interest in the affairs of a courtesan in a brothel. When he heard this, his expression changed. Which clinic is Dr. Gu from? The clinic next to the girls' school is called Miracle Hands Hall. Minister Xing was not clear about the relationship between the emperor and Gu Jiao. In order to attract the emperor's attention, he added, Dr. Gu is Xiao Liulang's wife. Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer personally appointed by the emperor. The emperor should have some care for him. In fact, Gu Jiao was also the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was just that Gu Jiao herself had never admitted it. The emperor's eyes carried a bit of coldness. Why would a courtesan from a brothel approach a doctor from a medical hole? Minister of Justice, assassination. Assassination. Little godly doctor. The emperor's expression became doubtful and dignified. You just said that Xianlu House's case was related to the imperial family. Could it be that the imperial family ordered the courtesan to harm Dr. Gu? Minister Xing did not directly answer. Instead, he took out the confession and case file from the wide sleeve that he had sewn on the way. The emperor took the confession and case file. He recognized that it was Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Xiao Lulang held the position of Minister of Justice. In Gu Jiao's words, he was Minister Xing's secretary and spokesperson. If he did well, he could become the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice. It was normal for him to write the case file and confession. Of course, not all confessions were written by officials of the Ministry of Justice. A portion of the confessions were personally written by criminals. The confession clearly stated that Bai Kuan was illiterate. Therefore, Minister of Justice Xiao Lulang wrote it on his behalf. After the emperor finished reading it, he slapped the confession on the table. Preposterous. Who interrogated the criminal? Minister Xing, in order to avoid new problems, simply said to the emperor, it was this official who personally interrogated him. Xiao Lulang temporarily wrote on the side. The position of Minister of Justice's official was usually filled by the Yaman's litigation master. However, if the litigation master was not in the Yaman, Shi Yi could be appointed by the Minister of Justice. Xiao Lulang came from Hanlin Academy. It was not to the extent that he did not even have the qualifications to be an official. If it was someone else who was trying the case, the emperor was afraid that he would re-examine the case. However, Minister Xing and Xiao Lulang were officials that the emperor had personally promoted. The emperor still trusted the two of them. The emperor did not know much about Xiao Liulang's ability to solve cases. If it was only Xiao Lulang trying the case alone, the emperor was afraid that he might have been deceived. However, Minister Xing was a veteran at solving cases. He would not be fooled by a thief. Could it be that it was really done by a princess of the imperial family? But wasn't this very absurd? She called the present emperor older brother. In other words, the young master behind the scenes of Immortal Music House was his younger sister. He only had 3 younger sisters, Ningen, Xan Yang, and Huai Qing. Of these 3, no matter which one, it did not seem like they were suspicious. There was no need to mention Ningen. She was such a kind and pure person. How could she associate herself with the power of a brothel and do something that would harm the little godly doctor? Huai Qing was a fool. She did not have this ability. It could not be Xian Yang. Xian Yang was indeed a powerful character. Among so many princesses, she did not have the protection of her mother, nor did she have the special favor of her father, but she had never suffered at the hands of anyone. She had also received the great marriage that her father had prepared for her before he passed away. She was indeed a woman with skill. But she had no reason to frame the little godly doctor. Minister Xing ventured to ask, "Does your Majesty have any clues?" The emperor unhappily said, "What clues do I have? Are you sure you have not been deceived by the murderer?" Although the emperor trusted Minister Xing's ability, he would rather suspect that Minister Xing's judgment was wrong if he had to suspect his own sister. Now that things had progressed to this point, Minister Xing had a guess in his heart. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence at the moment. Xiao Lulang could tell him that the prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. This was the internal investigation of the case by the Ministry of Justice, providing effective clues to speculate on the motive of the real murderer behind the scenes. But he could not say this to the emperor. Just as Minister Xing was thinking about how to speak to the emperor, Eunuch Wei's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Princess Ning'an, why are you here?" "I stewed some ginseng soup for my royal brother." "Is he inside?" He was inside, but she did not know if it was convenient. "Ning'an, come in," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei smiled and stepped aside. "Princess, please." Princess Ning'an carried the food box in one hand and slightly lifted her skirt with the other as she stepped into the imperial study. Minister Xing turned and bowed to Princess Ning'an. "This is..." Princess Ning'an looked at Minister Xing in astonishment. The emperor introduced, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. His surname is Xing, so it is Lord Xing." Princess Ning'an nodded. "Sorry for the lack of manners." Minister Xing bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I do not dare." Princess Ning'an said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come at a bad time. If I had known that my royal brother was discussing official business with the ministers, would have come later." The emperor said, "It does not matter. It is just a groundless case. Since you are here, you can take a look." As the emperor spoke, he handed the confession and the file to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an placed the food box on the table and took the file to read. While she was reading the document, Minister Xing was secretly looking at her. The more Princess Ning'an read, the more surprised she became. In the end, she frowned. It was actually someone from the imperial family who tried to kill Dr. Gu. But why? Minister Xing's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Princess Ning'an did not look guilty at all. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Logically speaking, it was not enough to just have a motive. They also needed the time and evidence of the crime, commonly known as witnesses and material evidence. The emperor snorted, "You also think it is absurd, don't you?" Ning'an suddenly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "His Majesty only has 3 younger sisters, and among the 3 of them, only I have interacted with Dr. Gu the most. The prince consort died at the hands of her and Gu Shizhi, so it seems that I am the most suspicious." The emperor's face darkened. "Nonsense. How could you do that? In my opinion, it is obvious that someone has bad intentions and wants to slander the imperial family." Princess Ning'an sighed, "But didn't the murderer confess?" The emperor coldly said, "The murderer is not necessarily lying. Or, he didn't lie, but someone pretended to be a princess and approached him." Princess Ning'an slowly turned her head and looked at Minister Xing. Does Minister Xing think that there are these 2 possibilities? Minister Xing opened his mouth and weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Before the truth is out, all hypotheses are possible. By the way, there are 2 other witnesses mentioned above. One is the courtesan of Xian Le House who faked her death, and the other is also a girl from Xian Le House, called Princess Ning, and didn't seem to remember the name. She looked at the document and said, "Ah, Hua Xiao." As she spoke, her eyes fell on Minister Xing's face again. "Minister Xing, where are these two witnesses now? Can they testify in court?" Based on the one-sided statement of an assassin, it is somewhat arbitrary to conclude that Xian Le House colluded with the imperial family. What do you think, Minister Xing? Princess Ning En's eyes were very gentle, but for some reason, Minister Xing's forehead was a little cold. He composed himself and said, "Princess Ning En is very right, but these two witnesses can't testify in court now." "Why?" Princess Ning En asked softly. Minister Xing said, "Hua Xiao was drugged and will wake up in 6 or 7 days. The other girl, called Mo Qianchue, was seriously injured and is being treated in the medical hall. According to Minister Xiao, her condition is not good. Otherwise, according to the normal procedure, Mo Qianchue would be taken back to the Ministry of Justice for detention." Princess Ning En sighed thoughtfully. One was drugged and the other was injured. What a coincidence. Minister Xing, they are important witnesses in this case. You must protect them well. Don't let them be killed, or the truth of this case will never see the light of day. Minister Xing subconsciously glanced at Princess Ning En when he heard this. Princess Ning En smiled at him frankly. Minister Xing lowered his eyes, frowned, and saluted. "Princess is right. We'll definitely send more people to protect them." After leaving the palace, Minister Xing returned to the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Heng's room was behind Minister Xing's. Hearing the noise, Xiao Heng put down the pen in his hand and went to Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing fell into a chair tiredly and told Xiao Heng about the conversation in the imperial study. "It really is flawless. Did we suspect the wrong person? Is the murderer actually Princess Huiqing or Princess Xinyang?" Xiao Heng was not surprised by this development. If the other party didn't even have this kind of method, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. He was very glad that he didn't put his chips on the emperor. Xiao Heng said, "It's not Princess Xinyang." Minister Xing looked at him strangely. "How do you know?" "I often go to the medical hall." Xiao Heng said, "Princess Xinyang contracted a heart disease a few years ago, and only Dr. Gu can treat her illness. She hasn't recovered yet and is still taking the medicine Dr. Gu gave her. She won't kill Dr. Gu at this time." Minister Xing had heard that Princess Xinyang had suffered from a heart attack due to the loss of her beloved son. Back then, he had heard that she had listened to the imperial physician's advice and left the sad capital to recuperate at Fengdu Mountain. Princess Huiqing. Minister Xing shook his head decisively. Someone couldn't have used the name of an imperial princess, right? Xiao Heng suddenly said, "Actually, it's fine if she didn't warn you." Minister Xing didn't understand. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, "Minister, Princess Ning En is right. You have to send more people to keep a close watch on the medical hall and the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't let anyone have a chance to silence them." Eunuch Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the two young men by the roadside in a good-natured manner. Since it was a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary master. The two of them thought that he was a rich old man from the capital, so they told him about the news they heard in the tea house. "I heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the royal family and killed the soldiers who returned from the frontier fortress. Is there such a thing?" Old Chancellor was well aware that the speed of rumor spreading was completely dependent on how ridiculous the rumor was. It didn't matter if it was exaggerated or not, as long as it was widely spread, it was fine. Who did you kill? Young Master Gu Jiajun. Gu Chongqing. Cough, cough. Eunuch Wei almost choked himself to death. How was it related to Gu Chongqing? Wasn't it said that the person who was assassinated was Miss Gu? Moreover, it was an attempted assassination. Is there a mistake? Young Master Gu went to visit the families of the soldiers. They were killed on the way out of the city. That place was not far from Feng County. Someone came out from the nearby relay station and saw that the snow was full of corpses and bloodstains. It was obviously Miss Gu who fought with the assassins from Immortal Music House. The people who died were all from Immortal Music House. Who made this up? Too tragic, too tragic. Young Master Gu was bravely killing the enemy at the frontier fortress, but when he returned, he was plotted against by the royal family. They were afraid that young Master Gu's meritorious service would overshadow the master, so they wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of his own people. This is really chilling. It seems that he didn't die and escaped. Then young Master Gu will have to hide from now on. This was the first version that Eunuch Wei heard. There was also a second one. The contents of the first two stories were similar. They were all about how Gu Chongqing was attacked when he left the city and how Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family. However, it wasn't the imperial family that killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was the imperial family's princess who fancied Gu Chongqing and wanted to recruit him as her prince consort. Gu Chongqing didn't agree and angered the princess. Thus, he suffered from the other party's crazy revenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Eunuch Wei felt a headache coming on. The third story was the one that gave Eunuch Wei the most headache. The victim was still Gu Chongqing and not Gu Jiao. I heard that it was the remnants of the previous dynasty. Weren't the remnants of the previous dynasty all exterminated? It seems that some of them escaped the net and infiltrated the capital. They colluded with Immortal Music House to take revenge on young Master Gu and the Gu Jiajun. It's a pity that young Master Gu is seriously injured and his life is uncertain. And I also heard that the imperial family has a spy. The remnants of the previous dynasty is hiding in the imperial palace. Hey, I've heard of something here. When the prince consort was killed by young Master Gu, Princess Ning pleaded with young Master Gu to let the prince consort fend for himself in the snowy mountains. However, young Master Gu ignored Princess Ning's opposition and took the prince consort's life on the spot. Could it be? Eunuch Wei helplessly looked at the sky. It's over, it's all over now. Once the news was spread out, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Moreover, there was a good saying, it's better to let it out than to block it. The more the emperor forbade the people from talking about this matter, the more heated the discussion became. If the emperor was a tyrant, then it would be fine. If he killed hundreds of people, then no one would dare to talk nonsense. But he wasn't. This led to the matter continuing to ferment. By the evening of the second day, almost the entire capital had heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family to assassinate Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital right now. Even if the emperor wanted to call him out to clarify the truth, he couldn't. The emperor could choose to have Gu Jiao stand out and say that the person who was assassinated was her. But that would mean that the case of Immortal Music House's assassination was confirmed. Moreover, was there a big difference between assassinating Gu Jiao and assassinating Gu Chongqing? The only difference was the speed at which it spread. As the young master of the Gu family army and the heir of Marquis Ding Han, Gu Changqing's reputation was even greater in the capital. Gu Jiao was too low-key. Her name wasn't enough to attract attention. But the essence of the matter was the same. Moreover, this matter wasn't a matter of whether the victim was Gu Jiao or Gu Changqing. Rather, it was a matter of which member of the imperial family was the mastermind behind the scenes. Princess, the tea spilled out. Inside the warm room of Baixia Hall, Lian reminded Princess Ning and looked at the tea spilled all over the table. She put down the teapot that had been filled for an unknown amount of time and said, "Wipe it off." Yes. Lian brought over a cloth and wiped away the water stains on the table. Princess, you have been restless these past 2 days. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. Princess Ning'an said. Baixia Hall was well protected by the emperor. She hadn't heard any random rumors. Lian only thought that her master was upset because of Huang Fu Xian. She comforted, "Don't worry about Gongzi. He's just throwing a tantrum. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he'll know how to be filial to you." Princess Ning'an said, "Lian, if one day you are taken away, will you betray me?" Lian solemnly said, "Of course not." Lian life was saved by Princess. Without Princess, there would be no Lian Lian will not betray Princess. That's right. My life is mine. How could I betray me? Princess Ning'an recovered her usual vigor. She smiled and said, "Go to the small kitchen and see how the soup for Imperial Mother is coming along." Lian went to the small kitchen. When she returned, she had a food box in her hands. "I've packed it for you." Princess Ning'an took the food box and went to Renshou Palace. She never thought that Xiaoheng would also be there. Princess Ning'an looked at Xiaoheng in Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "He's the Lulang that Aijia mentioned to you." Ning'an hasn't seen Lulang yet, right? Princess Ning'an was stunned and smiled slightly. "Ah, yes, I haven't seen him." Xiaoheng stood up and saluted. Princess Ning'an nodded in return. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed to Princess Ning'an, "Didn't I tell you not to cook?" Princess Ning'an smiled and put the food box on the table. "This is the soup made by Baixia Hall's chef." Empress Dowager Zhuang motioned for Eunuch Qin to take over. "This servant will do it." Eunuch Qin opened the food box from Princess Ning'an's hands and took out the soup inside. Princess Ning'an smiled, "Then I'll leave first. I'll come to pay respects to Imperial Mother tomorrow." Princess Ning'an left the study and heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say to Xiaoheng, "Continue." Xiaoheng said, "No, that's all the rumors I heard from the people." Empress Dowager Zhuang said, "To quell the rumors, the only way is to let the witness speak." "Did the witness wake up?" Xiaoheng, "She woke up." Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Wasn't she drunk for 7 days? Why did she wake up so soon?" Xiaoheng, Jiao has a hangover medicine in her hand. She woke up in the morning, but she could only speak in the afternoon. Empress Dowager Zhuang, "Did she confess the mastermind behind the scenes?" Xiaoheng shook his head, "Not yet," she refused to say. "Did you use torture?" "Yes, all the punishments that can be used have been used." "Her mouth is very tight." Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted, "If the hard method doesn't work, then use the soft method. If the soft method doesn't work, then use rape. I don't believe that Xianlu house is full of tough bones. You go and bribe someone, let her poison Hua Xiao in the name of visiting Hua Xiao. Say that it's a snack given to her by the young master. Hua Xiao won't not understand. Princess, your handkerchief." In the courtyard, a little palace maid looked at the lost and thought Princess Ning, and Princess Ning looked down at the torn handkerchief in her hand and smiled warmly. It was scratched by the branches. I'm thinking about what to do. Chapter 560. After Princess Ning left the courtyard, Xiaoheng completely pushed open the window that had a small crack that couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. He watched her disappear at the entrance of the palace and said softly, "Thank you, Great Aunt." After leaving Rinshou Palace, Princess Ning didn't immediately return to Bixia. Instead, she went to the imperial study. "Ning, you're here. Come and sit." The emperor put down the memorials in his hand. After many days of absence, a lot of work had piled up. Plus, the reward for Ning and the murder case of Xianle House made him a bit overwhelmed. Princess Ning came to the emperor's side. Eunuch Wei brought a small stool and placed it next to the emperor. Ning sat down gracefully and looked at the emperor with a gentle gaze. "Am I disturbing you, imperial brother?" The emperor smiled and said, "No, take a seat. I said that you can come whenever you want. You will never disturb me." Princess Ning recalled. "I remember when I was young, you often said the same thing. You're a prince and have a lot of homework. Every time I went to find you, you were studying." The emperor sighed. "I'm not favored by my father. If I don't work hard to leave an impression on him, he'll probably forget that I'm his son." Princess Ning turned to look at him with reverence. "But in the end, it was you who stabilized the throne. That's all thanks to my mother." Speaking of Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor felt a bit more emotional. "You probably don't know what happened to me and my mother in the years you weren't here." Although the emperor hated concubine Jing, he still cared about Ning and didn't tell Ning all about how she had instigated him and Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now that it was brought forward, he couldn't help but say it. "We were drugged and were at odds with Imperial Mother. We did too many things that let Imperial Mother down. Now that we think about it, Imperial Mother was the one who personally made us the emperor, yet we treated her like this. She must be very sad." Princess Ning said softly, "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you don't have to blame yourself for the past." The emperor said in shame, "I've always blamed my mother for controlling the court. If not for that, the country would have long fallen into the hands of concubine Jing and the remnants of the previous dynasty." Princess Ning lowered her head. The emperor said sincerely, "Ning, that woman is not fit to be your mother. You can only have Imperial Mother in your heart. Imperial Mother is the one who truly loves and protects you." Princess Ning smiled. "Ning knows." Ning will be filial to Imperial Mother. Ning will also be filial to Imperial Brother. The emperor smiled in relief. Princess Ning's eyes flickered as she said, "By the way, brother, I just saw Lord Xiao in my mother's palace." The emperor thought for a moment. Lulang. There were not many men who could enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The only one surnamed Xiao was Xiao Lulang. Princess Ning nodded. "Yes, Imperial Mother calls him Lulang. Lord Xiao seemed to be here for the Ministry of Justice's case, but I didn't hear what he said." The emperor remembered something and said, "There was indeed such a thing. He just came to the imperial study and said that the suspect in Xianle House had woken up." "Did she really wake up?" Princess Ning asked. The emperor looked at Princess Ning strangely. "This matter concerns the reputation of the imperial family, so I'm particularly concerned. Did I overstep?" The emperor smiled. "How could that be?" "That's good." Princess Ning smiled in relief. I saw in the file that she was drugged with a drug called 7 days of intoxication. It is said that she will be in a coma for 7 days. The emperor smiled at the mention of this. With the little magic doctor here, this is not difficult. Princess Ning'an looked at the memorial on the table and asked in a relaxed tone, did she confess? The emperor said, they are still interrogating her. Princess Ning'an touched the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. Imperial brother, do you want to send someone to take a look? The emperor thought for a moment. Okay. The emperor sent Eunuch He this time. Eunuch He didn't expose himself in front of old concubine Jing, but the emperor didn't hide anything in front of Princess Ning'an. Besides the hardships Princess Ning'an suffered in the frontier fortress, it increased his trust and affection for her. Eunuch He came back quickly. Princess Ning'an was still in the imperial study. He reported, Your Majesty, the suspect named Hua Xiao did wake up. Minister Xing personally interrogated her, but she refused to say anything. She didn't eat or drink. It seemed that she was going to go on a hunger strike. Does Xian Le House know that she is awake? It was Princess Ning'an who asked. She seemed to be particularly concerned about this case. But considering that she was also the emperor's sister and one of the suspects behind the case, her concern was reasonable. If Princess Xinyang were here, she would be more concerned about the progress of the case. As Eunuch He thought so, he answered her question respectfully, I know. Ever since the case of Immortal Music House became the talk of the town, it's hard to conceal the actions of the Ministry of Justice. There are always people trying to find out something from the Ministry of Justice. Xian Le House is no exception. A maid of Xian Le House came to visit the suspect with some snacks. Princess Ning'an asked, what is her name? Eunuch He looked at Princess Ning'an in confusion and then looked at the emperor. The emperor was happy to spoil Princess Ning'an, so Eunuch He couldn't not give face to the princess. Eunuch He said, I think her name is Ling Er. Or Ling Er. That's probably her name. Ling Er was Hua Xiao's personal maid. Princess Ning'an asked again, what did they talk about? Eunuch He said, I don't know. The maid begged to speak with Hua Xiao alone, and Minister Xing agreed. There was a solitary cell at the end of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was different from a normal cell. It was more like a solitary secret room. Not only was there an extra iron door, but it was also guarded by 2 strong yamen runners. There were burning braziers hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The flickering flames shone on the expressionless faces of the yamen runners, making them look more dignified and cold. The door of the cell was locked. Everything seemed to be calm, but no one knew that the suspects had already caused a ruckus in the cell. Hua Xiao was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were bound by ropes. Xiaoheng didn't lie. Hua Xiao did wake up, and Ling Er's maid came to Xian Le House. She gave Hua Xiao a bowl of last meal. Hua Xiao sneered, do you think that by casually bribing a maid to pretend to be the young lord to poison me, I will suspect the young lord? Naive. Xiaoheng didn't comment. He looked at her and said, you believe in your young lord, but I don't know if your young lord has the same confidence in you. Hua Xiao laughed until her body trembled slightly. Xiao Darren, Xiao Zhuang Yuan, I don't know how to call you. Do you really think the young lord will be fooled? You underestimate the young lord too much. You are too arrogant. From the moment you used Bai Kuan's identity to write the confession, the young lord already knew that you were setting a trap for her. Because the young lord doesn't have a person named Bai Kuan. You can only fool the people of the capital, but as long as I don't say the identity of the young lord, you can't convict the young lord. Xiaoheng's expression didn't change in the slightest because of her words. Bai Kuan is fake, but you, Hua Xiao, are real. Hua Xiao's smile disappeared, and she said coldly, "So what? I won't confess. I won't betray the young lord." Xiaoheng asked, "Does it matter if you confess or not? If there can be a Bai Kun in this world, there can be a second one." Hua Xiao frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiaoheng stopped, flicked his wide sleeves, pressed the mechanism at hand, and the stone door slowly opened. He took out a confession letter from his arms. "Come, this is Hua Xiao's confession letter." Hua Xiao's face changed. "You?" Xiaoheng said, "Personally written." Hua Xiao trembled with anger. "You are trying to frame me again. Can't you be a little more creative, Xiao Darren? Is this all you have left?" It doesn't matter if the method is old or not, as long as it is practical. Xiaoheng handed the confession letter to the Yamen runner beside him. "Send it to the imperial palace to His Majesty and say that Hua Xiao confessed." Hua Xiao scolded, "Despicable. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once His Majesty interrogates me, I will say that the confession letter was written by you. Then let's make a bet, you won't live until the moment His Majesty interrogates you." Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and looked at her. His eyes gradually became cold. "The murderer is not me." The Yamen runner was Xing Shangshu's confidant. After receiving Xiaoheng's instructions, he immediately went to the imperial palace. The Yamen runner didn't have a token to enter the imperial palace. After reporting to the emperor, he could only be let in. The Yamen runner cupped his hands and said, "Please go and report to His Majesty. I am here to deliver the confession letter." The prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. This case was very big. Xiaoheng and Xing Shangshu had entered the imperial palace several times. Even a fool could see that His Majesty attached great importance to the case. The imperial guards guarding the city didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly sent someone to the imperial study to pass the message. The little eunuch in the imperial study also reported to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei bowed and entered the imperial study, reporting, "Your Majesty, the prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed." The emperor was very excited. "Really?" Eunuch Wei said, "Yes, the people of the Ministry of Justice sent the confession letter. It is at the gate of the imperial palace. They said that it was written by Hua Xiao." "Princess Ning'an, it can't be fake, right?" Eunuch Wei said, "It can't be fake." When Hua Xiao faked her death in Immortal Music House, as a suspect, she went to the Ministry of Justice to make a statement. Her handwriting is there. Princess Ning'an squeezed her handkerchief tightly. The emperor was very excited. "What are you doing? Quickly announce it." Eunuch Wei was also very excited. He smiled and said, "Yes. This slave will go personally." Princess Ning'an's eyes moved slightly. She put down the half-drunk tea and said to the emperor, "Since imperial brother has something important to do, I will leave first." The emperor patted her hand and said dotingly, "You don't have to leave. Let's listen to the case together." Princess Ning'an's eyelashes trembled slightly. "This isn't very good." The emperor said, "What's not good about it? You are Zhen's sister, the princess of Zhao country. Since this case is related to the princess of Zhao country, you have the right to listen. If Xinyang was here, even if Zhen chased her away, she wouldn't leave. Xinyang was a person whose means and ambition were written on her face. If she wanted to interfere in the imperial court, she would interfere in the imperial court. Chapter 561. Ning'an, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Did you bump into something? The emperor looked at Princess Ning'an, who seemed to be nervous in his arms, and asked. Princess Ning whispered, "I'm fine." It was a close call. Fortunately, brother caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been hurt. The emperor looked at the chair behind him and said with fear, "Yes, your head almost hit the chair. The consequences would have been unimaginable." Princess Ning vaguely hummed. The emperor helped her sit down on the stool. The confession had been in the emperor's hands, so it was impossible to let it have a second accident. After the emperor sat back in the chair, he glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had served the emperor for many years. If he couldn't understand this look, he would have been a chief steward for many years. He hurriedly called 2 little eunuchs to carry the brazier away to ensure that even if the emperor fell 8 or 10 times, the confession would not fall into the brazier. The emperor couldn't wait to open the confession letter. This confession letter had a total of 10 pages, which was 9 pages more than Bai Kuan's confession letter. It recorded in detail Hua Xiao's birth, her first few years of wandering, and how she came to Immortal Music House. Hua Xiao was originally a young lady of an official's family. Her grandfather was the governor of South City. Because of a corruption case, he was sent to Zhao prison. Her grandfather was beheaded, and the rest of the family was sentenced to exile. Hua Xiao was only 2 years old. She was not deeply moved by the changes in her family. Every day, she could not eat enough and wear warm clothes. From time to time, she saw her family being beaten. It took a long time for her to understand what happened to her family. At that time, she was already 7 years old. She was a clever and beautiful little girl. She was bought by a brothel's madam. She planned to educate her for a few years and become the brothel's money tree. However, Hua Xiao's life in the brothel was not smooth. She was often bullied by older children. One cold night, she ran away. How long could a 7-year-old girl walk? In the middle of the night, she fainted in a dirty alley. When she came, she was lying in a carriage going somewhere. The carriage was very well decorated. It was clean and spacious, and it exuded a fragrance that was different from ordinary cosmetics. It was in this carriage that Hua Xiao met the most important person in her life. Her real name was not Hua Xiao, and her surname had been forcibly erased when she was sold to the brothel. She was called Lan in the brothel, and she hated this name. The gentlewoman in front of her was given a new name. The woman looked at the setting sun outside the window and said to her, "You will be called Hua Xiao." The obedient little girl nodded in a daze. The emperor was a little moved to tears. It was clearly a confession letter, so why did it have to be so touching? Was Hua Xiao really the daughter of the Guan family? That's right. Was she really sold to a brothel? That was not the case. As for Hua Xiao's background, Mo Qinshue only said, "It seems that her grandfather used to be an official somewhere. Later, he committed a crime and was confiscated." The latter part was all made up by the old chancellor. He was not afraid that the emperor would send people to investigate. Anyway, there were so many officials who were confiscated that a bundle of sacks couldn't hold them all. Hua Xiao came to the Immortal Music House 2 years earlier than Mo Qinshue. This was obvious to all, so there was no need to make it up. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the woman who adopted Hua Xiao. She trained Hua Xiao into a woman with both talent and beauty and excellent martial arts. She sent her to the Immortal Music House in the capital and became her second confidant. The first confidant was Mo Qinshue. Mo Qinshue came to the woman's side later than Hua Xiao, and Mo Qinshue had been secretly trained by the woman. However, they had never met before entering the Immortal Music House. In the confession letter, Hua Xiao's analysis was that the woman was worried that they would grow up together and develop feelings for each other. They were not allowed to rely on and have feelings for people other than their master. This was actually the personal analysis of the old chancellor. This part was true. When the emperor saw this, a strong disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Who was so perverted and vicious? He looked dignified as he finished reading the confession letter. The confession letter not only explained Hua Xiao's personal experience, but also explained the secret deployment of Immortal Music House in the capital these years. For example, Immortal Music House once came to make trouble in the name of the Empress Dowager. The emperor was even angrier. She actually used his mother. Very good, the behind-the-scenes owner of Immortal Music House was really bold. The second half of the confession letter focused on the case against Gu Jiao, which was similar to what Bai Kuan said. Mo Qianxue faked her death and got close to Gu Jiao. Hua Xiao conveyed the young master's orders several times, asking Mo Qianxue to take action against Gu Jiao. The last time she went to find Mo Qianxue, she was knocked out and drugged by Mo Qianxue. When she woke up, she was in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The confession letter also explained that Hua Xiao didn't intend to betray the young master, but the young master sent someone to poison her. She really fed her loyalty to the dogs. Since the young master did it, then don't blame her for doing it 15 times. In fact, you also know the young master. She is indeed the princess of the imperial family, and she does call your majesty brother. Her name is, the 9th page ended here. There was only one name on the 10th page. When the emperor saw the name, he suddenly gasped and looked at Ning'an in horror. Bixia Hall. Huangfu Xian was in a daze in front of the window again. Lian helplessly walked into the room with the dry clothes, put them on the bed, and came to Huangfu Xian's side. A cold wind blew, and Lian shivered. Lian sighed, "Young master, why are you sitting here in the cold wind again? Let me push you over to the fire to warm you up." I thought only the frontier was cold, but I didn't expect the capital to be so cold. As she spoke, she pushed Huangfu Xian's wheelchair to the fire basin. Huangfu Xian didn't object because he was frozen and couldn't speak. Lian turned back and closed the window. Huangfu Xian sat by the fire basin to warm himself, while Lian folded the clothes one by one and put them back in the wardrobe. She looked at the neat clothes in the wardrobe, then looked at her own clothes that were not folded properly. She cleared her throat and said, "Why did you fold them so well? Don't you have to wear them?" The rules in the palace were strict. Those who could be assigned to serve in Iridescent Clouds Hall were the most outstanding palace maids. Lian had not received such strict training in the princess's residence at the frontier fortress, so the palace maids did not take her seriously. However, she was Princess Ning'an's confidant, so the palace maids didn't dare to say anything to her face. They could only fold the clothes she had folded again after she left. Really? Lian's self-esteem was hurt again. She put her ugly clothes on top of a pile of clothes that were so neat that it was unreal, and went out sullenly. Not long after she went out, Huangfu Xian, who had recovered his body temperature and was no longer stiff, pushed his wheelchair to the window and propped it up with a pole. The window was not short and he didn't have legs, so he couldn't stand, so this action was actually very difficult for him. When he reached the pole, he almost fell off the wheelchair. Fortunately, it was a close call. He felt the biting cold wind and looked at the empty courtyard. His hands and feet were frozen stiff again. The sky was dark. He looked down and curled his lips in self-mockery. "Little brother." Little Mushroom appeared with his voice again. Huangfu Xian's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and his stiff body became even stiffer, but his expression didn't change at all. Little Jing Kong was small, so the windowsill was too high for him. Even if he used a stone as a cushion to climb up, it was still difficult for him. However, little Jing Kong was surprised to find that the stone had grown taller today. He climbed up the stone first, then easily flipped over the windowsill. Little brother. After he slid down, he turned around and looked at Huang Fu Xian cutely. There was snow on his sleeves and pants, but there was no snow on his head or shoulders. Did you fall? Huang Fu Xian asked coldly. Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded honestly, I only fell twice. What did he mean by only fell twice? 2 falls were not enough. Little Jing Kong hadn't fallen for a long time, but his instincts were still there. He hugged his little head in time, so it didn't hurt. Huang Fu Xian glanced at him indifferently, then reached out his hands expressionlessly. He supported the wheelchair with one hand and reached for the pole with the other. He had done this many times before, but now he was embarrassed in front of little Jing Kong. He successfully fell off the wheelchair. Little brother, are you okay? Little Jing Kong squatted down to help him up. Go away. Huang Fu Xian said angrily. Little Jing Kong looked at him, thought seriously, and said, You don't have to be embarrassed, I often fall too. You're a kid. It's natural for you to fall. You won't fall anymore when you grow up. But I'm a cripple. I'll fall my whole life. I'll be a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life. Huang Fu Xian refused little Jing Kong's help. He used his hands, which were full of veins, to drag his injured body back to the wheelchair with difficulty. His leg started to hurt again. It was the place where his leg was amputated. Every once in a while, his bone would pop out. Every time this happened, he had to endure the pain and grind his bone. Every time he had to grind his bone, he had to go to hell. He almost couldn't save himself several times. He didn't want to experience the pain of grinding his bone again, or he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive this time. But it was strange, wasn't it? Didn't he want to die long ago? What was he afraid of now? Little brother, what's wrong? Is it painful? Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fu Xian, who didn't look right, and asked with concern. No, Huang Fu Xian said indifferently, grabbing a blanket to cover his injured leg. Little Jing Kong wasn't a person who liked to stare at other people's injured parts. In fact, no one taught him this on purpose. He just observed how Jiao Jiao did it and did it accordingly. His gaze quickly turned to Huang Fu Xian's face. Little brother, why is your face swollen? It was swollen last time, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that he had been exposed to too much cold wind for the past 2 days, and the swollen part was frostbitten. Huang Fu Xian looked at him calmly. Are you curious? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded. Huang Fu Xian curled his lips slightly and said playfully, My mother hit me. Little Jing Kong put his hands behind his back and leaned forward. He looked confused. Why did your mother hit you? Huang Fu Xian sneered, Because I'm disabled. Little Jing Kong clenched his fists and said seriously, She can't hit him. Bad brother-in-law is a cripple, and Jiao Jiao didn't hit him. Huang Fu Xian was speechless. Why is he a bad brother-in-law? Huang Fu Xian asked. He's a bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong curled his lips and said. How bad? Huang Fu Xian's eyes had a trace of true coldness. Very, very bad. Little Jing Kong said. Huang Fu Xian knew very well how bad an adult could be to a child. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He asked. That's not necessary. Little Jing Kong coughed softly. I can teach him a lesson myself. Little Mushroom's face was red, and his eyes were flickering. Obviously, he didn't really hate that bad brother-in-law. Huang Fuxian's mood became worse. He couldn't explain why. Little Nine fluttered his wings and flew to Huang Fuxian's pillow. After tearing down so many things, he found that his favorite was Huang Fuxian's pillow. Little Nine, don't tear down the house, little Jing Kong said helplessly. Little Nine didn't listen and kept tearing down the pillow. Soon, the cotton in Huang Fuxian's pillow was pecked out. Little Jing Kong sighed like an old man. It's all because of little 8 of Brother Yan's bad influence. Huang Fuxian asked, who's Brother Yan? Little Jing Kong said, he's my brother at home. Huang Fuxian frowned, you have other brothers. Little Jing Kong stretched out 2 little fingers, yes, I have 2. Brother Yan and Brother Shaoshan. Huang Fuxian asked with a dark face, do you like them? Little Jing Kong nodded without hesitation, yes, I like them. Huang Fuxian's face became even darker. You have so many brothers, why do you still come to me? To take you out to play. Humph. Huang Fuxian turned his face away coldly. Little Jing Kong stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed his fingers. The soft touch reminded him of a kitten's paw pad. Little brother, I'll take you to my house. Little Jing Kong had just finished speaking when a little eunuch's hurried footsteps and panicked screams came from outside the door. Oh no! Something happened to Princess Ning'an. Chapter 562. Little brother, something happened to your mother. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian worriedly. Don't be sad. I'm not sad, Huang Fuxian said calmly. Little Jing Kong scratched his head in confusion. How could he not be sad? If something happened to Jiao Jiao, he would be very, very sad. Huang Fuxian slowly withdrew his hand from the little guy's grasp. Maybe they heard wrong. Nothing happened to my mother. You should go back first. Little Jing Kong, oh. This time, something did happen to Princess Ning'an. The incident happened in the imperial study. Once the news spread, the entire harem was alarmed. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, consort Xu, and the others all went to the imperial study, only to find that it was surrounded by imperial guards. No one could enter. I can't enter either. Empress Xiao asked coldly. The commander of the imperial guards was surnamed Fu. He cupped his fists in salute and said, we're searching for assassins inside. For the safety of the empress and the other imperial concubines, please wait here for a moment. How is His Majesty? Consort Shu asked anxiously. Commander Fu said, His Majesty retreated from the back door and returned to Pure Flower's palace. Noble consort Zhuang rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did they come here to catch assassins? Empress Xiao and the others hurried to Pure Flower's palace, which was also surrounded by imperial guards. Fortunately, there were no assassins here, so no one stopped Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Shu saw that she was going, so they also followed. Empress Xiao's position was stable. Her son was the crown prince, and her brother, Marquis Xianping, was fighting in the South Island. Noble consort Zhuang lost favor for a while because of Prince Ning, but she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family. As long as the Empress Dowager didn't punish her and the Zhuang family didn't dislike her, she would always have a place in the harem. Consort Shu was the same. Her 2 nephews had just made great contributions at the frontier fortress, so she also rose in status. Who would dare to block her path? The 4th concubine to enter Pure Flower's palace was Consort Yu, Rui Wang's birth mother. Last year, consort Rui Wang gave birth to Xiao Junzhu in the 10th month of the previous year, which could be considered a meritorious service for the imperial family. The other concubines were not so lucky. All of the palace servants in Pure Flower's palace knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. The entire palace hall was filled with a cold and solemn atmosphere. For some reason, Empress Xiao had an ominous feeling in her heart. When she passed through the Chuihua gate, she suddenly stopped and looked at a little maid kneeling on the ground. She asked, "Did your Majesty come back alone?" The palace maid said nervously, "Empress, Princess Ning'an came back with her." Empress Xiao frowned. Ever since Qin Chuyu was bullied by Huangfu Xian again and again, Empress Xiao didn't like Princess Ning'an. It was just that the emperor would come to comfort her from time to time, so she did not find fault with Ning'an. But in the end, he was still unhappy. The emperor and Princess Ning'an came to the bedchamber in the imperial carriage. The palace maids and eunuchs didn't know the emperor's condition. They only heard that Princess Ning'an was injured and covered in blood. Empress Xiao didn't ask any more questions and quickly walked towards the bedchamber. At the entrance of the bedchamber, the palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground and wiping the mottled bloodstains. Empress Xiao's heart tightened. As she stepped in, a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of golden sore ointment assailed her nostrils. Empress Xiao's scalp went numb. "Your Majesty!" Noble consort Zhuang passed by her and ran straight towards the dragon bed. Consort Shu and Consort Yu glanced at Empress Xiao and restrained themselves. No matter how worried they were about His Majesty's health, they didn't have the courage to run ahead of Empress Xiao like noble consort Zhuang. Princess Ning'an was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her forehead was injured, her face was covered in blood, and her right arm was injured. An imperial physician was treating her injuries. Two other imperial physicians were gathered in front of the dragon bed to check on the emperor's injuries. Eunuch Wei was anxiously wiping his tears beside the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, this concubine has come to see you." Noble consort Zhuang couldn't wait to come to the bed, only to find that the emperor's forehead was wrapped in thick gauze. His face was pale and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Noble consort Zhuang's beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" After Imperial Physician Liang finished examining the emperor's right arm, he began to examine his left arm. Hearing this, he bowed to noble consort Zhuang and said, "His Majesty's head is injured. As for other injuries, we are carefully diagnosing." Empress Xiao stopped in the middle of the bedchamber and said with dignity, "Noble consort, come here. Don't disturb the imperial physicians who are treating His Majesty." "I don't want to. I want to protect His Majesty." "Someone come." At Empress Xiao's command, Eunuch Su, along with two powerful eunuchs, stepped forward and grabbed the shouting noble consort Zhuang. Empress Xiao's gaze swept over noble consort Zhuang, consort Shu, and consort Yu. "All of you wait outside." Eunuch Su came in front of the three imperial concubines and said, "Three imperial concubines, please." Noble consort Zhuang didn't want to go out, but she also knew that the situation was better than her. After Prince Ning's accident, her imperial mother no longer spoiled her. She had no capital to challenge Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang angrily left the bedchamber. Since she had gone out, consort Shu and consort Yu also couldn't stay in the same place and had to leave together. Princess Ning'an came to greet Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at her injury and asked, "What did the imperial physician say?" Princess Ning'an looked haggard. "It's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Empress Xiao asked, "What happened in the imperial study?" "I heard that an assassin came." Princess Ning'an lowered her head and choked with sobs. "Yes, an assassin tried to assassinate imperial brother." I couldn't stop it and let Imperial brother get injured. Empress Xiao sternly said, you go back to Bixia Hall to recuperate. I will deal with the assassin. Princess Ning'an reluctantly looked back at the unconscious emperor. She also glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei quickly lowered his eyes. Princess Ning'an turned her face and bowed to Empress Xiao. Yes. After she left, Empress Xiao called Eunuch Wei over and asked with a dignified look, what's the matter with the assassin? Why would an assassin sneak into the imperial study? Doesn't His Majesty have an imperial expert around him? Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. There is, but, Empress Xiao frowned. But what? Eunuch Wei said with a pained heart, it just happened too quickly. No one expected this to happen. If Princess Ning'an had not stepped forward bravely and blocked the blade for His Majesty, I'm afraid His Majesty would have been dead by now. Seeing that the first move failed, the assassin grabbed the inkstone on the table and smashed it on His Majesty's head. Empress Xiao's eyes were cold. Who is the assassin? Eunuch Wei lowered his eyes and said, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice. After interrogating Eunuch Wei, Empress Xiao finally figured out the ins and outs of the emperor's assassination. It turned out that His Majesty had recently been investigating a case related to the royal family. Today, the prisoner in the prison of the Ministry of Justice pleaded guilty. The Yamen runner named Sun Ping came to deliver the prisoner's confession to His Majesty. Minister Xing was the emperor's trusted aide. Naturally, the emperor would not suspect the person he sent. Sun Ping took advantage of the fact that the emperor was flipping through the confession letter to suddenly pull out the soft knife hidden in his belt and stabbed towards the emperor. Eunuch Wei was at the door. He was far away and didn't see what Sun Ping was doing. Princess Ning'an reacted first. She rushed over and blocked the knife. Her right arm was seriously injured. When she fell down, she accidentally hit her forehead on the stool. When Eunuch Wei found something wrong and called someone to protect His Majesty, it was too late. Sun Ping was too close to His Majesty. His Majesty was hit by the inkstone Sun Ping grabbed. When Sun Ping wanted to hit Princess Ning'an a second time, Princess Ning'an rushed over, pulled out the remaining knife in her right arm and stabbed Sun Ping's heart. At that time, there were only His Majesty, Princess Ning'an, and Eunuch Wei in the imperial study. There was no fourth witness. Empress Xiao asked the guards at the city gate and confirmed that Sun Ping did enter the palace in the name of delivering the confession. Of course, Empress Xiao also sent Eunuch Su to the Ministry of Justice. The news he received was consistent with what Eunuch Wei said. Sun Ping was here to deliver the confession. However, the Ministry of Justice didn't expect Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty. Sun Ping and Sun Jian were cousins. One was in his early 20s and the other was 23. The two of them worked under Minister Xing. Their positions weren't high, but they were always around Minister Xing. Minister Xing thought highly of them. When they heard that Sun Ping had done such a rebellious thing, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If it was Sun Jian who did it, they would think twice. Sun Jian was more cunning than Sun Ping. Occasionally, he would bully others. However, Sun Ping had always been honest. Eunuch Su, where is Sun Ping? Minister Xing asked. He's already dead, Eunuch Su said coldly. Minister Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Su asked in an arrogant tone, who let Sun Ping enter the palace? Xiao Heng took a step forward. Minister Xing pulled him back and said to Eunuch Su, it was me. Eunuch Su raised his chin and harumphed coldly. Then Minister Xing, please follow me into the palace. Also, this matter concerns His Majesty. This assassination case will be handed over to the Supreme Court and the censorate will handle it. Minister Xing said politely, Eunuch Su, please wait for a moment. Allow me to tidy my attire so as to avoid being disrespectful in front of the palace. Eunuch Su replied indifferently. Then, he led the palace servants out of Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing lowered his voice and said to Xiao Heng, I don't believe that Sun Ping would assassinate His Majesty. Lu Lang, investigate the truth. Xiao Heng nodded solemnly. As soon as Minister Xing left, Xiao Heng wrote a letter to Empress Xiao. The letter stated that Sun Ping was sent by him and the confession was obtained by him. It had nothing to do with Minister Xing. There was something else going on with Sun Ping. However, he hesitated and didn't send the letter out in the end. Minister Xing was brought to a side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao sat on the main seat and looked coldly at Minister Xing who was kneeling on the ground. She said, Minister Xing, do you have anything to say now? Were you the one who sent Sun Ping? Minister Xing said, Empress, Sun Ping was indeed sent by this humble subject. However, this humble subject doesn't believe that he would assassinate His Majesty. Empress Xiao said, do you not believe me, or do you want to distance yourself from this matter? Minister Xing said, Sun Ping was this humble subject's bailiff. He died for no reason. This humble subject should do his best to investigate the truth and seek justice for him. Why would this humble subject be in a hurry to distance myself from this matter? Empress Xiao narrowed her eyes. So you're saying that this empress is wrongly accusing you? Minister Xing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, this humble subject doesn't dare. Empress Xiao said indifferently, this empress also wants to believe you, but the evidence is conclusive. Minister Xing looked up at her. May I ask what the empress is referring to as evidence? Empress Xiao said seriously, witnesses and material evidence. We have both. Eunuch Su walked over with a tray. On the tray was a piece of brocade cloth. On the brocade cloth, there was a bloody soft knife and a blood-stained ink slab. These are Sun Ping's murder weapons. Eunuch Su told the Empress the whole story of the Emperor's assassination. Princess Ning En and Eunuch Wei said the same thing. Princess Ning En's biggest backer was the Emperor. Everyone in the imperial court was debating whether to confer her the title of Princess Royal or not. The Emperor wanted her to be conferred the title. The Emperor's death was a great loss to her. Therefore, from this perspective, she had no motive to commit the crime. As for Eunuch Wei, he had been serving the Emperor for a long time. Who would doubt his loyalty? At this point, Minister Xing realized how weak his inference was in front of these two powerful witnesses. Empress Xiao asked, what else do you have to say? Minister Xing said, this humble subject has nothing to say. Empress Xiao said coldly, guards, escort Minister Xing to the Supreme Court. Minister Xing knelt on the ground with his back straight. He slowly took off his official hat and carefully handed it to the palace guards who came to detain him. Empress Xiao called the officials of the Supreme Court over and took them to the crime scene to collect evidence. The palace guards who had been interrogated before were also interrogated one by one. Empress Xiao was busy until late at night. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the back of the chair in the side chamber. It was late at night. The candlelight in the bedchamber flickered. Eunuch Wei knelt on the foot of the dragon bed, silently wiping his tears. A ghost-like beautiful figure quietly entered the room. The gorgeous train of her dress swept across the smooth floor. Eunuch Wei was crying when he suddenly saw a huge shadow on the dragon bed. He was so scared that he shivered. When he was about to turn around, a white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Don't worry, it's not a drug to control your mind. You've taken too much of that drug. If you take more, you'll become a fool. How could I bear to? I still hope that Imperial Brother will be able to witness everything I do with a clear mind. Princess Ning in pride opened the Emperor's mouth and poured the medicine in. Not long after, the Emperor's eyelids began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that his consciousness was recovering. But although his consciousness had recovered, his body was even more unable to move. He would know everything that Ningen had done. In a state of incomparable clarity, he would bear all the betrayal that Ningen had brought him. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife, his lungs burned like fire, but there was nothing he could do. Chapter 563. Little Jing Kong sat in Lu Quan's carriage and returned to Bai Shui Alley at night. The secret guard on the roof of the carriage who was responsible for protecting him also flew into the house. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. The first thing little Jing Kong did when he entered the house was to shout Jiao Jiao, regardless of whether Gu Jiao was there or not. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was really at home today. She came to treat Master Zhao next door. In the evening, Master Zhao's eldest grandson suddenly ran to the clinic and said that Master Zhao fell and couldn't get up. Gu Jiao quickly put down her work and rushed back. Uncle Zhao's fall was an accident. His right wrist and right ankle were sprained, and the pain was unbearable, so he couldn't get up. When Gu Jiao checked Uncle Zhao's injuries, she also checked other things and found that Uncle Zhao had high blood pressure. It wasn't serious, so Master Zhao didn't feel much. But if he really felt unbearable discomfort, the situation would be very serious. After Gu Jiao treated Master Zhao's injuries, she prescribed some medicine to lower his blood pressure. When she returned to the east room, she heard little Jing Kong's voice. Gu Jiao put down the medicine box and walked out. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. The 5-year-old boy could no longer hug Gu Jiao's thigh when he first came here. Now, he could barely reach Gu Jiao's waist when he stood on his tiptoes. Gu Jiao would usually bend down and let little Jing Kong throw himself into her arms. When she did this action, she did not have the same motherly gentleness as Yao Shi. In truth, she was a little stiff, and her expression was a little too calm, but in the instant that she wrapped her arms around little Jing Kong, the sense of security that came from being blocked behind her was something that no hug could compare to. Little Jing Kong breathed in Gu Jiao's scent with peace of mind. He closed his eyes and calmed down. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. You went to the palace. Gu Jiao had heard about it from Yao Shi. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded. I'm going to visit Great Aunt and my brother. Gu Jiao took his little hand and walked to the backyard. How are Grand Aunt and little brother? Little Jing Kong said happily, Good, it's all good. No, that's not right. Little brother isn't very well. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. Something seems to have happened to his mother. I don't know what happened. I'm worried about him. Something happened to Princess Ningfen? Gu Jiao paused. Then I'll ask around for you. Okay. The two came to the well, and Gu Jiao fetched a bucket of water for him to wash his hands. Fortunately, little Jing Kong was a child who could withstand the cold and was not delicate at all. If it were Qin Chuyu, he would have been screaming from the cold. Gu Jiao felt that the well water in winter was really warm, and she could take a bath directly. But her family didn't let her. After washing his hands, little Jing Kong went to practice the set of boxing that Gu Chongqing taught him. He practiced it every day, at least once, at most 3 or 4 times, without stopping. Gu Jiao felt that once a day was enough to strengthen his body. There was no need to work so hard. Little Jing Kong didn't just want to strengthen his body. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao and his chickens. There was no harm in practicing more boxing, so Gu Jiao let him be. At night, Gu Jiao learned that the emperor was assassinated and was in a coma. In the study of the old chancellor next door, Gu Jiao, Xiaoheng, and the old chancellor sat on a cushion beside a short table. I knew she would do it, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. The old chancellor sighed. They publicized the case of Immortal Music House, forcing the emperor to investigate the case and give the people an explanation. Then, they got Hua Xiao's confession. Their original intention was to force her to do it. After all, a person would only reveal their flaws when she did it. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I thought she would use the trick of injuring herself to make the emperor soften. Or she would destroy the confession before the emperor saw it, and then send someone to assassinate Hua Xiao. But why did she stab the emperor? She smashed it. Xiaoheng corrected. It's all the same. The old chancellor cleared his throat. The emperor is so pitiful. Xiaoheng, your expression clearly doesn't show that. Gu Jiao was thirsty and went to drink tea. Xiaoheng took her cold tea without a trace and gave her the cup of hot tea that he hadn't touched. His eyes didn't fall on Gu Jiao, and his expression was very indifferent, as if it was just a casual movement. He said, the emperor should have seen the confession and chose not to believe her. He might even want to detain her, so she took the risk to attack the emperor. There are 2 doubts. First, why didn't the emperor believe her? Second, there was a dragon shadow guard beside the emperor. How did she get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor? Empress Xiao hadn't seen the power of the dragon shadow guard, so she couldn't imagine how fast they were. No one could easily hurt the emperor under the eyes of the dragon shadow guard. Even if the emperor was hurt, it was impossible to escape unscathed. I'm very confused about the first point, Xiaoheng said. Gu Jiao nodded. So was she. The emperor doted on Princess Ning, and so much that it didn't seem right to suspect her based on a confession. Unless something else happened in the imperial study that shattered the emperor's familial filter for Princess Ning and the old chancellor stroked his white beard and said, back then, old concubine Jing fell from the horse too quickly. I always felt that there was something between her and the emperor that we overlooked. Xiaoheng said, as for the second doubt, I have a guess in my heart. The old chancellor looked at him, say it. Xiaoheng analyzed, it's impossible for her to get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor. She either lured the dragon shadow guard away or defeated the dragon shadow guard. She didn't know that Sun Ping would come to deliver the letter, so it's unlikely that the dragon shadow guard was lured away in advance. So she can defeat the dragon shadow guard. The old chancellor looked at Gu Jiao. Jiao Jiao, does she know martial arts? Gu Jiao took a sip of the hot tea that her husband handed over. Her stomach felt warm. She shook her head, I didn't notice. The old chancellor frowned. Could it be that she's an expert like old concubine Jing, who used medicine to change her pulse and hid the fact that she knows martial arts? Gu Jiao said, if that's the case, her body will show signs of weakness. She doesn't have this kind of situation. Xiaoheng said, you don't have to know martial arts to deal with the dragon shadow guard. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. The dragon shadow guard came from the Yen kingdom. I think that the Yen kingdom must have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guard. The few of them coincidentally thought of the power behind the collusion with Immortal Music House. Could it be that they were really afraid of a young lord of immortal music house? With Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability, was it difficult to issue an edict to depose the princess? The reason why she had to lower herself to play mind games was largely to test the power of the Yan kingdom hidden in the dark. Xiaoheng paused and said, Hua Xiao can't continue to stay in the Ministry of Justice. The emperor couldn't tell whether the confession letter was real or fake, but the young master of Immortal Music House could see the flaw at a glance. After all, what was written in the confession letter wasn't Hua Xiao's real experience at all. The narrative tone was also wrong. The only similarity was the handwriting. However, in the case that the first 2 points were fake, it wasn't difficult to guess that the handwriting was also fake. The young master of Immortal Music House understood that Hua Xiao hadn't betrayed her so far. However, things were different now. She had made such a big move, and the risk she had to take was much greater than before. Hua Xiao's existence was always a threat to her. Xiaoheng didn't care about Hua Xiao's life, but Hua Xiao was always one of the important witnesses to bring down the young master of Immortal Music House. After several people's discussion, Hua Xiao was secretly sent to the medical center that night and became neighbors with Mo Qianxue. Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue, Gu Jiao planned to transfer secret guard to watch Hua Xiao, but Mo Qianxue snorted and said, no need to be so troublesome. I can keep an eye on her. Use more bone-softening powder. Hua Xiao, after settling Hua Xiao, they assessed the risk of the other related people. From the youngest to the oldest, it was Empress Xiao, the emperor, and Minister Xing. Empress Xiao was investigating this case. The less she knew, the safer she would be. As long as her direction was wrong, it was what Princess Ning wanted. Once she realized who the real murderer was, the situation would become dangerous. This was also why Xiaoheng decided not to tell her the inside story for the time being. The emperor was now in the hands of Princess Ning, and his personal safety was difficult to guarantee. But if he died at this time, Ning Han's interests would stop here. Before squeezing the emperor's value, Ning would not touch him. She just didn't know how long she could squeeze this value out of him. The first one to be executed might be Minister Xing. The next day, the Supreme Court began to investigate Sun Ping's assassination of the emperor. Minister Xing firmly claimed that Sun Ping was wronged and hoped that the Supreme Court could give Sun Ping justice. Minister Xing was, after all, a second-rank official. Unless His Majesty personally issued a decree to torture him, the Supreme Court really couldn't torture him. But it was not a good idea to waste time like this. Just when the Supreme Court could not find conclusive evidence for the case, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice came to the Supreme Court and claimed that a suspect detained by the Ministry of Justice had evidence of the case. The Supreme Court hurriedly called the person to the interrogation room. Minister Xing was also there. Minister Xing never expected that the person who came would be Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li was set up because he was investigating the case of Xian Le House and took a life. There was not enough evidence to reverse the case for him, so he was temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing had a plan in mind. When Xian Le House was overthrown, he would release Assistant Minister Li, 2 lords. Assistant Minister Li saluted the 2 of them. The Minister of the Supreme Court said, "No need to be so polite. I heard that Assistant Minister Li has clues of the case." "That's right." Assistant Minister Li looked straight at the ground in front of him and said, "Actually, this official knows who the mastermind behind this is." "Oh. Sun Ping is only a sharp blade. The real murderer is someone else." "He is." Assistant Minister Li suddenly paused. Minister Xing's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Assistant Minister Li steeled his heart and said, "Lord Xing, I'm sorry. I've let down your years of cultivation, but this official really can't hide it for you anymore. Minister Xing looked at him in disbelief. Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li did not look at him. He only took out a few letters and handed them to the Minister of the Supreme Court. These are the evidence of Lord Xing and Sun Ping's private dealings. Sun Ping's cousin, Sun Jian, used to be a street thug. Once, Lord Xing met a few robbers on a trip. Sun Jian had a grudge against them, so he beat them up. Unexpectedly, this incident caught Lord Xing's eye. Lord Xing brought the two brothers into the Ministry of Justice to become yamen runners. Sun Ping can be considered honest, but Sun Jian's bad habits did not change. Lord Xing had helped him pay off his gambling debts several times. These are all Sun Jian's promissory notes and letters of remorse. Not long ago, Lord Xing gave Sun Ping a large sum of silver and asked Sun Ping to do something important for him. This official accidentally overheard it outside the watch room. Lord Xing told him that this matter was of great importance and that he must keep his mouth shut about Sun Jian. This official also heard Sun Ping say that if I don't come back, please take care of my cousin for me. Although my cousin likes to gamble, he has been changing and has been changing for a long time. The Minister of the Supreme Court asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Assistant Minister Li said bitterly, "We are the Ministry of Justice and often have to investigate some confidential cases. I thought that Sun Ping had been sent out to investigate a major case that could lead to his death. That is not something I should ask, so I didn't think too much about it. It was only this morning that I heard the yamen runners outside the prison say that His Majesty was assassinated and that the murderer was Sun Ping that I thought of this matter. The most hurtful thing was never the enemy's sword or spear, but the cold arrows of one's comrades. Why did you do this? Lord, is what I said not true?" It was true, but it was not the entire truth. Minister Xing had indeed asked Sun Ping to do something for him and gave him a few banknotes, but he was only taking care of the family of a yamen runner who had passed away. That yamen runner had been killed by the murderer while investigating a murder case. Minister Xing had always felt guilty, feeling that he had not protected his subordinate well. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before Sun Ping could give out the banknotes? As expected, when one was unlucky, even water would be stuck between one's teeth. The Minister of the Supreme Court looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression and said to Assistant Minister Li, "So, the mastermind who ordered Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty was Minister Xing?" Assistant Minister Li said, "The person who ordered Sun Ping was Minister Xing, but the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty was not him. Minister Xing was only acting on behalf of someone else." With these words, not only was Minister Xing stunned, even the Minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. The Minister of the Supreme Court said seriously, "Is there something else? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Assistant Minister Li closed his eyes with a pained expression as if he had made a huge decision. He said, "It was the Empress Dowager." Minister Xing punched Assistant Minister Li to the ground. Assistant Minister Li handed over a portion of the letters that Empress Dowager Zhuang had written to Minister Xing. They were not personally written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but this was easy to understand. Afraid of leaving something behind, how could such a clever person like the Empress Dowager have her own handwriting? She did not even know how to use the handwriting of the people around her. However, if each letter was burned with candlelight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix seal would appear on the paper. The contents of the letters confirmed that Minister Xing had been secretly plotting between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang over the years. The last letter was from 7 days ago. Empress Dowager Zhuang said that she had endured the Emperor for a long time. The Emperor had been at odds with her for many years and found that he could not win against her by force, so he began to use filial piety to confuse her. She thought that the Emperor had truly buried the hatchet with her and even gave away the power of court that she had controlled for many years for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the emperor had been secretly plotting to get rid of her? The emperor was heartless, so he could not blame her for being unjust. She wanted the emperor's life. All of this was made up with a nose and eyes. If Minister Xing did not know that this was a trap set for him, he would have believed it himself. These letters were all written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, and there was no reply from Minister Xing. This was understandable. Minister Xing's reply must be in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands. If it could not be found in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands, there was an explanation. With Empress Dowager Zhuang's shrewdness, she would not leave any evidence. She must have burned it after reading it. Then why should I keep the evidence? Am I not afraid that it will be exposed? Minister Xing questioned Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li covered his swollen face and replied calmly, "That is because you understand that being the Empress Dowager's puppet is like asking a tiger for its skin. If one day the Empress Dowager kills the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, at least you still have a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager in order to protect yourself." This reason was impeccable. Minister Xing should be angry, but his first reaction was to give a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang was once the most powerful woman in Zhao country. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had appointed her as regent. It was the previous emperor who had rightfully handed over the power to her. So what if she held court behind the curtain? As long as she didn't rebel, no one could do anything to her. But now that the regicide had happened, everything was different. Empress Xiao was usually very afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. But even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Empress Dowager Zhuang had committed regicide. How could she continue to swallow her anger? At worst, I'll die. If I die, my brother will avenge me when he comes back. Commander Fu of the Imperial Guards was a confidant of Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao took the token left by Marquis Xianping to her and ordered Commander Fu to lead the troops to put Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao had no right to punish Empress Dowager Zhuang. She could only wait for the emperor to wake up and then make a decision. Therefore, after putting Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest, Empress Xiao returned to Qinkuan Palace to deal with official business. After the emperor was assassinated, everyone in the imperial palace was in a state of panic. In the past, when it was time to eat, the gates of each palace would be bustling with activity. But today, it was especially solemn. The palace servants came out of the imperial kitchen with food boxes. When they saw each other, they didn't greet each other with laughter. They silently saluted when they should and treated those who didn't need to. Inside Pure Flower's palace, a young eunuch also brought in the emperor's food. "You can all withdraw." "I'll do it," Eunuch Wei instructed the palace servants. "Yes." Everyone left in a single file. Eunuch Wei looked around and confirmed that there was no third person in the bedchamber. Then he came to the side of the emperor's bed and softly called out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The emperor didn't respond. "Your Majesty, this servant has offended you." Eunuch Wei took out a raw fish bladder. He had soaked this fish bladder with medicine to get rid of the fishy smell. He cut a small hole in the fish bladder and forced the emperor's mouth open. Then he used his finger to shove the fish bladder in. Just as he finished doing this, an indifferent voice came from behind him. "Eunuch Wei, what are you doing?" Eunuch Wei trembled and almost stabbed the fish bladder into the emperor's throat. He forced himself to calm down and turned around with a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." So it was the princess. "I thought the empress had come." Princess Ning'an walked forward and looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you feeling guilty when the empress is here?" Eunuch Wei used the action of tidying the emperor's bedding to discreetly stuff the fish bladder into the emperor's pants. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, "This servant is now yours." It's inevitable that I feel a bit guilty when I see the Empress. Princess Ningen smiled coldly. That's true. If the Empress finds out that you betrayed His Majesty, this princess won't be able to keep your life. So you have to be careful. Don't let this princess not take your life, but the Empress will. Eunuch Wei agreed fawningly, yes, yes. How is His Majesty? Princess Ningen asked haughtily. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, you really have shed all pretenses. You don't even bother to pretend. Where is the affection between siblings? Even Princess Xinyang treats His Majesty better than you. Eunuch Wei replied, he still seems to be unconscious. Princess Ningen took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve. This servant will do it. Eunuch Wei said politely. You? Princess Ningen looked at him suspiciously. Eunuch Wei said, His Majesty hasn't washed in 2 days and is a bit disheveled. The princess is precious. It's better for this servant to do it. You can watch from the side. If this servant doesn't feed him properly, you can remind this servant. Princess Ningen looked at the slovenly emperor and pursed her lips. She handed the bottle to Eunuch Wei. Okay, you do it. Eunuch Wei took it and pulled out the cork. He carefully and nervously reached out to grab the emperor's chin. His hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. However, this nervousness wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, this was the first time someone had offended the emperor's body. Anyone would be afraid. Princess Ningen stared unblinkingly at Eunuch Wei as he carefully poured the medicine into the emperor's mouth. She smiled faintly. You poured it better than me. Not a single drop spilled. Eunuch Wei smiled but didn't say anything. He looked scared and servile. Princess Ningen was successfully pleased. She couldn't help but laugh. That's enough. Your head is firmly on your neck. Even if you spill it, I won't kill you. If Empress Xiao wants to kill you, I will protect you. Do you know why? Eunuch Wei naturally wouldn't say that it was because the princess was kind and benevolent. Wouldn't that be hitting the horse's hoof? Eunuch Wei smiled mockingly. It's because this servant is His Majesty's steward. There are some things that His Majesty needs this servant to convey. This servant is still somewhat useful to the princess. Princess Ningen sneered. You're smart. Eunuch Wei said, that's right. Princess, shouldn't you avoid coming to Pure Flower's palace in the future? If the Empress finds out, Princess Ningen said carelessly, if she finds out, just say that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother and I have a close sibling relationship. Why would the Empress suspect me? Eunuch Wei said sincerely, that's because you came openly. The Empress won't suspect you. If you keep coming here secretly and get caught by the Empress isn't stupid. Why did Princess Ningen come here secretly? Wasn't it to drug the Emperor while avoiding everyone? There weren't many people at this time. When she thought of this, Princess Ningen realized that the palace servants weren't here tonight. Where did they all go? She asked in confusion. I sent them away because I did something bad. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression didn't change as he said, I calculated that the princess might come at this time, so I sent them away in advance. Princess Ningen looked at Eunuch Wei and laughed. No wonder Imperial Brother thinks so highly of you. Eunuch Wei, you're truly meticulous. Eunuch Wei said with a sincere expression, it's this servant's duty to share the master's worries. If this servant wants to live, I naturally have to show the princess my abilities. Princess Ningen smiled. Good. After this matter is done, whether or not you can live will depend on how much this princess likes you. Eunuch Wei said, this servant will be willing to sacrifice my life for the princess. Princess Ningen coldly hooked the corners of her lips. All right, you go guard outside. I have something to say to Imperial Brother. Remember, don't let anyone in. Yes. Ah, right. Princess, please give your orders. Where is my Imperial Brother's Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei froze. Princess Ningen looked at him with a faint smile. Just now you said that you would sacrifice your life for me. Now you're not willing to give me the Imperial Jade Seal. Eunuch Wei braced himself and went to the small study in the bedchamber. He opened a secret compartment, took out the Imperial Jade Seal, and handed it to Princess Ningen with both hands. Princess Ningen smiled proudly. Go out. Eunuch Wei looked back at the unconscious His Majesty, then turned and left the bedchamber. Princess Ningen took the Imperial Jade Seal and sat down next to the Emperor. Her other hand took out a bright yellow Imperial Edict from her wide sleeve. In Zhao country, the Emperor's Imperial Edict was mostly dictated by the Emperor. Hanlin officials wrote the edict with a little rhetoric. Finally, it was presented to the Emperor to be stamped. But there were also special cases. For example, the Emperor wrote his own edict, or appointed someone to write the edict. Imperial Brother, you must want to know what happened today. Why don't I tell you? There's progress in the case of Sun Ping's assassination of Imperial Brother. You can't imagine who the mastermind behind Sun Ping is. It's Imperial Mother. I didn't expect it either. Imperial Mother loves you so much. How could she let someone kill you? But there are witnesses and evidence. Imperial Mother can't overturn the case this time. Who is investigating the case? It's the Minister of the Supreme Court and the Empress's sister-in-law. Imperial Brother knows the temper of the Empress sister-in-law. Hearing that Imperial Mother had done such a terrible thing, the Empress sister-in-law made a prompt decision and ordered the Imperial Guards to put Imperial Mother under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. The Empress sister-in-law also told me to ask Imperial Brother how to deal with Imperial Mother. What? Imperial Brother wants to kill Imperial Mother. That's not appropriate. Imperial Mother raised Imperial Brother for a while. How could Imperial Brother kill his mother? Ah, I forgot. Imperial Brother has already done it. Wasn't Imperial Mother killed by Imperial Brother? Thinking about it, Imperial Brother won't even bat an eyelid if he kills Imperial Mother, right? Princess Ningen's smile made people shiver. It was as if she was possessed. But in the next moment, her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Imperial Mother was killed by you all. You have the face to ask me if I have any resentment? Imperial Brother, how about I kill your Imperial Mother and then ask you if you have any resentment? The unconscious Emperor's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. His hands and eyes under his eyelids seemed to be violently struggling and shaking. He was like a beast trying to break free of its shackles and cages, even if the price was his own flesh and blood. Ha! Princess Ningen held him down with one hand. She said mockingly, killing her is too easy for her. It is better to let her become a nun and taste the pain my Imperial Mother suffered. Then let her watch as her son dies tragically in front of her. Let her watch as the country she protected falls bit by bit into the hands of others. Isn't this worse than death? The Emperor's entire body trembled violently. There was no pity in Princess Ningen's eyes. She withdrew her hand from the Emperor and stood up. Taking the Imperial Edict, she left the bedchamber. She threw another bottle of medicine to Eunuch Wei. Give him another dose at night. Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict in her hand. His pupils contracted. He didn't dare ask more. He lowered his head and took it with both hands. Yes. Princess Ning'an raised her chin and said, His Majesty just woke up. This is the imperial edict he asked me to write for him. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed the emperor and rebelled. She is disgraceful and will go to Taiping Temple to become a nun. She is not allowed to return to the palace without being summoned. Eunuch Wei, come with me to Rinshou Palace to issue the imperial edict now. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Princess Ning'an looked at him coldly. Go, or die. Eunuch Wei trembled as he took the imperial edict. He didn't believe that His Majesty would do anything to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The mother and son had already buried the hatchet. His Majesty would rather die than hurt the Empress Dowager. This was clearly, Princess Ning'an said coldly, don't challenge my patience. If you don't go, you can change to someone else. Eunuch Wei's chest rolled. I can't die. I can't die. If I die and she changes to someone else to His Majesty's side, His Majesty will be even more doomed. Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. He said in a trembling voice, Go. I will go to Rinshou Palace to issue the edict now. Eunuch Wei followed Princess Ning'an to Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao ordered that no one could enter Rinshou Palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, seeing the imperial edict was like seeing His Majesty. Therefore, Eunuch Wei and Princess Ning'an were not among those who were stopped. The imperial edict has arrived, Eunuch Wei sang. There was no response from Rinshou Palace. Eunuch Wei sang again, the imperial edict has arrived, only the palace people came out. Princess Ning'an looked at the closed bedroom. Mother, His Majesty has an imperial edict. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't seem to want to pay attention to people. Since ancient times, no emperor had ever given an imperial edict to the Empress Dowager. This was the first time since the beginning of time. It was reasonable for Empress Dowager Zhuang to ignore it. Eunuch Wei shouted the imperial edict again. Princess Ning'an frowned. She walked forward and pushed open the red hollow door. She saw an empty bedroom. Where was Empress Dowager Zhuang? Chapter 564. Eunuch Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Ning'an, who was frozen in place, was not so happy. Her eyes turned cold. Eunuch Wei. I'm here. Eunuch Wei collected his emotions and immediately turned into a lackey. Princess, what orders do you have? Princess Ning'an ordered faintly, go and find my mother. Yes. Eunuch Wei responded and searched Rinshou Palace 3 times with the imperial guards. The rest of the palace people were all there, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. Go and ask those palace people. Princess Ning'an said. I asked, but they don't know. Eunuch Wei said. Princess Ning'an looked at him coldly. Eunuch Wei blocked the view of the imperial guards and whispered, Princess, we can't use torture in Rinshou Palace. It's too conspicuous. Besides, it's the Empress's job to organize the harem. If she oversteps her authority, it'll be easy for others to use against her. Princess Ning'an took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her anger. Go and call Commander Fu. Yes. After Commander Fu came, Princess Ning'an asked him, how did you guard Rinshou Palace? My mother suddenly disappeared. Didn't you notice? I don't know if something happened to my mother and she was taken away by thieves. This. Commander Fu was at a loss. To be honest, he really didn't know. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang taking a walk in the courtyard in the afternoon. How did she disappear after dinner? When was the last time you saw my mother? Princess Ning'an asked. Commander Fu said truthfully, it was in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. The Empress Dowager was taking a walk in the courtyard and then she went back to her bedroom. I was only responsible for guarding and couldn't disturb her. In other words, the imperial guards could only surround Rinshou Palace and couldn't watch Empress Dowager Zhuang closely. But then again, they were guarding so tightly. How did the Empress Dowager disappear? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A figure swept onto the roof where the cold wind was whistling and nimbly jumped on the eaves and walls in the dark night. Not long after, the figure entered Jadewater Alley and landed in Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's home. It was not early now, so Yao Shi and the children had all gone to bed. Only Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the old chancellor were still sitting in the central room. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Gu Jiao stood up. Xiao Heng walked over before her and opened the door. Gu Qingfeng carried a person on his back as he entered, looking travel-worn. Panting heavily, he said, I'm so tired, so tired. It's too far from the palace. Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the courtyard and closed the door behind Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng carefully placed Empress Dowager Zhuang on the chair. Be careful. The old chancellor stretched out his hand to support him. Are you freezing? Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. He took a closer look, and his expression changed. Gu Qingfeng turned around and pulled at his collar while looking at the unconscious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is the Empress Dowager asleep? Could it be that she was knocked out by him? Well, he was indeed a bit fast just now. Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins, Zhuang Jins. The old chancellor called a few times, and his heart tightened. Could it be that something happened? Gu Jiao bent down and approached her grandaunt. Grandaunt, we need one more. Empress Dowager Zhuang instantly woke up, opened her eyes, and sat up. Where? Then she really went to play the Yi card. Everyone looked at her vigorous figure with her sleeves rolled up, ready to fight for 300 rounds, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Gu Qingfeng. Has she been looking forward to playing cards for a long time? Princess Ning'an took eunuch Wei to Qiankuan Palace to report to her about the Imperial Edict and Rinshou Palace. Empress Xiao put down the half-read account book in her hand and said to Princess Ning'an indifferently, if there is such a thing in the future, you better inform me first. Princess Ning'an bowed. Yes, sister-in-law. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat for Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao called Eunuch Su. You go and tell Commander Fu that no matter if Empress Dowager left by herself or was kidnapped, he must find her, both in the palace and outside the palace. Yes. Eunuch Su responded. Empress Xiao glanced at the two indifferently and said, Princess Ning'an, you go back first. Eunuch Wei, stay. Ning'an, please excuse me. Princess Ning'an bowed, took a few steps back, and brushed past Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei looked straight ahead and maintained the posture of bowing. Princess Ning'an also didn't have the slightest change and left Qiankuan Palace. Empress Xiao looked at the imperial edict in her hand and looked at Eunuch Wei seriously. I ask you, did His Majesty really wake up just now? Eunuch Wei said, yes. Empress Xiao suspiciously said, when His Majesty was issuing the imperial edict, you were always there. Eunuch Wei nodded. Yes, I served him with the brush and ink. After finishing the edict, His Majesty exhausted his vitality and fell asleep again. Empress Xiao frowned. She could be suspicious of anyone, but she could still trust Eunuch Wei. Empress Xiao sighed. I understand. Keep the imperial edict well and take good care of His Majesty. The next time His Majesty wakes up, remember to send someone to inform me first. I will remember. After leaving Qinkuan Palace, Eunuch Wei headed in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure under a large tree. He jumped in fright. Princess. Princess Ning'an turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. Eunuch Wei blinked and bowed. Princess, the Empress just asked, there's no need to tell me. I don't think you have the guts to betray me in front of the Empress. Yes, yes. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Then the princess is waiting for me here, this. Princess Ning'an tossed him a porcelain bottle. Tomorrow's medicine. Give it to His Majesty at dinner time. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed. Ah, yes, this servant will definitely do as instructed. Princess Ning'an chuckled. If you can't, Eunuch Wei shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't dare, I don't dare. This servant's life is in the princess's hands. If the princess tells this servant to go east, this servant doesn't dare to go west. Princess Ning'an's lips hooked coldly. It's good that you know. All right, hurry and go serve Imperial brother. This medicine isn't foolproof. If he really wakes up, Eunuch Wei hurriedly said, this servant won't let anyone discover that His Majesty is awake. This servant will immediately notify the princess. It's good that you know. After saying this, Princess Ning'an calmly returned to Jade Cloud's hall. After confirming that she was far away, Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to Pure Flower's palace. It's been so long. I wonder how the swim bladder in His Majesty's mouth is doing. Did he sprinkle the medicine? Did he swallow it? Eunuch Wei arrived in front of the dragon bed and sent the palace servants away. He then pried open the emperor's mouth and slowly took out the swim bladder. The medicine inside was still there. Eunuch Wei's heart relaxed. I have to quickly take care of it. Eunuch Wei took the swim bladder and walked out. He vaguely felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. The immobile emperor, our underpants. There's something in our underpants. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Empress Dowager Zhuang colluding with Minister Xing to murder the emperor quickly spread through the capital. The civil and military officials and the citizens of the capital never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Empress Dowager Zhuang. But if one carefully thought back to the years when Empress Dowager Zhuang controlled the court and suppressed the emperor, it wasn't hard to accept the fact that she was the mastermind. The people began to voice a crusade against Empress Dowager Zhuang, but the Zhuang family actually remained silent at such a critical moment. Grand Tutor Zhuang also claimed that he was sick and didn't attend court. This caused Empress Dowager Zhuang's reputation and situation to worsen. Grandfather. Royal Prince angrily rushed to Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. The guards at the door couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Grand Tutor Zhuang was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard his grandson's voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He dipped the tip of his brush in ink and said, "Shouldn't you be on duty in the inner court at this time?" Royal Prince did go to the inner court, but he immediately returned after hearing some things. Thanks to his status, no one in the inner court dared to stop him. He came to the desk and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. He understood that he wasn't really sick these days. He just didn't attend court on purpose. "Grandfather, have you heard about Grand Aunt?" he asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't look at him. He wrote the character for Hashan. This isn't something you should worry about. Royal Prince and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with burning eyes. This isn't something I should worry about. Then what about grandfather? Grandfather, aren't you worried? Something so serious happened to the Empress Dowager. Shouldn't grandfather come out to protect her reputation and go to the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice to find evidence of her being slandered? Grand Tutor Zhuang's brush paused. He glanced at him. How do you know it's slander? Royal Prince said seriously, the Empress Dowager wouldn't do such a thing. If she wanted His Majesty's life, she wouldn't have waited until now. Grandfather knows the Empress Dowager's methods better than I do. Grand Tutor Zhuang asked, so what? Royal Prince looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grandfather, are you planning to stand by and watch? Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit or deny it. I'm doing this for the Zhuang family. Royal Prince sneered. For the Zhuang family? What for the Zhuang family? Without the Empress Dowager's protection, can the Zhuang family still be the Zhuang family of the past? Grand Tutor Zhuang slammed the brush on the table. Then do you think the Empress Dowager is still the Empress Dowager of the past? She drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family long ago. Royal Prince clenched his fists and said bitterly, so grandfather just watched and didn't save her. She's your younger sister. After her biological father sold his daughter and sent her to that man-eating palace, after she lost her only flesh and blood, after she had licked her wounds and racked her brains for the Zhuang family for so many years, her grandfather had abandoned her just like that. Grandfather only remembers the year she drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family, but he doesn't remember the decades when the Zhuang family ate her flesh and blood. Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, enough. Royal Prince wasn't intimidated by Grand Tutor Zhuang's anger. He looked disappointedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang, whom he had respected for so many years. Grandfather, when I was 8 years old, you sent me to Qin country as a hostage. The Empress Dowager tried her best to stop you. She said that it was enough for the Zhuang family to have her and that there was no need to sacrifice more people. What did grandfather tell me? Grandfather, you said that it was too hard for the Empress Dowager to support the Zhuang family alone. She couldn't bear everything alone. So I went. I was humiliated all those years in Qin country, but I never regretted it. But now, I regret it. Grandfather, you didn't do it for the Empress Dowager or the Zhuang family. You only did it for yourself. These words were harsh, but Grand Tutor Zhuang was past the age to argue with the younger generation. He suppressed his anger and continued to write a few words. He said, hang her, you're my most outstanding grandson and the future heir of the Zhuang family. I hope you can understand your identity. Ha, identity. Royal Prince laughed at himself and didn't say anything else to Grand Tutor Zhuang. He had already understood his grandfather's meaning. It was useless to say more. It was better to save his energy. Grand Tutor Zhuang called out to him, where are you going? Royal Prince turned around and said coldly, grandfather doesn't care about the Empress Dowager. Then I can only save the Empress Dowager myself. I'm going to reverse the verdict for the Empress Dowager. Grand Tutor Zhuang threatened, if you dare to take a step out of the Zhuang family, don't come back to see me again. Royal Prince clenched his fingers and stepped over the threshold. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, I mean what I say. Zhuang Yuheng, your identity was given by me. Your power and status were also given by me. Without me, without the identity of the Zhuang family's legitimate grandson, you, Zhuang Yuheng, are nothing in the capital. Think carefully. It's not hard for you to walk out of the manor today, but it won't be so easy for you to come back in the future. Royal Prince heard this and retracted his foot. Grand Tutor Zhuang raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. Don't go to the cabinet these few days. Stay at home. Before he could say the words rest, Royal Prince lifted the hem of his robe and knelt on the ground. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. With just one kowtow, his forehead turned red. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Royal Prince N's eyes turned red. He kowtowed for the second time. Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me. Blood seeped out of his forehead and his eyes were watery. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. He shouted, Zhuang Yuheng. Royal Prince didn't stop. He kowtowed for the third time. His hot tears fell onto the cold floor. Thank you, grandfather, for your love. Yuheng is unfilial. After he finished speaking, he stood up with his forehead full of blood. He turned around with a choked voice and ran into the night without looking back. Chapter 565. Prince regretted it after he came out for a stroll. It was so cold and the road was so dark. He should have brought some money and warm clothes before leaving home. Now, he was penniless, without a carriage, and even his trusted secret guard Wu Yang had been detained by his grandfather. Wu Yang was the person who went to Qin with him. He was 7 years older than him. He was both his secret guard and his playmate. He always thought that Wu Yang was completely loyal to him after going through so many hardships. Reality gave him a cruel blow. Unknowingly, he had wandered around the capital for several hours and fell several times. There were still many people on the street. However, for the first time in his life, he felt that the bustle had nothing to do with him. He walked through the busy streets and came to a small courtyard where he used to live. However, he was stopped by the servant inside when he was about to enter. The servant said awkwardly, "Prince, I just received orders from the Zhuang family. You are not allowed to enter the house." Very good. Very good. He couldn't even stay in the courtyard. If he couldn't stay here, there were other places. Prince went to 3 residences under the Zhuang family's name in a row. Without exception, he was rejected. Prince couldn't even enter the restaurants and inns where he was treated as a guest. First, he didn't have money. This wasn't the main point. In the past, he didn't have money and could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were many people fighting to pay him. The second point was the main point. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered people to send messages to the restaurants and inns he went to. How did Grand Tutor Zhuang know his past like the back of his hand? Thank you, Wu Yang. After being rejected countless times, Prince looked at the quiet sky and laughed until his shoulders trembled. His grandfather was right. Without the identity of the Zhuang family's grandson, he was nothing. Grand Tutor Zhuang probably wanted to use this method to force Royal Prince back. Royal Prince had been a sensible and obedient child since he was young. He had suffered and suffered, but he had not faced all of this alone. He had Wu Yang and many masters by his side. He had the Empress Dowager and Grand Tutor Zhuang behind him. Now, he had nothing left. He couldn't even find a place to stay. It was sad and laughable. However, there was one thing that he was very thankful for, and that was that Gu Jiao had cured his eyes. He was no longer night blind. Otherwise, it would be an extravagant hope for him to even walk on the streets. The biting cold wind cut his face like a knife. At first, he could still feel the pain, but gradually, he became numb. After walking for a while, even his mind was numb. He had no idea where he was. When he realized where he was, his eyebrows twitched, and he turned around to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. A small mushroom head poked out from the door. "Are you looking for someone?" "I." Royal Princeton opened his mouth. The courtyard door was pushed open by the little bean, and the candlelight in the courtyard came in. The little bean saw his face clearly and said, "You're the big brother who came to my house. We've met in the countryside. Do you still remember me, brother?" Royal Princeton was speechless. When Gu Zhao's family was still in the countryside, he went to their house. In order to meet the Empress Dowager, he went there more than once. But, how long had it been? How could the little bean still remember him? Then, before Royal Princeton passed by and didn't disturb them, the little bean rushed into the courtyard and shouted, "Brother-in-law! There's a guest at home." Royal Princeton was shocked. Xiao Heng came over and said to little Jing Kong, "Do you want to sneak out to play again?" Little Jing Kong blinked guiltily. "I didn't." After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Heng looked at Royal Princeton, who was trying his best to stay calm but was actually at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Royal Princeton also felt guilty. Although he wasn't an adult according to the customs of the Zhao kingdom, he was going to get married and the ceremony would be brought forward. Soon, he would be a real man. Men were all prideful, especially in front of love rivals and rivals. Royal Princeton made up his mind not to let Xiao Heng see that he was a stray dog. He straightened his back and said with a strong aura, "I'm just passing by. I'm not here to be a guest. I'll leave first." Xiao Heng looked at him deeply and said, "Come in and sit." Royal Princeton was stunned. Were they close? He was just passing by. Xiao Lulang actually invited him to sit in the room. "Fine, I'll sit." "Who's afraid of who?" Royal Princeton nodded without changing his expression and entered the room with Xiao Heng with a cold face. At this time, the young men were running around in the courtyard. The front and back doors of the central room were open and there was no fire. Xiao Heng invited Royal Princeton to sit on the chair by the table and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Royal Princeton had been wandering the streets for the whole afternoon and half the night. He was cold and thirsty. He took the teacup and slowly took a sip. His stomach instantly warmed up. Xiao Heng sat opposite him. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" "I've eaten." Royal Princeton said stubbornly. Gulp, he growled alone. Royal Princeton's face turned red. Xiao Heng called Yuya over and had her go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Yuya looked back at Royal Princeton a few times. Royal Princeton thought, "Even if I'm handsome, you don't have to keep looking at me, right?" "Xiao Lulang, your servant girl doesn't know the rules." Grandaunt went to Auntie Lu's house to play cards. Old Chancellor went to serve tea in his private savings. They were not at home. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao to watch Grandaunt play cards. Gu Xiaobao was excited when he saw the cards. Yao Shi didn't know why. Royal Princeton drank his tea and looked around. Jiao Jiao is not here. Xiao Heng exposed him. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Indeed, she was not here. Royal Princeton drank his tea to hide his awkwardness. Yuya cooked a bowl of noodles with smoked bamboo shoots and bacon. It was accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Royal Princeton was the legitimate grandson of the Zhuang family. He usually ate all kinds of delicacies. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that this was the best noodles he had ever eaten. After a bowl of noodles, Royal Princeton felt comfortable all over. Even his frozen toes were warm. He didn't leave a single drop of soup. He also finished all the pickled vegetables. He drank the tea and ate the noodles. If he stayed any longer, Royal Princeton would feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, little Jing Kong's frantic voice came from the room. This kind of voice usually only happened when Gu Jiao was out. When Gu Jiao was at home, he was very obedient. Sit for a while. I'll go take a look. Xiaoheng got up and went to the west room. Little Jing Kong couldn't find anything again. He rummaged through his little treasure chest. His toys were scattered all over the floor. What are you looking for? Xiaoheng asked. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. Xiao Jin. My Xiao Jin is missing. It's being naughty again. Xiaoheng got down and found the golden abacus under the bed. Then, he pulled little Jing Kong to clean up the things on the floor. Royal Princeton didn't mean to peek. It was just that he was facing the west room. It was hard not to see him. He didn't expect that an official from the imperial court would do something that only the servants would do at home. Wasn't there a maid? It's late. You should take a bath. I don't want to take a bath. Sure enough, when Gu Jiao wasn't here, he wasn't a good baby who liked to take a bath. Xiaoheng didn't want to spoil him. Xiaoheng came out to get water. He pointed to the study room and said to Royal Princeton, I'll give Jing Kong a bath first. Why don't you sit in the study room? It's warm there. Ah, forget it. It was hard to refuse such kindness. He would just sit there for a while. When Xiao Lulang finished his work, he would bid him farewell. Thinking of this, Commandery Princeton entered Xiaoheng's study. Before Royal Princeton came, Xiaoheng had been in the study room. Therefore, he lit a brazier and it was burning brightly. Xiaoheng went to the kitchen to get hot water. He carried it back and forth a few times. He also chopped some firewood and threw it into the stove. Royal Princeton was baffled. He worked in 2 yamens during the day and had to work at home. Why didn't he hire more servants? Wasn't he good at earning money? When he was in the Imperial College, he helped people recite poems and compose essays. Soon, Royal Princeton found that Xiaoheng was doing far more than that. There were a few homework books on the desk. Most of them were about little Jing Kong. The other half were about Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. So Xiao Lulang had to tutor his 3 brothers-in-law. Beside the homework was a thick stack of paper. The ink on the top few pages was still wet. It was obvious that they were written tonight. Royal Princeton glanced at it and was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the words on it. He didn't say that he was proficient in the 6 languages, but he knew a little. These weren't the words of the lower 3 kingdoms or the upper 3 kingdoms. Could it be Sanskrit? Royal Princeton didn't know Sanskrit, but he had seen Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures before. They didn't look like this. Amidst the screams and howls, Xiaoheng forcefully bathed the little boy. He put on his clothes and threw him into the bed. Xiaoheng took the bathwater out and cleaned up the room before returning to the study. Royal Princeton looked at the paper in his hand and said embarrassedly, I just looked at it casually. It's fine. Take a look. Xiaoheng entered the room. Royal Princeton pointed to the room next door. Is he like this every day? Xiaoheng nodded. He's like this when Jiao Jiao isn't here. Taking a bath was like fighting a war. Royal Princeton thought about how he was annoyed by the noise next door. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Lulang didn't have it easy either. Oh right, what are these? Royal Princeton looked at the stack of papers on the table and asked. Calculation. Xiao Heng said. Calculation. Royal Prince and frowned strangely. Xiao Heng looked at the paper in his hand. The one you're looking at is for calculating the ancestral rate. Royal Prince An's expression became even more strange. Isn't ancestral rate calculated using the circle cutting method? He knew about the circle cutting method, but this obviously wasn't. Xiao Heng explained, this is another method. Royal Prince An was still confused, using these strange patterns. Xiao Heng thought seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, they should be another language. Royal Prince An, another language. Outside of the 6 states. Tujue language. Xiao Heng, no, the Tujue uses the Jin language. There are some differences, but it's more or less the same. The reason had to be explained from the ancestors of the Tujue and the Jin. At that time, it wasn't the Jin, but the previous dynasty of the Jin. It was rumored that it was originally part of the Tujue, but later on, the tribe became independent. However, it was also said that the Tujue was part of the previous dynasty of the Jin. This saying was recorded in the history books, but history belonged to the victors. Who could say that the previous dynasty of the Jin didn't let the historians change the history books? Royal Prince An was suddenly interested. He lowered his status and asked Xiao Heng for advice. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't be able to lower his face. Tonight. Who knew what was wrong with him tonight? Xiao Heng never hid anything. As long as someone sincerely asked for advice, he would tell them everything he knew. He was willing to teach them everything. He started with simple numbers and slowly talked about the basic formulas. Royal Prince An didn't know that arithmetic could be so interesting. He seemed to have opened the door to a new world and fell into it. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the students of the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy were willing to ask Xiao Lulang for advice. Xiao Lulang never showed off his literary talent when teaching. What he taught was real knowledge that people could understand. Until now, he finally realized that Xiao Lulang didn't rely on connections to get to where he was today. Everything he had was obtained with his own ability. What are you laughing at? Xiao Heng asked. Royal Prince An smiled. When you became the new top scholar, I wasn't convinced by you. Xiao Heng looked at him. Are you convinced by me now? Royal Prince An opened his mouth and nodded. You can say that. Xiao Heng put down the paper in his hand and saw through the appearance. He hit the nail on the head. You can stay overnight. 1 tael of silver per night. Royal Prince An choked. Cough, talking about money hurts feelings. Xiao Heng said calmly, on credit, 30% interest. There was interest. Wait, how did you know I wanted to pay on credit? Royal Prince An coughed softly. In which room? Xiao Heng raised his finger. Next door. Royal Prince An's face darkened. He couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Lulang. Let's make it clear first. I'm not homeless. It's just that I can't refuse your kindness. I'll reluctantly stay for 1 night. As he spoke, he went to the old chancellor's side like a proud peacock. The big rooms were all full. There was only 1 small room left. Until he crossed the threshold, he maintained the pride and nobility that a royal prince should have. After Xiao Heng left and closed the door for him, he subconsciously looked at himself in the bronze mirror. In the middle of the night, there was a series of screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, ah. This beggar with messy hair, a straw stuck in his head, a face full of dirt, his clothes torn open, and his sleeves torn 3 times was not him. Chapter 566. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. After Princeton died on the spot for a full 3 seconds, Xiaoheng asked Yu Ya to send a bottle of medicine. Princeton wanted to die even more. Gu Jiao treated Mo Qianxue and Hua Xiao's injuries in the medical center and returned to Bishui Alley with a small medicine box. Hua Xiao was originally next door to Mo Qianxue, but in order to better monitor Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue directly asked Gu Jiao to put the two of them in the same room. It was not Gu Jiao's room. Mo Qianxue didn't want others to live in Gu Jiao's room. Hua Xiao lay on the small bed. After using the bone-softening powder, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could only stare coldly at Mo Qianxue on the big bed. Mo Qianxue, you traitor. Mo Qianxue didn't speak. She sat at the head of the bed, back against the soft pillow, silently weaving the red rope she learned from little Zhongli. Hua Xiao laughed and said, "What? You dare to do but don't dare to admit it. Master shouldn't have trusted you so much. It was the lodge master who picked you up. In the end, you betrayed young master." Mo Qianxue stopped weaving the red rope in her hand and glanced at her. "Hua Xiao, what do you know?" Hua Xiao said coldly, "Then tell me, what don't I know? Or did I say something wrong?" Mo Qianxue paused. "You didn't say anything wrong." "Yes, I betrayed young master." Some things were relieved when she admitted it. She didn't want to accept the fact that she betrayed young master in the past, but when it really came to this point, there was nothing to argue about. She didn't carry out young master's order. In everyone's eyes, she betrayed young master. No one thought that she could actually jump out and testify against young master. She didn't do so. She couldn't kill Gu Jiao. She chose to escape or die, but she couldn't push young master to the death table. After all, young master was her master. Mo Qianxue said softly, "Hua Xiao, do you know? I almost died that night." In order to gain Gu Jiao's trust, young master ordered his men to be ruthless. "I almost lost my life." Hua Xiao sneered, "Aren't you fine now? Young master is certain that the miracle hands hall can cure you." Mo Qianxue shook her head. "You don't understand. If she hadn't given me her blood, she wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hua Xiao said indifferently, "It's just a matter of sacrificing a few drops of blood." Hua Xiao was not a doctor. She didn't understand that not everyone's blood type could be transfused with each other. Obviously, the young master of Immortal Music House didn't know, so the young master really didn't care about her life or death. Mo Qianxue said indifferently, "I can't be bothered to talk to you." Women were generally like this. It would be fine if they had a good quarrel, but this kind of quarrel halfway through was like punching a few balls of cotton. Hua Xiao said angrily, "Humph, our lives are young master's, even if we die for young master, so what? You're just greedy for life and afraid of death." Mo Qianxue took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and continued to weave the red rope in her hand. Gu Jiao knew that she was an important witness, but Gu Jiao never forced her to testify against the young master. She didn't even mention this request. If the young master knew that she had the opportunity to testify against Gu Jiao, would the young master have scruples about whether she was willing or not, and whether she was embarrassed? Definitely not. She used to be like Hua Xiao, thinking that the whole meaning of life was to contribute to the master. She was not an independent individual, she was just a vassal of the master. Until she met Gu Jiao. How could Hua Xiao understand? She didn't get what she didn't want others to get, and she didn't believe that others could get it. No matter how Hua Xiao angered Mo Qianxue, Mo Qianxue's words went in one ear and out the other, making Hua Xiao faint. Recently, There were a lot of cases in the capital, and they were reversed again and again. First, Xian Le House colluded with the imperial princess, and then it was revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Empress Dowager. The emperor wanted to punish the Empress Dowager, but who knew that the Empress Dowager disappeared? Minister Xing, as the Empress Dowager's henchman, was locked up in the Supreme Court. Assistant Minister Li made a meritorious report and temporarily replaced Minister Xing's position. To officially become Minister Xing, the emperor had to personally close the case, issue an edict, and a series of other procedures. The imperial court was in turmoil, and the people were uneasy. Grand Tutor Zhuang claimed that he was ill. The memorials to the imperial court were piled up like a mountain, and the pressure of the cabinet was all piled up on Grand Secretary Yuan's shoulders. The two assistants were both Grand Tutor Zhuang's confidants. This time, when something happened, the two of them were very negative. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Yuan was able to control them. It was just that it was a bit tiring, and for the first time, Grand Secretary Yuan had the idea of appointing a junior assistant. Under normal circumstances, the cabinet didn't appoint a junior assistant. After the Grand Secretary stepped down, one of the two assistants would be chosen to become the new Grand Secretary. Only when the two assistants weren't enough would the position of junior assistant be added. The interests of the junior assistant conflicted with those of the assistants, as well as the powerful chain of interests behind the assistants, because it would often encounter strong opposition from the cabinet ministers. However, it was indeed a type of revolutionary new method, and as a result, it received the emperor's support. The monarch and his ministers competed with each other, and in the end, they reached a clever balance, agreeing to establish a junior assistant. However, the position of junior assistant had many restrictions. First, the age couldn't exceed 20. Second, one had to be a scholar of 2 lists. Third, one had to have made great contributions to the court, or at least 2 years of experience as a Hanlin official. These conditions were too harsh, to the extent where no one had ever met them. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been anyone. The Zhuang family was Zhuang Yuhing, 20 years of age, a scholar of 2 lists, second place in the new imperial examination. He had previously taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in Qin country, making great contributions. However, on one hand, he was a member of the Zhuang family. On the other hand, Grand Secretary Yuan actually had another candidate he favored. Unfortunately, the conditions weren't met. Grand Secretary Yuan sighed regretfully. The two matters that gave Empress Xiao the most headaches recently were the Emperor's illness and Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts. The Emperor's head was injured, and the imperial doctors couldn't say when the Emperor would wake up. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts, there was no progress either. There were checkpoints at the city gates. How high were the city walls? How high were the walls of Rinshou Palace? Empress Xiao didn't believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang had the ability to fly out of the imperial city, so Empress Dowager Zhuang was definitely still in the city. Empress Xiao ordered Commander Fu to increase the search efforts. In the past few days, Princess Ning'an either stayed at Pure Flower's palace to accompany the emperor or went to Cunning Palace to pay respects to Empress Xiao. No one found her actions strange. One of her 2 backers in the imperial palace was gone, and the only remaining emperor was unconscious. If she didn't curry favor with Empress Xiao, how could she establish herself in the imperial palace in the future? In addition, her son Huangfu Xian didn't come out to cause trouble these days. She really was someone who understood the situation. In the afternoon, Princess Ning'an went to Empress Xiao's Cunning Palace again. Empress Xiao was checking on Qin Chuyu's homework in the warm room. Qin Chuyu was stuttering and absent-minded, giving Empress Xiao a headache. Can you focus a bit more? I want to see Imperial Father. Qin Chuyu said pitifully. didn't I already take you to see him? Qin Chuyu was the emperor's son. How could Empress Xiao not take him to see the emperor? She also took the crown prince. The crown prince was an adult. No matter how sad he was, he could only cry secretly. Qin Chuyu, on the other hand, would cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf when he pounced on the emperor. Those who didn't know would think that his imperial father had already passed away and he was mourning for his imperial father. Empress Xiao didn't dare to take him there anymore. A young eunuch stuck his head in at the door. Eunuch Su walked over and asked him a few questions. When he came back, he reported, "Empress, Princess Ning'an is here." Empress Xiao frowned. "Take the seventh prince to the study and let him carry him properly. I'll check on him later." "Yes." Eunuch Su took Qin Chuyu's hand and led him to the study. Princess Ning'an walked in. After returning to the imperial palace to recuperate, she lived a life of luxury. It was no longer as hard as it was at the border. Princess Ning'an's face had turned pale and her hands were much more tender. "How are your injuries?" Empress Xiao asked. She winked at the young maid. The young maid brought a stool and placed it next to Empress Xiao. Princess Ning'an looked at her right arm and said with a smile, "It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Sit down." Empress Xiao said. Princess Ning'an sat down slowly. The young maid served hot tea. Princess Ning'an took the teacup with her left hand and took a sip. She pretended to ask casually, "Sister-in-law, is there any news about my imperial mother?" Princess Ning'an and Empress Xiao used to have a good relationship. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for many years and Huangfu Xian always bullied Qin Chuyu. That was why Empress Xiao was dissatisfied with Princess Ning'an. Now Princess Ning'an had saved the emperor and treated her respectfully. Moreover, Princess Ning'an was on the emperor's side. This made Empress Xiao and Princess Ning'an less unhappy. Empress Xiao shook her head. "Not yet." Princess Ning'an paused and said, "Sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say something." Empress Xiao said, "Go ahead." Princess Ning'an said in a low voice, "A few days before the incident, I saw Lord Xiao in my imperial mother's study. He came for the case of Xian Leju." Empress Xiao frowned. Princess Ning'an continued, "I don't mean to suspect Lord Xiao. It's just that my imperial mother has a good relationship with Lord Xiao." "Could it be?" Empress Xiao's eyes darkened. "Could it be what? Are you suspecting that Xiao Lulang has something to do with the assassination of the emperor, or that Xiao Lulang is harboring Empress Dowager Zhuang?" Princess Ning'an's eyes flashed with astonishment. Empress Xiao's good impression of Princess Ning'an disappeared. Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar promoted by the emperor. He is loyal to the emperor. It's impossible for him to collude with the Empress Dowager to harm the emperor. Are you kidding? His Majesty is Aheng's uncle, her uncle. Qin Chuyu decisively refused. "I'm not going. I want to see Imperial Father." Princess Ning'an said gently, "We're on the way to see your Imperial Father." Qin Chuyu thought for a moment. "Okay, then." Princess Ning'an took Qin Chuyu's chubby little hand and expressionlessly pulled him to the pond. The pond in the Imperial Palace wasn't as deep as the Imperial Liquid Pond, but it could still drown people. Qin Chuyu became more and more confused. This isn't the way to the Imperial Palace. This is a shortcut. Princess Ning'an stopped at the edge of the pond. "Do you see what's over there?" "What?" Qin Chuyu took a step forward. Princess Ning and stared at his back without blinking. She reached out her hand coldly and gave him a hard shove. Mother. A demonic voice suddenly sounded not far away. Qin Chuyu would recognize the owner of this voice even if he turned into ashes. It was Huang Fuxian. That annoying little cousin. Ah! Qin Chuyu's hair stood on end. The fear of being bullied flooded his heart. Almost instinctively, he used his own unique secret, the peerless running technique. Whoosh! Qin Chuyu ran away. Princess Ning didn't expect the little chubby in front of her to run away. She wanted to pull back her hand, but it was too late. Her push missed and her body fell forward into the cold pond with a splash. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.